say, hey, you buy when it gets oversold and you sell when it gets overbought. That's not the idea. It's to talk about the average up move versus the average down move. So when you start to see price making lower lows and you start to see some sort of momentum indicator not making lower lows or making higher lows, that can just show you sometimes that the buyers are starting to, or the sellers are starting to run a little bit out of steam. They're getting met with more buying every time that hits. So, this $40-ish area on tan, I think, is a pretty good line in the sand. If we can get above that with some oomph, some volume, some news or something like that, this might be a good place for a longer term play to get into some solar. So as always, again, you could just Google I just Googled TAN ETF holdings, and this next slide is kind of what came up. A lot of Chinese names, which were kind of interesting to me. I didn't know that they held these foreign type stocks. So a bunch of names from Hong Kong, which was interesting. But number one, and a lot of the fund, over 10% of the fund is for solar. Another 10% is Enphase. So, a lot of the big names, So I looked at for solar, and it's putting in kind of the same kind of pattern here, where the last chart, here is just for solar. We had a big gap down under a pretty clear support area, about 195 on First Solar on earnings. That yellow vertical line is earnings. So we gapped under, but then we rallied up all day. So they bought the dip on the earnings gap down, and we're still holding around that 195 area. So you can either trade the solar ETF, which I couldn't find a leveraged one. I actually looked for, I couldn't find a leveraged one. Or you can go in and you can just get the top name, the name that I think looks the best right here. So it's First Solar. So my game plan here is pretty simple. If we get a move maybe over 200, a close over 200, I think I'm going to buy a little bit. I think I'm going to put my stop under that gap down on earnings, that green candle, and that's my trade. So if I'm right and we're going to get a little bit of a turnaround in solar, then you get some pretty good risk reward there. If we could get up to 250, which is the high before that last fall down, if we break that, maybe 300, and I'm risking, $5, maybe $7 a share to make, hopefully, many times more. So pretty simple play. We got to understand we're fighting a trend. That's never easy. It's generally never fun and never pays quickly. You've got to kind of wait your time as it churns through all of this. But if the signs that are pointing to a potential bottom in solar are here, I think this First Solar is just a very simple way to play it. You've got your out, and that's all I really want to know is, where do I get out? So close below the low of this prior candle, then I'm wrong or early, and I'll probably talk about solar back here in another month or so.
For anyone who has been with us throughout this year, we've been referencing from time to time and over again the importance of the election that's coming up next week in the U.S. And from a technical standpoint, historically, what that has meant for the overall market. We'll dig into this a little bit deeper coming up on Monday, maybe next week with Michael Noss. But just from just a broad overview, it was November on. Once there's a little more certainty coming back into, a macro picture for the overall market, that was when, from a technical standpoint, things kind of evened off and we saw some follow through.
Yeah, usually, and again, it's cliche, but I think it's cliche for a reason. Is the market likes certainty? Things like what you mentioned with solar that may favor one candidate over another, or marijuana stocks may favor one, or coal, or whatever it is. So if you're a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund manager, and it's Friday, and I think on Tuesday there's a giant regime change happening together, right? You're getting in the US, you're going to spend your time not trading and not making bets right now. You're going to wait to see what happens and make bets then. So what we can do is we can go back and look historically at charts, and that's what I'm going to do on the weekend, and bring that to you guys and just say, when everything is resolved, generally what happens? And generally that's when you get a move that is more trending, right? We've been in this kind of choppy environment now for a while where it looks like we're breaking new highs in stocks and in Bitcoin, and then it comes back down. It's been a little bit frustrating to be a trend trader, but hopefully and historically, come mid-November, that starts to resolve itself once everyone's, everything's sorted out, everyone knows what's happened, and people start to take their bets based off what they think the next regime is going to do for the next kind of 4 years.
It'll be interesting to maybe we can dive into relative strength along with that, in the sense that there have been pockets of the market throughout this entire year that have just been, amazingly strong. So from a comparative standpoint, looking back at what's happened in the past, is that somewhat normal, or has that been, an outlier as far as strength is concerned? But great stuff. As I said, we'll dig into that more on Monday. Michael Moss, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you then.
I'll talk to you then.
Thank you very much, Michael. I know somebody who may or may not be bullish on a solar name as well. I mean, I could pull up a chart of Enphase, but I'm sure somebody else would like to talk about Enphase, which is bouncing off of a double bottom on the weekly here, Mr. Raider. So I guess some great minds think alike. Double bottom, election incoming. There he is. Maybe. He might have some calls in there. Yeah, that's right. So look, obviously, whether or not the election, forget about which way it goes. From a technical standpoint, 11% short float. As we said, this is a weekly chart, by the way. Double bottom on the weekly, and you got a bottoming tail after earnings. That's the key thing here for Enphase. When I throw up the daily chart, I mean, you can see the volume spike, but sometimes I just like to show that nice little E in there to show you earnings. There's your double bottom, and now you're consolidating higher for potential breakout next week. So you do have a nice long generating itself here on Enphase. I think that is going to be worth a look. Now, the other way to play this, remember, as active traders and as day traders, come Tuesday, come Wednesday, we get to look at this on an individual basis. So we're able to sort of show up on Wednesday, and I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. If it's breaking out above this prior high on Wednesday, I keep saying Tuesday, the election's on Tuesday, we traded post on Wednesday, then I'd just be looking for continuations as long as they like what they see here. And again, who wins? I'm not trying to be political about it, but if one is seen as favoring and that causes it to break out, then joining the trend is just what you do. You're already seeing, I think you're seeing some of it. Obi was talking about this with oil and energy. Some of it's getting priced in already. Yeah, but solar, why not? I mean, it's been so badly beaten up. You are getting a bit of a trend reverse on a couple of those names. It is worth a look. It's good to see both Michael and Andrew seem to like this play as well.
That's interesting. I hadn't taken a look at TAN, the ETF that Michael Moss was talking about until he just mentioned it. And yeah, this is looking quite interesting. Again, with the election coming up, should be interesting to watch some of these energy names and place your bets on some of these tickers. But something that has been moving around, I think, on watch, again, moved around a little bit yesterday as well, maybe potentially setting up for an intraday as well, is crude oil. We saw that volume coming in on Thursday, right? On Thursday, we saw that volume coming into the end of the day there with a strong, aggressive push. And things reported today, both Chevron and XOM both reported today, so it should be interesting. Both earnings day one names on that oil kind of bid that we got just yesterday. So going to be watching both of these names coming into today here. CVX as well. A little bit of a bleak, I guess, not doing too much volume in the pre-market as of right now. We'll see what these things do off of the open, but you can see pretty much sideways consolidation on a lot of these tickers as of right now. But yeah, no, energy names definitely on watch going into the election coming up.
Huge board here, starting with Wingstop, which reported earlier this week, getting an upgrade from North Coast up about 1.5% today. Apple still down after those earnings, but getting an upgrade from Maxim Group with a $215 price target. Amazon, another Meg 7 earnings name from last night, faring much better than Apple and getting this Telsey Advisory Group upgrade. Then we have Peloton here, down in the day after its rally yesterday. Much like all the other names of the upgrade side, it did report this week, getting a Telsey Advisory Group upgrade and a $9 price target. On the downgrade side, we have Estee Lauder. They sold off about 20% on earnings yesterday with this downgrade here today from JP Morgan Chase. Kellanova getting a downgrade from Exane BNP Paribas. We have Hyatt with a downgrade from HSBC Securities, and Pampa Energia here with this downgrade from Citigroup, guys.
Pamp it. First of all,
I did it, Sharif.
big shout out to Russell Jackson. Thank you, Russell, gifting 5 memberships.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, Russell. We still got the Vegemite here, although we should probably throw this stuff out.
Does that stuff even expire, Neil?
Vegemite never expires. We want to thank you so much, Russell. So if you want to accept memberships, you have to turn it on when you enter the chat, and when you enter the chat, you have to be a subscriber. So make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe so you can get in the chat for us and accept the memberships. Thank you so much, Russell. I mean, Wing won't stop going down. Like, this is, you're going to slap an upgrade on him. Okay, good for you. It's obviously under a little bit of pressure. Now, the other thing you have to consider here is this was down, obviously, over 10%. And you had another flush off, so it should be SSR today, and you could get some kind of an SSR bounce. The volume is so incredibly low, though, so when I looked at it, I was like, well, it's a maybe for an SSR bounce if it finds maybe a 275 level. But then you remember Peloton for some continuation here, if it can hold the $8 level. You just look at it, I mean, it turned off 9 yesterday, never really got into, I like the 725 to 730, never got in there. I think Sean at 760. Now you've got this support here at 8 on Peloton. There's your breakaway. It's your breakaway on the daily. Still has some room to go. Obvious wall at 10, let's be real. But until it gets to 10, want to look for some continuation plays on Peloton. It's going sideways here, so maybe a test of that $8. With the market looking weak, by the way, with the market looking weak like this and turning around, like we were going up on that number that I guess some people think was wrong, but you're now pulling back in. I think you want to give some things some room to go. So out of those upgrades and downgrades, we'll obviously be talking about Amazon and Apple individually in the watch list when we go through the rundown. But Peloton's one. Don't sleep on it. At $8 support in the afternoon, I think that's the level you work off with for some continuation. There were a lot of flyers and runners. Obviously, Peloton, which we were just talking about there. Roblox was another one, day 2 type of play. The $50 level is fantastic on Peloton. That's where we were long pretty much all day long on Roblox. And I think Peloton's very similar for the $8 level.
Yeah, no, there's an interesting name on that upgrade list as well. Bit of a favorite, I guess. Amazon with the upgrade, but let's see. They also had pretty solid earnings there. This thing is definitely printing more and more money every year on Amazon. But let's see if we can take out that 200 with that little bit of an upgrade there. We know that our buddy Bezos is sitting up there waiting for his fills so he can potentially get a new yacht.
Yep.
No, I'm joking. But maybe not. I have no idea. But he's definitely, I don't think he's done selling. We've seen the filings again, selling around 200, 201s. And he wasn't necessarily done even selling, I think, half of his position last time we checked. But it should be interesting on Amazon today. That 200 definitely level that stands out. I don't know if the upgrade is going to make much of an effect on it, but we shall see. Apple as well with a little bit of an upgrade. They did sell off of their earnings. Again, we talk about the low of 220 here. We got some anchors, a bunch of anchors coming in here on the 15-minute. I'm sure some of these are from prior earnings. We're holding some of those levels going into the morning session as well here. Oh, that's a lot of indicators. Let me take that off right here. But yeah, no, kind of sideways range here, Neil, that we've been in on Apple for quite some time here since the middle of September. August bottom right there, pretty much consolidating sideways. Even with the sell-off off of earnings, we're still well within range here on Apple. So it should be interesting. Both of these names going to be on watch today.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here as we head towards the open. I'm keeping my eye on Wayfair. It's about to, and actually is right now, taking out pre-market lows here and aftermarket lows from yesterday. So whatever they said on the call, definitely not good for Wayfair. It was up significantly, tagged 50. $8 reversal there for Wayfair.
I need to hear what happened on the call there at 8 a.m.
Yeah, let's talk about the futures here.
Probably wasn't fair, you know.
Love it. All right, guys. It was not a good day yesterday on the market. Negativity everywhere on the ES and the NQ. The ES definitely taking it on the chin. We did defend that local area of support, though, that we've been defending since September. The level is also recycled from back in August. That level is 57.25 to 57 and a third, in and around that area. Let's see if we can hold that area. That's going to be our support. As resistance, if we really catch a bid, we're looking at 5,800 as resistance.
Who wants free stuff? We have it. Go down to the description of this video. You guys don't qualify. Go down to, I was talking to Ramin.
Ram, yeah.
Go down to the description of this video. There's a link there for your email address to be entered, and you can have that. Every single morning we send out what you need to know in the pre-market, everything that's moving around, and why GSAT is making a move here once again, that GSAT. Let's talk about Amazon, 6.8%, trying to bounce off 199 even. Long list of positive notes from analysts this morning coming off their report. What can we say here? I mean, Jeff Bezos just keeps having good days.
Brendo, he needs another yacht for his service
Obviously.
yacht, right? So he's got a service yacht now. He needs another one. Let's talk about how they did. EPS beat, revenue beat, surpassing estimates and the guide. The cloud business, so this is what we're looking at because they're the biggest of the bunch in terms of AWS. They grew a healthy 19%, but lagging behind Microsoft Azure, growing at 33, Google Cloud growing at 35. So we'll keep an eye out on that. CapEx as well, the amount of money they're building or using to build out these data centers jumped 81% year over year, and it's going to continue to go up. They're looking at spending $75 billion by the end of this year in CapEx, and they're spending more next year too, Brendo. The guide was excellent as well, 7 to 11% increase year over year for revenue. It fell just below, but the street didn't really care about that.
You were talking positively about this one earlier in the week. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so people need to remember as traders, there are mechanics to market. And despite the fundamentals of how good something is, if you're not a long-term investor, well, that can shake up a lot of what the near-term price action of the market is. So far, I don't think there's been any mega cap that has continued off of a gap up to the upside. I know Google sold off right at open, things like that. So if you're looking for a continuation somehow in Amazon, things like that, I'd be careful. One key level in the market, specifically SPY, I'm looking for is that 574. I saw a lot of bet and a lot of flow bets in flow betting on 574 being a level of rejection today. I know we're gapping up off the low, but that's what I'm going to be watching for.
Huge gap as well for Amazon here. We're right back to highs, guys. Literally right back to all-time highs for AMZN.
Yeah, look, Bezos might not need a new yacht, but he might need a new service yacht for the yacht. Yep. Which is that's the other thing. So it's entirely possible there's more selling. I was reminded of that by Sharif this morning, when you got the yacht that services the yacht, that services the yacht, that, that's how it's rolled. It's just a different world. But I can't be thinking about this as, look, when the way it sold off at 200, it is what it is. Sell zone till it's not. I actually believe it needs to break 201.5. It's got to get out and about above 201.5 and start breaking the even dollar after that before I'm looking for a breakaway long. And at that point, you're going to be up a ton if it goes to that point, but I'm still thinking of this as a sell zone until proven otherwise. So 201.5 has to go, or I'm looking for shorts at this level. So it gets into 200 again, and I'm looking for any kind of reversal. That can play out a lot of ways. Remember on that daily chart, when it was fading off of 200, it was multiple breaks of the 200. Every single day that the short was working, it would break the $200 level, fail somewhere between 200 and 201. So that is the setup. If it doesn't break 201.5, I'm looking for shorts in that area, period. Whether it curls at 201.75 or 275, 288 cents, 201.11, something along those lines, I'm still going to look for fades in that area till we're through 201.50 on Amazon. I love everything about the quarter, love the company. I think they're going to be fine in the long term, but until proven otherwise, it's still a sell zone up here.
Yeah, no, I think that's a perfect way to put it. What is the stock going to do off the open? I have no idea. Is 200 going to be a resistance? It has been in the past. We're so close to that all-time high. So until that seller or that selling, either one shows up, doesn't show up or shows up and then lifts, there's definitely going to be decisions being made around a lot of different possibilities in and around some of these levels here. Going back at a higher time frame, we can just go to a 3-hour chart just to isolate what that all-time high was, 201.31, Neil. So that prior high, 201.31 here on Amazon. Again, all-time highs here that we made that high. When was this? This was the week of July. So the second week of July, we made that high here on Amazon, and we kind of saw that Bezos potentially had some shares to sell in and around that 200. The market kind of pushing up here on Amazon. Let's see if we get that tailwind for that push through the 200, and if that 200 doesn't come in, then that's perfectly fine as well. We can take it right back into some of these ranges here. I think watching the tape at key levels will definitely be a little bit telling here today, especially on Amazon.
All right, let's go on to Apple here. Back to support levels on a daily chart here for Apple. Not a huge gap, 1.7% only. We'll tell you why in a second here, but overall, kind of a muted response to earnings here for Apple. And hey, guess what? iPhone 16 sales, not that bad.
No, not too bad. We haven't had too much data yet because we've only been selling them for a few weeks when we got the September quarter. But beating on EPS, beating on revenue, everything was hunky-dory. iPhone sales grew, beating the street's expectations. There was a one-off tax charge that really hurt the bottom line, the net income. That was the money that they got to pay out to Ireland. It's about $10.2 billion, give or take or so, from the Irish tax arrangement back from 2016. To look at some of their other products, Mac and iPad both grew. They had not been growing the past quarter. Services, we talked about this earlier, grew 12%. But it was below the street's expectations. The only thing that really declined, Brendo, was the wearables. The Apple AirPod, the Apple Watch declined 3% year over year.
You're an Apple guy?
You know, I am an Apple guy, but the Apple Watch fell through for me. I was like, always the belief. I was telling them at this dinner last night or the night before, but it was, if I get an alert and I'm going to see a text message, I'd want to respond to it, and I don't want to type it on my watch, so I'd pull up my phone anyway. So that's my opinion. I don't know. My mom, she's a huge Apple Watch user. As she says, she gets lost and it buzzes her wrist. I don't know how she gets lost, but that's what it was. So anyway, Apple over Samsung.
I mean, you get off track. You need to
I guess.
adjust.
When you're a mom, I guess, yeah, I'll never be a mom, but hopefully. But
as he's watching his iPad right now. So.
And cell phone.
Yeah.
All I know is, we'll leave that one alone there, Andrew.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
whether you're
I say we move on.
back to
What's
stocks,
the next
everybody.
trade? Neil? What's the next trade?
Yeah, so Apple. Look, I actually think Apple. Look, I like Apple for a fade today, but now I'm gonna try to reclaim my thoughts here. Where was I gonna go? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Look, whether you like them or you don't like them, once you're in the ecosystem, you're good. Like that's it. You're gonna stay there forever, pretty much. Like you have a lot of loyalty when it comes to Apple. One of the things to consider here is, and we talked about that the services growth not being exactly what everyone was expecting, and you needed to be priced to perfection when you are going off of all-time highs. So 225, when I sat down, 225 was the level that I liked for a short. Obviously, we're not going to get any kind of a chance. Well, okay, it's not impossible. I shouldn't say never for something like this at 225, but I have to look somewhere else. And when I pull up the 15-minute, you can kind of see like 223 is going to stand out here on the 15-minute. Now at 9:30, the 200 level in Amazon is going to be the bigger priority. But you've got VWAP and you've got resistance here at the 223. So a pop and fade, an over-under at the 223. Only want to be short as it's failing back underneath. It's the same way I felt about 233. If it's holding over, you don't fight the trade. I would wait for 225 for the fade on Apple. The fact that we're back to flat after we got the payrolls number, I think kind of puts like your plays, anything that you had as a play before, I think you're kind of okay to stick with it. We didn't really get too much of a change of direction from that payroll number. So I want to stay looking short on Apple. It initially won't be the 225. It'll be over under at the 223 level. I think 215 is going to be a good buy zone on the daily. That's probably a next week after the election thing.
Yeah, no, I think just off the bat, we're trading within the range of the earnings report here. So I guess the first thing I want to do right here is throw that anchored on to the earnings earnings candle right there, earnings reaction candle. Okay, I got to change the color of that one so it can be a little bit more visual there. So let's change that to, let's say, like a nice dark blue. Okay, perfect. All right, so. Yeah, there's the earnings anchored here. Now I have a couple anchors here from before as well. I'm pretty sure those are coming off of prior earnings as well. Yeah, you can see this green one right here. That's probably from the August. No, that's not from the August. That is from the August right here. Okay, so yeah, you can see this green is prior anchored, and then we have some other anchors kind of coming in as well. So we're trading below some of those prior levels as of right now, as well as current anchored off of last night's earnings as well. So it's going to be interesting watching some of these levels here. This level kind of showing up very distinctly here, just underneath that 224. You can see a bit of consolidation, bit of a flat top roughly forming there in today's pre-market session, just shy of that 224 area. Let's see if we can get back up there. Right now, I'm watching some of these wicks that are being made off of the earnings anchored, current earnings anchored as of right now, just underneath that 223 mark on Apple. So it should be interesting going forward. Pre-market lows, again, clean 220. So you're going to be watching that as well. If we get that continuation to the downside, that 220, sure going to be interesting here. Again, with market tailwind, that's what I'm always looking for. Can we make some sort of move? Can we get some sort of price action that is in confluence with the market, and do we have that market tailwind to potentially give us a stronger trade? That's what I'll be watching on Apple today. That 220 definitely standing out. That 224 as well.
Ooh, Intel.
Nice beat here. Raider Traders here once again today for anyone who's just joining the final day, the week of Raider Trader in studio, coming to an end. We're all sad.
There's lots of tears in the room.
Are you excited to go home?
No, not really. I love traveling, and I do. For those that don't know, I graduate from online university this December or May. So I get to do anything, trading, all this other stuff, and I actually like traveling. I don't mind it at all. So
nice.
I don't get homesick. So.
It's been good to have you. 6.5% here. The surprise on the earnings side this morning, right out of the gate after 4 o'clock last night. Intel super strong on a better than expected Q3 number.
EPS beat, Brendo. Revenue beat. There was still obviously a 6% decline year over year in revenue, but it exceeded the analysts' expectations. What really stood out to me was a net loss of around $17 billion. That was a result of reconstruction costs as well as impairment charges. So it's a one-off event. Hopefully it doesn't really continue in the future. Also, now how their different business segments did. The PC chip business dropped 7%, but that was outdone by their data center increase, which increased 9% year over year. So even though they've been behind on the AI game, they were able to eke out some profits over here. Last but not least, Brendo, they do plan on transforming their foundry business into an independent subsidiary, possibly, and explore external funding. And that's interesting news because they're really focusing specifically on foundries now.
I was just double checking Nvidia. We got to wait a couple of weeks here. I think it's the 20th. Yeah, so 2 or 3 more weeks for Nvidia. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so as far as Intel, that was actually a name I strangled yesterday. If you guys were on the show, I bought puts and calls hoping on a beat of the expectation, which we actually got. The options were mispricing only 1 standard deviation, while the overall markets were doing 2. So I actually saw an opportunity there. We got that initial move. It was up almost 15% at one point from the low. But now we are dragging down after hours and only up a couple of percentage points. So don't celebrate too early, I guess, is the note of today.
And coming off the disappointment from AMD going back a couple days ago, I mean, kind of a mixed start overall for the semiconductor group.
Yeah, well, actually, Nvidia had a pretty distinct reaction at 8:30 to the number, which I'll get to after we talk about Intel quickly. Because, look, Intel, I think it's going to be relatively simple. I threw my note to 23.3 level. 23 1/3, 23.30, whatever you want to call it. That's been the local resistance. If it cannot break out above here, right now that local high is 37, I believe. Let's double check, but call it 40. You know, you break this, I think you're in breakout till you get to about 23.80 to 24, and then you got another leg from there that you have to battle with in that top 20 cents there. So I think a breakout here But if it cannot get above the 30 level, I think you're fading until you break. I'm more than likely going to have only the breakout trade because I looked over, the reaction on Nvidia was very distinct. It sold off right underneath that 135 zone when we got that number at 8:30. So you were kind of cruising along here on Nvidia. There was a huge move also in the afternoon, especially late in the day, where it tried to get out to the 135, and then you saw it sell off on the imbalances of the balance flip. I think you've got a pretty clear pivot area here on Nvidia at this 135. I know it's gapped up 1%, but it's a little bit deceiving sometimes when you have that kind of a gap up, because really the imbalance move took it down $2. Like, it was trading 134.5. Effectively, throughout the imbalance, we're really mostly flat here and still underneath that 135 resistance. So I think simple over-under on Nvidia at the 135. And then if we're going upside, it's the breakout on Intel above that 2240 that I'll be taking. So I want to look short as long as we're underneath 135 Nvidia, whereas I want that breakout on Intel above 2240. If we never break that Intel, it's probably just going to be a trend down. You can join trends later, find things at VWAP, lower highs, all that good stuff.
Yeah, no. Intel with that report last night, I was like, wow, that's super strong. Kind of walked away from the desk going into that 4:30, 5 o'clock mark there. I didn't really see this until the morning session, where I was like, okay, well, it gave back about 50% of the move that it had right off of the close, off the earnings reaction right there last night. So definitely a name on watch today. I already have the anchored kind of pinned to that initial candle there, earnings reaction candle. We did trade below it here. Some interesting levels as well. I like this 24 and pre-market lows here at that 22. Was it 22 halves ish area here on Intel. Let's take a look at what this ticker has been doing coming into earnings as well. A little bit of a sideways chop consolidation. We saw that prior earnings, we took a nasty tank all the way down, going into that I guess $20 area here. We've been consolidating sideways, holding that 1851 low, kind of stepping up a little bit here. Let's see if we can hold some of these levels and continue to the upside here on Intel. We did lick grab this high of the consolidation right there at that 2470-ish area as of right now. 2485 is the high, earnings reaction high, so it should be interesting going forward. But that move definitely faded a good chunk of what we pushed up into overnight. So going to be interesting coming in. That pre-market low definitely on watch at that 2250 for me. Let's see if we can get that continuation either way, to the upside or to the downside, but we are trading below this anchored as of right now.
Let's get it.
All right, Microsoft next up here, coming off the worst day in 2 years for the stock yesterday on an earnings miss. Huge gap down yesterday. There was really no bounce back into early September levels right now for Microsoft, but trying to hold 409. Do we get above 410 maybe today? There's not much in the way of news on this today, but coming off that huge move, worth watching.
Yeah, certainly, Brendo. And it held a key technical level. If I can show the chart, Fabian, over here. This was a level that we put back in early October 7th. It held up there on the earnings dump. In case you're wondering what happened, Microsoft reported a couple of days ago, EPS beat, revenue beat, but it was the guide, which implied a slower growth rate than analysts were expecting as well. Delays from suppliers for their data center infrastructure also influenced this as well. But yeah, it's a day two play. What's your look on this?
Yeah, so as far as mega caps and everything like that, my trade thesis has always been, these are going to likely benefit into the end of the year, but I'm really focusing, for traders at home as well, you guys need to focus on what's actually moving and what's going to get those continuations. Right now, we've seen a trend of Roblox, mid caps to small caps, IWM, even look after hours. IWM is outperforming to the upside. We talked about this yesterday, but if you want to kind of get the bigger bounce to the upside, you play the lagger, since we are starting to have that idea of forming a bottom. The laggers will get the most aggressive bounce off the low. So that's what I'm looking at. IWM and some of those Roblox continuation plays, like it's been holding, I think it's holding highs today, I think.
Yeah, here's Roblox, yeah, definitely.
Reddit too.
Yeah, here's another one, Reddit. Good point, absolutely, great point. These have been outperforming, where you see Microsoft not even close to these levels from just going back a month or so ago. We're right back to the bottom of the range today.
Yeah, well, you're You're going to get agreement out of me when it comes to Roblox there, Andrew, no question about it, because the 50 level on Roblox held really, really well. There it was off of VWAP pretty much the whole day. The early in the morning took it way too early, but then once it held higher pretty much the entirety of the day, trading off that 50. I think working the same thing, 50s and VWAPs is going to make sense. As far as Microsoft goes, I'll leave it at this. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, except for the fact that double bottom at 406. I can zoom it out so that you can see the recent bottom, the one that you would have seen on the daily chart as well. You lose this, that's pretty much like the short-term Alamo, probably a test of 400 at that point on Microsoft. That said, primarily going to be looking at Amazon and Apple as big cap tech names, and since those were short ideas anyways up at those tops, unlikely to have that softy. But that's the level. If you're playing it for longs, you can see the level that you need to hold. It's about $4 away from it now. That's over a percentage point, just over a percentage point currently. So just be a little bit careful, maybe patient if you're trying to go long off that level. But given that I'm initially looking short, softy is going to be a no trade for me.
Yeah, no, I like that. I was just mentioning to Neil, kind of selling off of earnings right here. You can see in the after hours a strong flush that comes in and around 5:30, not even off of the earnings report, but much later. There you can see going to 5-6 p.m. You get that strong flush, and look at this. That flush continues off of the open. Look at the opening prices right here. The opening print does not have, the imbalances is what I mean. The imbalances that come in at 925, straight flush down. The opening print doesn't have that much of a range back to the upside there. Only goes about just above that 416, and then a strong flush as well. And then look at this, going into the closing imbalances as well. Microsoft sells off a whole percent going into the close. So it had a strong sell off of the opening print, and then a strong sell going into the closing print as well. A little bit of a double bottom being marked here at that 406. So coming into today, let's see what it does off of the open there. That 406 bottom from earnings day one, definitely interesting. That consolidation high right there as well. Morning session, lower high right there at that 412. Should be interesting, bit of a range, but that bottom definitely standing out a little bit at that 406. So that's what I'll be watching on Softy today. Let's see what we do in and around that level on earnings day two, Softy.
More downside here for DJT to wrap up the week. 3 days in a row on the red side. Here we are gapping down another 6% on the daily chart. So profit taking, I guess, ahead of the election obviously coming up next.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of a shift yesterday in the odds, at least in the betting markets, Brenda, with respect to the election. So I'll have to have a look at what Kalshi's saying now, dropping from that 64 print that we had a couple of days ago down into 57. Kamala Harris getting a bit of a boost. If you look at Polymarket as well, a bit of a drop down, but he's still above that 60% mark. A lot of what we're looking at here on DJT is really election related. There's really no fundamental reason we're looking at this.
Thoughts, Mr. Raider Trader?
I mean, I would tell people the polls, the money, it's all about the voting. So if you guys haven't voted, go vote. I voted, early voting. So obviously I won't say who I voted for, but you guys can take a guess. I also will say that, when it comes to this kind of stuff, you guys have to know that the odds of an election can always be beaten. I mean, heck, there's always underdogs. You guys are probably all underdogs in your life story, so just go out and vote. That's all that matters. And as far as the election, there's some trades that will definitely be cooking up after that.
Well said. Raider Trader, it's been great to have you all week long.
It's been a blast.
Going to be with us for the remainder of the day, but yeah, great to have you. Guys, what are we doing here with DJT today?
DJT 36.5 resistance. That's going to be the only area I look for on DJT's 36.5 resistance. I'm going to try to quickly get into Bitcoin. I'm just going to say it as fast as I can here. That daily resistance, there's your trend line. We bounced off it yesterday at 69,000. So prior resistance turned into support already on BTC, which has me looking at IBIT for continuation longs. Mara as well if it can get above 17. But essentially, IBIT here at this 40 level, if it can start holding above the 40, break back out the top here, looking for a continuation long. I like when you find that prior resistance turning into support, but we're about to ring the bell for the final time this week. Adara actually has, those are green, by the way, but it's not seeming to matter as the market's headed down. Let's ring it in 2 and 1, Adara. So there we go. The market is open. And instantly, I mean, it didn't take very long, but Amazon got underneath VWAP. And remember, looking for a retracement, I want it testing the 200 level. The money fills, if you were looking short at the Bezos zone, were above 200, not beneath 200. So that's where I want to be looking here for Amazon. It's still doing a little bit of a base. Not a lot of movement, maybe like 20, 30 cents up and down off of VWAP here for AMZN. Apple's not really doing a heck of a lot either. Where is Apple? Apple's still pretty much at the same range, although there was a test on Nvidia of the highs at that 135 and already starting to come back in. Amazon, tons of volume, no movement here. Obi?
No, I'm kind of watching this here. Still holding that 198 halves as of right now. We did sell off of that 200 coming in. Again, 200 in the pre-market was a level right here. You can see the highest we got today was 220. So we're selling off aggressively off of that. I'm looking for a level to hold, right? Again, this thing is pushed a little bit higher. It has gapped up. So I'm looking at some of these pre-market levels to come in on Amazon. Things that kind of stand out, maybe 198s, 197s as well, 196 areas as well. So, I've got my supports marked out, support 1, 2, 3, and then some resistance on at 200 and 201. 30 is what I have. 199s trading here on Amazon as of right now. A lot of wicks on my chart, but again, I'm not really watching the chart as much as I am watching the tape here at that 200 level. Let's see what we do pushing up into that level, Neil. I think I just saw somebody. Oh, it wasn't a spoofing, man. There's only about 480 lots sitting at that 199 half, and that gets taken out. Neil, that 200 potentially incoming as of right now. So let's see. We got to wait and watch for this one.
Yeah, it's starting to go. By the way, Roblox just broke the high of the day. I'm sitting VWAP on Roblox. Mara's not giving us much of anything, but send it in the back. You got to be talking about Amazon at that 200. Mara not going. iBit, which is the other one we're looking long, is specifically on Bitcoin. No break of the high just yet. So it is trying to get up, but you're just not getting any price action or continuation. Amazon cannot hold above that 200 level. Like I have it breaking by a cent or two up there. I don't know if you saw the same thing, Obi, but it tried to go. I wanted shorts over 200, not underneath. It's going to break this level. I think you just have to be patient for it. It's at 1 million shares on the offer here of Amazon at $200, and that is a monster level. Should get through it any second now.
Yeah, look at that. Look at all those lots. Oh my God, there's almost over 10,000 lots sitting at 200 as of right now. So let's see if we can finally get past that level. That level definitely not really decrementing, but again, I think that if we find a buyer for all that size, it'll there it goes decrements. Okay, and the reload. Did you see that? It refreshed a whole bunch right there, and I guess it's taken out some, but not really. I have a lot of 99s printing here. The tape is moving really fast as of right now. So let me just kind of pull up the tape for you guys here. So we can take a look at it together. Look at that size, guys. Oh my God, this is triple, quadruple eights right there. So over 10,000 lots right here. Look at that, I've highlighted some right there. Over 10,000 lots sitting at that 200 mark. Some of it has been decremented, but then it reloads.
Did you just say decremented?
Yes.
You know what? I don't usually
decrementing,
do this. I don't usually do that. Where you take like 97, 98, 99 and just scalp it, but it's like, what else are you gonna do?
Yeah.
So I was just kind of in and out scalping it. I still think the real Bezos zone was above the 200 level, but for right now they are selling off of that 200. So 201.50 I think is that spot where it needs to get through for a bigger breakout. Again, all I really did was just a little bit of scalping. Oh, Intel short off that 2330. We're not going to be able to get that. But here comes Amazon again. That $200 level still has about 1 million shares on the offer, as we're able to show you. Like, it's still pretty wild. There you go. You can see pretty much all on the one gateway, the primary over there on the NASDAQ. It looks like it wants it here, Obi.
Yeah, it's building up into it, man. So I'm like, all right, well, if it's going to go, how far will it go? We know it's broken already. It's gone to that 201, 201.30. So it has broken it, washed it a little bit here. Let's see if we get more of that wash. Again, lots of size sitting at that 200. Are some of those lots From Bezos? Who knows? I have no idea, nor do I care. But
No way to know.
let's see what comes in here. All right, so we're coming back down through the half, so that's perfectly
Who the
fine.
hell,
We'll
that's
try
short?
we'll try it again. The short definitely coming in real nice there, Neil. As that 200 rejects, we can't really get through those 8,000 lots as of yet. Do we have a buyer for that for those 8,000 lots and above? We shall see going forward today. But the market tailwind, we're definitely getting a little bit of that market tailwind trading above that 20,100 as of right now. And the spider as well. You can see the ES pushing up towards its highs as well. So 199 is coming back in. So that 200 definitely failing as of right now. 98.70s trading. So we did pull back nice and aggressively off of that. So if you were shorting in front of that level, oh boy, you are definitely printing on that short off of the 200 as of right now. So yeah, like we said, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. We get out, we try again, and that's exactly what I did here off of that 200, kind of looking for that ramping to push up into that 200. And if it's not there, it's not there, and we pull back in to some of these pre-market levels here. So again, I'm asking myself, what were the supports I wanted to look at from the pre-market levels that I wanted to get involved with right here at that 198, 197, and then maybe a little bit lower at that 195, just above that. If you guys take a look at the chart of the after hours and the pre-market, you can see some of these levels just consolidating and kind of churning there in and around some of those prices. So let's see if the bid is real, Neil.
Well,
where will it catch?
What bid? It's absolutely dumping, and sometimes you can think the money fills are above 200. No, man, the money fill was actually at 99. 199.99. So shout out to anybody that decided to do more than just scalp the short, which is pretty much that's all I did. And you saw I was in and out of it like very tight. It was like 199.98 to 199, like 70 something. I think I got like the best fill was like 70 something. Basically that quarter. I am into Roblox here. It didn't quite get into VWAP, but bouncing off 51.5. So continuation play on Roblox. We'll look to see if it can take out this 52 level, which was afternoon resistance. So one long in here is the market not really doing much, and that's into Roblox, which we said we liked. Let's go to the desk. Mr. Raider, what you got for us?
For you guys. So for those that swung my positions yesterday, I actually swung those ENPH calls for today in 1108. So this one right now is breaking out with some strength. My target to these is $88 today if it continues to go into next week. So keeping that in mind. And also yesterday I saw a lot of money betting that SPY would reach 574 today, and then around there we expect a slowdown. So just some targeting to keep in mind, guys.
Thank you very much there, Andrew. So, look, you see what's going on there in Amazon. It's absolutely wild. I do want to be able to join this one. It is what it is, and it's at the end of the day, my plan of action was very clearly to short over 200 into 201.5. The last time we were at this price, all the best shorts were above $200. Is what it is. Why am I still offering 99s? You're not going to get 99s. If we see 99s again, you got a problem. Join VWAP, something along those lines is what we have to be able to do. Nvidia is now curling as well, so it's back underneath the 135. It was over under 135, but I was looking for short. That means I don't do anything when it's powering over that price. And if it wants to now hold underneath that resistance, then we're good to go on Nvidia, as the market is holding basically flat. So you want to make sure you have a plan of action, which is do not try to fight something with a strong trend. If it's not confirming what you want to see, then you don't want to be fighting it, not when we're diddling in the middle in the overall market. So unless I see Nvidia hold now this next bar underneath 135, underneath VWAP, then I got to back away from it. Roblox is still trying to break through 52. So that's the idea on Nvidia. I do have it up over there. Want to make sure that we give it a chance. Roblox still holding about 51.5, trying to get into this 52 zone, looking for an ad in front of VWAP if we can get it. But for now, that one's sort of cruising along here while Amazon dumps, Obi.
Yes, sir. So yeah, a lot of aggressive kind of action there at that 197. We kind of talk about that. What prices do we want to watch this Amazon at? 197 got bid up kind of aggressively there, so I have eyes on that as of right now. So let's see how well we hold into that 198 mark there. Again, if you guys have the anchored kind of on there, 197 was anchored as well. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on CHTR. This is Charter. They reported earnings this morning. They beat here on GAAP earnings per share and sales. So they actually reported a 100,000 customer decrease, or so a bit of a drop of customers there, but still beating estimates. CHGR up about 16%. Though it is worth noting we're still below 1 million shares traded on the day, so a bit of lighter volume still so far, guys.
Thank you very much, Derek. Got a new position. It's going to be IBIT, otherwise known as Bitcoin for everybody out there. It's just easier for us to trade the ETF than it is to trade spot. We can actually here at Real Trading. We do have spot, but I like it when it looks like a stock. And I can put in prices like a stock, and that's what the ETF gives you. So break of the afternoon high, and we just to go over the whole idea. If you weren't watching the morning show, simple. Trend line, resistance on Bitcoin, bounce off of resistance or prior resistance to head to the upside. So looking for longs and continuations over 70,000 here on IBIT. So trend up at least early. It broke out yesterday's tops. I want to play this into the $0.50. Obviously, you got to keep an eye. If we're not going into the all-time highs today, I'd put money on that. If we're going to break the all-time high, it's over the weekend. But we'll play every single 5-penny move into the 40-50 and then look for dip buys on the way back for IBIT. So that's the only thing we're in here. Roblox, IBIT, still okay. Amazon's starting to come back. Obi, we're at 199 on Amazon. So yes, Amazon does want to come back in here. Want to make sure we got that IBIT position for you. But here comes Amazon into VWAP. If it can't get to 200, then it's going to be a VWAP fail that we look for a short. So I only want to be short this thing unless it's breaking 201.5. That's the plan of action. Oh, you got the nice. You got the long 198s.
Oh yeah, I got 198s, man. I was hella slow on that one. I was like, well, I want 197s. 197s come in. We instantly start pushing up 197.40s off of the bounce. Maybe it only spent about like 5 seconds there, and a little bit more hesitation, and I get 197.90. So I'm like, that's not as efficient as I want to be here. But again, sizing a little accordingly to that. But the real trade is above and through that 200. So just waiting, just taking dabs or stabs at this at these areas as of right now. Again, that anchored is sitting right at 197 as of right now. So we're going to be watching that price more than anything coming off of the opening price 199 as well. We couldn't necessarily get back through that opening price as of right now, and like you said, Neil, VWAP is in and around right there as well. 198.82 I have as VWAP, so a little bit of confluence underneath that 199, but let's see if we can break through that. Market is breaking to the upside right now, pushing those fresh highs both on the Spider and on the ES and the NASDAQ as of right now. So let's see if we can get some of that tailwind to give us that oomph above VWAP here on Amazon through that 199. Can we get through that 200? I have no idea, but that 197 bounce is kind of interesting as of right now going forward. Let's see if we can get through that pre-market high as well. 220 I have, Neil, as that pre-market high. So we've already technically broken that 200 in the pre-market session. Couldn't really get past it, but let's see if that opening session volume can bring us in here.
Look at the market go now.
Yeah, it's going. The first 15-minute candle, Neil, we still got about 2 minutes left to print that one.
Yeah, we just had the market break out those highs. But what's crazy, you're not getting through VWAP in here. And again, I'm being patient with this. Like, the market's flying. NASDAQ just took out the top. There it goes, taking out that high. So if Amazon is not going to get through VWAP in here, I'm still thinking it's going to be a short. But I'll wait. We can wait for 200. If we're going to continue the breakout, then we wait for that 200 level. Only have a couple of longs in here right now. I'll got to fix the scaling on that Amazon chart at some point for you guys. Apologies for that. That's kind of annoying. But Amazon still can't seem to get through 199 in VWAP. Apple is holding above the over-under at 230, 223. But it's already done one rejection candle at that 223. If it does another, I would again look for the short. I did not get my reload in Roblox, so still waiting patiently for that. But I'm still staring down Amazon. It was, for me, the top idea to be looking short off of that 200 level. And if it's going to trend lower highs, the fact that we can't bust VWAP when the market's busting it here, once we close with another rejection, I'm entering a short to the local high. And then another trade would be at that 200 level.
All right. So again, while we wait for this VWAP to kind of push here, I see Fabian kind of messaged me. He did not message me in my ear. He told me that, oh, take a look at the chat. And I'm looking at the chat here. There's a goal. The goal is 10 orange super chats, and Obi will try Vegemite. And he was like, "Are you cool with that?" Sure, I'm cool with that. Vegemite, come on. I know there's a distinct taste to it, but it's whatever. I'll take a bite. Let's see if we can reach that goal. Here comes a 199 as of right now. 250
Be careful
lots
what you wish
at that
for.
199. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Vegemite, Neil.
You have
I know
no
you've
idea.
tried it before.
Yeah, I mean, no, but clearly Obi was not watching when I tried it, or he wouldn't be so ready to agree to that. But I'm in now. We just closed, rejecting that local high at 199. Let's go to Adair. We've got some numbers, but I am now into Amazon.
Higher than expected S&P Global Manufacturing PMI coming through here, 48.5 versus estimates of 47.8 and the previous print of 47.8. So we were expecting flat. We got higher than expected. This is, of course, following a lower than expected here unemployment rate, a much lower than expected non-farm payrolls, and a revised previous print. So actually getting a higher than expected global manufacturing PMI. It's worth noting we have Fed's Logan also starting to speak at 9:45. If I hear any comments there, I will let you know. Then at 10 a.m. we get more data, including the more closely watched ISM manufacturing PMI. Market here pushing back a little bit, but still holding on decently, up about 0.7% on that NASDAQ, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Adara. So candle closed underneath. Well, we rejected VWAP once again on Amazon. It just got to 189.98. Came back under. I got some at 80 level, got some out at 50. My out is 199 or just above it. I don't like even dollar stops, so just above the 199 level, and we're going to drop it. Have a bid at the quarters as well here on Amazon if we can. I don't know if we can. Can we show my chart? Come to the chart, please. There we go. So I have another bid at the quarters, which did not fill, but we got underneath VWAP, so we added more. Out some at 50. If we break out that high, I'm gone, and I'm waiting for the 200 level. And yes, I scalped 198, and that was, like the best. I was in front of the 80 level. It was meant to be a scalp trade. It is what it is. Still looking over here at Roblox, which has held on to VWAP, at least for now. So, 51.5, I should say. Not VWAP. It's like VWAP adjacent, but it's the 51.5 level that found support. So I got some on the way back up there at 70s. No fill at 90s yet, though. So still playing the long in Roblox without any break of the 52 level. So a bit of a disappointment that we're not breaking out above that 52. As the market is starting to pull back in on the NASDAQ, it'd be nice if Roblox could take out that high before we get any kind of a dump on this market. Or pullback, I should say. Not dump. Dump's overstating it.
Yeah, Roblox was interesting yesterday. I did trade it yesterday, and I do want to take a look at it once again here today. We were holding some of those levels quite nicely. Oh boy, you remember that GSAT? Well, we talked about this one. Remember that GSAT off in the pre-market, Neil? This is what that GSAT is looking like right now. So. It
was free locates too.
It was free locates as well. So, oh boy, that's an interesting push. Again, that 150 never really comes in. That pre-market kind of, I guess, not pre-market low, but that kind of trend low right there. That breaks right off of the open 140s, trading at 123s as of right now. Should be interesting. But RBLX, let's take a quick look at this one. 199s printing as of right now. There, Neil. Okay, I gotta take a look at this one. If we're gonna push up into the 50s, we're holding the quarter. Can we print the half? As of right now, no, we can't. We come back into 199. So where is VWAP once again? Let's take a quick check right there. 198.82. So we are trading above VWAP. So we did get above VWAP. I did add a little bit there on top of the VWAP right there. So decision making, I like it as of right now. And let's see if we can get through that 200. And if we can get through that 200 and have a distinct hold above. Oh boy, Neil, the market is hella strong as well. So let's see if we can get through that 200 as of right now. The question I always ask is, can you hold the quarter and print the half? And we're about to print the half right now. 45's on the ask. Let's slap it. Let's go. Can we get to that 200? Just trying to have.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I know. But that the real ask that is at 200. And oh boy, if Bezos steps out of the way, if that seller lifts, we'll see.
Well, we're assuming that he's there. Because, first of all,
that's an assumption. But
first of all, you got to stick to your rules.
Yeah.
So, rule for adding on the entry: first out at the $0.50, next would have been at the quarter. You break that prior bar, hard stop, out. Do I like the short at 200? Yeah. Am I going to play it? Hopefully above 200? I probably will. 201.50 is my breakout zone on Amazon, but that's selling. You can't prove that it's Bezos or anything like that because that was just a big chunk million offer at an even dollar on a Friday. So we don't really know that. That's not usually how it goes. It's more program selling that you would get when a big whale is exiting a position, not just throwing 1 million shares on an offer. That's what you get at just a random wall that we have there. So Amazon headed back into that 200. iBit's still working its way back to the upside. I got to go back over to Roblox because like the continuation on Roblox is underwhelming. So you know what? Instead of adding on the higher lows, which is kind of what I'm doing here, I really just have to wait for this to get into V1. Appreciate you. What up, Russell? Super chat, the Aussie dollars. Vegemite in the house. Why? Because we need 10 orange super chats, and in an hour and 45 minutes, if we get them, then you have no idea how bad that tastes. You have no idea how bad it tastes. Then Obi's gonna have to eat the Vegemite, and just a small spoonful. Trust me, it's not very good. It's really old. It's very old, actually. It's really old. Right. You don't want it. Really bad. Was that a call for Adara? Adara, please.
Keep an eye here on Marvell Technologies. MRVL up about 8% today at day's highs. I am seeing zero news on this. Could potentially be a sympathy play with Intel INTC, which we know was pretty well received with their earnings last night. But Marvell, very little social media attention, nothing to explain this 8% move other than a potential Intel sympathy play, guys.
I guess, yeah. That's when do they report? When does Marvell report? Let me just double check here. Not for a while, I don't think. They're usually late in the earnings season. Yeah, end of this month. We don't even get them till the 28th. They're always, I think they're like after Nvidia is always gonna be the case. So first stop here, just want to go back over to iBit. It pulled into VWAP. I missed the bounce in VWAP. On VWAP in iBit, so unfortunately I did not get the added VWAP, but it just got to 40.40 or just underneath 40.40, so I took first legs out in front of it. If we get any kind of a dip, I'll probably look to 40.20 here. I mean, that's kind of unintentional, but I'll probably look to 40.20 for reload on iBit. I am keeping my eyes on Mara as well. Unfortunately, Roblox loses VWAP itself, which means underneath VWAP, wait for the $50 level. If it can't hold 50, then it's not good at all. And Amazon's coming right back into that $200 level. So about 30 cents away, and then we'll see if that brick wall is still there on Amazon. Apple, however, is now starting to fail underneath 223 while the market's at those highs. So a little bit of confirmation. And Apple not really doing the strength that we're seeing with the overall market. You've got Nvidia breaking out higher, you've got Bitcoin going, you've got Amazon making a run at 200 again, you've got the market breaking highs, and you've got Apple sort of rejecting that 223 over-under level. So this confirms that I can look for that short off of resistance, wanted that confirmation. iBit just tagged 40.40. I'm going to add on the next available dip, but I already missed VWAP once, so I might have to get a little bit more aggressive trying to catch some dips on iBit.
Yeah, this ramp up into this 200 is very interesting. We've held VWAP. There's been size that keeps getting taken out here. A couple orders there on the ask there in the 60s, and we haven't really. Spoofy, might be a little spoof. But they kind of disappeared when we came right back up. There's some getting taken out. 99.70s here, Neil, pushing back close. Right in. Let's see if we can print that last quarter here. It is pretty close there. Again, opening range high was at that 200. Pre-market high was at that 200. It's only 9.53 as of right now, and we're attempting another push at that 200. So let's see if we can get that. Look at the market, Neil. Oh boy. We are definitely sending it to the upside there on the market. 199.80s now. So let's see, we're pretty close. Only about 20 pennies, 25 pennies away from that 200 level. And oh boy, if that level comes in, last time we were there were 8,000 lots. So have we found a buyer for 200 at Amazon? Have we found a nice chunky buyer? I have no idea, but those phones are definitely ringing. I have no idea. No, I'm joking. But don't forget to like and subscribe. Maybe that will give us some more buying pressure there, right, Neil? So I have no idea. We are trading a lot of volume here underneath that 200. It makes sense. That short underneath 200 has been the trade over and over again since we've started to see that Bezos lid sitting at that 200. So let's
Bezos barrier
comes in. Bezos barrier.
The Bezos barrier.
Much better name.
I can't take credit for it. That was in the chat this morning. I saw we're looking for something that started with a B, and the Bezos barrier is going to be it as far as I'm concerned. That said, I'm not completely convinced that the Bezos barrier is even there. Right now, it's just a wall at 200 on Amazon, which it can't seem to get to again. So we confirmed as the market was breaking highs that Apple was holding and rejecting the 223 level. So it put in a lower high off 220, 223 even. I got some underneath. I want to wait for another wick top through 223. Just hopefully this makes sense. Wait for another wick top and a rejection above 223 to add on the way back down. So I know it's a bit of a bull flag, but when the market broke the highs, this did not break the highs. Next available dip, still waiting for on IBIT, but Amazon is going to get to that level first. And before we get to Amazon, Nvidia holding well above the 135. So the over-under on Nvidia, never shorted it. There was no closing candles underneath 135, so no short. That was the rule. Suddenly it's going to be a long trend trade. And that's what you have to be able to do. You can like a stock for a resistance level, but you don't have to sit in front of it and just get run over. There's not a single close underneath 135, so why would I be trying to grab that short? Work or not, Apple actually set it up for me, so we'll take the shot at it. Here comes Amazon to that 200. Come on, just get there. We didn't come all this way not to actually print 200 on Amazon. That would be an utter disappointment if we never see a 200 print today.
I mean, we had 200 prints in the pre-market, right?
That's
but
not
you want to see it in the open session.
That's not the same
That's
thing.
fair. That's fair. We're only trade. I mean, here's the thing, man. The book is not that not that liquid all the way up to 200. But a lot of that size just sitting at that 200. So a nice little wipe up can definitely send us right back up into that 200 as of right now. But we're holding quite a strong bid off of that 197. We talk about using anchors as a bit of a guide, using the anchored indicator. Shout out to Brian Shannon there. 197 held quite well off of the dip, right? We talk about kind of a gap. Gap give and go, or whatever you want to call it, a little pullback back into some of these pre-market levels. I like to say, if the bid is real and we pull back or we sell off, where will it catch if it is truly real? And that's kind of what I'm looking for here. And that 197 seems like that was the place to get involved. I did get involved a little too late there on a bit of a prior bar break, but we'll see. That 197 hold was quite distinct. That aggressive buying coming in right away, printing above 197 halves and then pushing right back to 198. So, oh boy, I definitely liked that action. But let's see if we can get through that 200 as of right now. Again, one of the only kind of trades on my list that I had coming into the morning. Now I'm sure there's going to be more trades. I'm sure there are a lot of other trades out there. So throw it up in the chat. What are you guys trading? I see that somebody in the chat just said BTC 71K, saying David Kyle. So I guess Bitcoin is also moving. Markets are super strong as of right now. So I have no doubts that Bitcoin has been moving around.
Technically has not broken. And look, I'm in IBIT, so like the prices are not going to be equivalent. Like IBIT's at 42. Bitcoin is just underneath 71,000 by a smidge. So like I just took some out of IBIT right here in front of 71,000. Now it's either breakaway, look for ads above 70,000 if we're breaking away from it, or now that we've taken some profit underneath it, look for the dip buy. So now that it's at 70,000, we'll look for the pullback into this prior high. That's 40 and a quarter, and then go from there. So Bitcoin continues to ramp higher. Those are little Bitcoins in there. If you got that one to the long side, good for you. All right, here comes Nvidia and also Apple. So Apple is what it is. Might break out that high. We got the confirmation that it wasn't going with the market, so entered underneath. But once we take out that lower high, I got to jump out of that trade. So we got that lower high first, we break out this one, we jump out of this, and then we just try to ride with the one long that we have. Amazon doesn't want that 200. Are you taking profit in front?
Right now. I mean, I'm looking for that VWAP. That VWAP sitting at 198.91, Neil. So just try that 199.
Oh, shoot, we broke 71.
Saw the action pulling up into that 199. And yeah, I just heard you say we broke 71. Is that on
71,000 just got broken
on Bitcoin? Yeah. So that Bitcoin's definitely pushing as of right now. We got 3 super chats as of right now. So 3 out of 10 guys. All right. So that Vegemite,
we're getting there.
Looking okay, but you know it's only been 30 minutes, guys. So if you guys keep going at this pace, as 1 super chat per 10 minutes, oh boy, definitely going to be eating more, maybe more than 1 spoonful of that Vegemite here. 199 is holding as of right now. I'm looking around and seeing what the rest of this sector is kind of doing right here. I'm looking at tech sector as of right now. Nvidia to the upside, AMD to the downside. Intel, oh boy, Intel does another bounce off of that 22 mark, man. How many times do we have to see it bid off of 22s aggressively? Sure, it's sold off into it and through it before, but when it catches a bid off of that area, oh boy, do we really get going. And we saw that come in off of the earnings reaction as well as right off of the open today. The wick low is 21.91 on Intel. We're trading at 22.77s as of right now. SMCI to the downside. We're getting that continuation a little bit. We broke prior day's low as well. This name has been selling off since they got that report, or that I guess. What was it? Basically, they're doing some fraud, and the SEC's kind of interested.
Fraud is bad.
Definitely. What's going on?
Bitcoin is good. Let's go to it, Eric.
We just got in here this ISM manufacturing data. So manufacturing PMI 46.5, actually lower here than the previous print of 47.2, and the estimates here of 47.5. So we got a higher than expected S&P PMI at 945. Now we're lower than expected ISM PMI. ISM manufacturing here slightly above the previous print, but below estimates here of 45, coming in at 44.4. Construction spending month over month here 0.1%, in line with this previous print of 0.1%, which seems like it was revised. Then we have ISM new orders 47.1, so slightly above estimates of 47. Manufacturing prices well above estimates, 54.8 versus the consensus of 48.5, forecast of 49, and the previous print of 48.3. The main numbers here: construction spending month over month revised for the previous month here, above estimates of negative 0.1 and that previous print of 0.1. Then ISM manufacturing below estimates compared to an above estimate S&P manufacturing PMI. Q's still almost up 1% here, up 0.8%. It's been a huge week. We had 5 of the Meg 7 reportings. All eyes are in AMZN as it tries to fight with that 200 Bezos blockade level. We also have IBIT and Bitcoin on watch, with Bitcoin still near but not above new all-time highs. But let's talk about some earnings plays we've neglected. AAPL, great recovery here with higher lows, down only 0.2% now. It did have a beat on sales, but its GAAP EPS was a miss due to a one-time charge related to a tax decision in Europe. They also had higher than their previous services revenue here, nice increase on year over year, but they missed estimates for services revenue. INTC up about 6% here, kind of selling off from some of its pre-market action, but generally strong on the day. They beat here on sales, missed on earnings per share, decent guidance here, and getting some price target increases from analysts like Baird and Rosenblatt, though these ratings are still pretty negative, guys.
Thank you very much. And we just retested on Bitcoin. We just retested 71,000. I took another leg out on that retest of 70,000. It bounced off it the first time. I'm talking about IBIT there. I got some 47s out. We're long at 2027. But Amazon, look, the money fills last time were above $200 on the short. It's just going into 200 and saying we're not breaking. We're back underneath VWAP on Amazon. I've only been short at 200 and then underneath VWAP. Now you got lower highs. I'll probably be looking at a VWAP short again. I just thought we'd get to 200 and break it. We have not broken that 200 level at all. But a name that we have ignored today a little bit, Tesla just bounced off at 250. Well, that's the only place I was looking to trade it for the long yesterday. Yesterday, I only had one short on Tesla. It was at 255 in VWAP. But 250, lit grab or bottoming tail candle at the 250 level here on Tesla. Worth watching. But keep in mind, guys, market is at the highs. Tesla is at the lows. Generally speaking, you want to be long some strong stocks and short weak ones. The other thing you want to be able to do is hit the like and subscribe. And why?
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
As if you don't hit the subscribe, then you're going to miss out on all of this fun action in the chat where we get to look at all these super chats come in, because if this 3 gets to 10, Obi has to do a spoonful of this. And without any hesitation, without any hype, I'm not hyping this up. My reaction was genuine when I did a spoonful of this live. I forget what the bet was or the dare was. Somebody dared me to do it. I think it was Mr. Westermeyer. It was absolutely disgusting. Obi has no idea what he's getting himself into, but if we get 7 more, he has to have a spoonful. There is also a poll in the chat. What's your November stock market expectations as the market pulls back in? Bullish vibes, stocks to the moon, bear season, roller coaster, snooze, barely any moves. Oh, come on. I'm always going to vote for what I want. Let's go for some bullish vibes. We want some bounces in November. My mom's birthday is in November. I only want good vibes in November. So that's Tesla going to the downside. Remember I said be careful going long stocks when the market's at the highs and they're at the lows? We got away from that idea. Bitcoin's holding out. So at least IBIT here, let me just go back in IBIT, the only position I'm in. IBIT's managing to hold. When it retested 70,000, I was able to get some out. Now you've got a pretty clean trend. I think we can throw VWAP. I don't want to throw it out the window. I like VWAP too much to throw it out the window. But now you're forming a steep trend here on IBIT. Then maybe I'll look for dips back into the trend line as opposed to into VWAP and then just continue to go higher. I was meaning to look at Mara and maybe double this one up, but Mara wasn't holding above 17. So I threw that out the window and I'm only in IBIT. But if this can start making some higher lows and start pressing, maybe the strength is just going to have to be in crypto-related names, because right now it's not looking like it's in the market. Market pulling back into VWAP, and Amazon is not even chilling at all. It is right back into some of those lows. Yeah, the VWAP retrace, I think we'll have to look for some kind of a pop here to get that VWAP retrace. I'm only really looking short on Amazon right now, so I have to be patient. It was pretty strong on that last move.
Yeah, that selling coming in quite aggressively off of that economic number there, coming right back into 198. So let's see, market hasn't really pulled back down as aggressively. Only about let's say about a 25-30% retracement there of that strong push that we had right off of the open there. ES definitely a lot more stronger than the rest of these names here. So definitely got that market on watch. Let's see if we can catch a bit of a move, a continuation. Let's see, some of these pre-market levels are coming in here on the NASDAQ as well, but Amazon not really holding that VWAP as of right now, just sideways, trading well within the opening range here as of right now here. Opening range being 197 to 200. That's quite a wide range there. So definitely going to be watching this one for now. But eyes on that anchored, guys. That's what I have going on. What's up, Adara?
Mobileye is up here. We were up almost 10%. Nice look here, nice strong push of the open. This was an earnings game yesterday we didn't get to talk about because there were so many earnings. They did report, though, on Thursday morning. Looks like at least day two here being very well received, despite getting some price target decreases this morning from Canaccord Genuity and Needham, though Barrett actually maintained outperform and raised their price target on the stock, which has a 22.1% short float, guys, MBLY.
Heavy short there, and Mobileye, that's good for Intel. But thank you. I think it was Russell Jackson again. Wow, we're now 6. It's inevitable. You're pretty much screwed there, Roby. So another super chat from Russell here. The last one, number 6. We are 4 away, and Russell Jackson is doing all of the heavy lifting himself. So have fun with this, Obi. We're gonna have a blast.
I'm always up for a challenge.
Yeah, I mean,
always up for a challenge.
No, that's not a challenge. It's just that's just a spoonful of disgusting food. That's not a challenge at all. You just put it in there. You make an ugly face. Everyone gets to laugh, have some fun while it goes on. Obi's a fantastic sport, everybody. So I appreciate Obi for doing that. Go sports. Go Bitcoin. Market bounces. We're headed back to the upside. BTC just made another fresh high. We just got 40-60s in there. So we're headed to the 3/4 mark. We're trying to make that push past that 70,000 or 71,000 zone and get it going. Let's go to the desk. We've got the Raider.
Everyone, so just some updates on some ideas, as well as some trades I'm looking to possibly take. Just an update on this EMPH. I'm still holding this one. This one's ripping to the high. Again, $88 was my target by the end of the week. One name that just hit my alert was actually Cart. Cart is one of those names similar to Reddit. We have an earnings coming up in just a few weeks on the 13th. When we talk about earnings run-up, oftentimes 2 weeks before, somewhere in that range, you often get a run-up into earnings. This is where investors start to participate. They want to get in. They want to be exposed to these earnings. So Cart here, coming up to the high, 45.19 to my scalpers. I would recommend, not recommend, but highly recommend that you try to play some momentum on these smaller names like Cart, things like that. And one more comment is SPY. Right now, ripping, we are targeting, again, that's 574 level before we expect a slowdown. Could it keep ripping? It absolutely could, but for right now, I'm not going to necessarily short. the momentum is to the upside. But for those that were wondering, why did we pop off the low yesterday? You should remember, we were talking a lot about the 570 put wall, the 572, 570 wall right here. When you have a large area of open interest where there's a lot of puts that creates an imbalance, it is actually a support zone. So the derivative market is incredibly influential on setting expectations and moving the underlying stock. That's where my bread and butter is, and that's why I've like to say pertained some success to trading things like this.
There you go. Thank you very much there, Andrew. Oh, Andrew, you have no idea how much this is going to suck for Obi. It's like a spread you put on like toast. It's an Australian thing, I think in New Zealand as well. No, but we got this during the COVID days. Like I think it's expired in 2022.
Okay, that was a great year.
I mean, is that just like meant to be as just humanly lab made as possible, or what? What is that?
Well, no, it's very high in, I don't know.
Salt in the yeast.
Sodium. Okay. It's got a lot of sodium in there.
I'm sure if you put that in the microwave, it smells real good.
Here we go. See, this is a good thing for you, Obi. It's essential for brain function. Supports your nervous system.
For brain function. I definitely need some of that. 10 out of 10. I like that. That's what that's what you want the trades to be. You want them to be 10 out of 10. So, I like that. I like the confluence that's happening here. 198.5 as of right now, trading underneath the VWAP. And it seems like that Vegemite is definitely going to be coming into play here today for me as we got those 10 super chats. So thank you guys for that. Have we read through all of them?
Ooh.
Oh, that smells like Temu Nutella.
Temu Nutella. That's about right. And it probably stayed an extra amount of time on the ship over here as well. But thank you very much for it. At least you had brave enough to sniff it there. No, Hey Davis got us over the hump. Thank you so much to Ramin and Fabian. You guys really make the show great. 100% on the ones and twos. Great idea there for Fabian and Ramin. And all these super chats, we appreciate you all. Hey Davis, Russell Jackson, and there multiple times. It was, oh wow, Russell all over it. We appreciate all of it. But you know what? Just hit the like, hit the subscribe. Share it with friends. I mean, at the end of the day, we're just a good trading community out here, and then we try to be the best for everybody that we can. Try to have some fun doing it. So just one update here. There still hasn't been any break of the high on Intel. I like the fact that it pulled off and got a little bit of a consolidation off of VWAP. I'm still looking for the break off of the top with the market going. We're just in our IBIT long. As that just continues to cruise higher. Still looking for that next available pullback as VWAP is now completely out the window for IBIT. And again, I'm tracking this off of Bitcoin, and there's your break and hold above 71,000. So we're still going, probably going to look to 71.5 is the next resistance level for IBIT. I just heard like Plug just made a bit of a move here with the market absolutely flying here, Obi. Was it Plug?
Plug going to be the
No, it wasn't Plug.
today?
It was something else.
Oh, it is going.
No, it is going over 7% to the upside. It is Plug Power. I just heard, and all I heard in my ear was that Plug Power was going. I didn't actually hear a news story to go along with it. Back to VWAP on Amazon, at least.
Yeah, back to VWAP there. So we're getting a little bit of again. It's funny. I was talking to Max about this level here in the morning, and I was just like, yeah, no, that 200 definitely on watch. But is it going to be clean? Is it going to be easy? Is it going to be straightforward? I have no idea, but I'm not expecting it to be because I know there's a lot of eyes on that level, a lot of eyes. But the good thing here, Neil, is that we definitely have that market tailwind. Look at that 20,200 push on the Nasdaq and a push up into 5,800 here on the ES. So we'll keep it on watch. Maybe it'll come, maybe it won't. But the tailwind definitely on our side. What's up, Adara?
We have Holo here, H-O-L-O. This is Microcrowd Hologram. You might remember this name. It runs semi-frequently. It had quite the little fly here, quite the run back in February. Right now here, up about 20%. No news, but we know there's retail attention as it has run before. It had a reverse split, a 1-for-20 reverse split back on October 9th. And just some statistics here, just some facts. But a 4.5% short float on a float of 20 million shares, market cap of $57 million for HOLO, guys.
Holo going, Holo looking very, very good there. Thank you very much, Adara. There was just a VWAP dip on Nvidia. That is now charging higher here. Not the only chip name going. I'll get to SMCI a little bit later, but above that 135, trending above it. These wicks in the VWAP, like at the first one, good. Second one, like look at it, try to play. It's just instant bounces, 30, 40 cents before it's even sniffing VWAP. So that's a big time sign of strength. Over the 135 is going to be key. I don't have any more exit points on IBIT until we make that test of 71.5. So I'm just going to hold on to this. And look, Andrew's, that cart, or Maple Bear as we're supposed to call it, it's absolutely going. So it's still continuing to run higher here. You've got that breakout on the daily, still holding above that as it continues to go. But I had to throw in that you're supposed to call them Maple Bear because that's the actual name of the company.
That was a recent IPO, right?
Well, it's Maple Bear, Andrew. So every single time mentioned on the show, I keep it as real as possible and say Maple Bear because it's just fun to say Maple Bear. But here is Amazon. I got to stick to my guns. It's at VWAP. It's failing VWAP. I'm going to play it again off of VWAP. So closed underneath. I'll get rid of these wicks at some point, trust me. But closed underneath VWAP for a second test. The local high is actually 198.95 in here. So I'm going to give it to that even dollar one more time. But again, just underneath VWAP, kind of failed it there. Now you have a bit more of a distinct rejection of VWAP. I'll just zoom in, it's easier to see. So playing it to the short side only so far for myself on Amazon. Market's breaking out highs, and this is putting in lower highs. I still feel like I want to stay looking for short entries into Amazon, not just jamming short anywhere, but short entries.
No, I think that's definitely fair. The market is ripping to the upside. Again, bit of a reversion of what we had going on yesterday. You can see the spider close pretty much at the day low yesterday. Very aggressive selling into the close. 572s all the way down to 568.40s as the day low on the spider, and we're pulling right back up. 574 halves testing on the arachnid as of right now, Neil. So let's see. The market is hella strong as of right now. I keep saying what, Neil? The arachnid? I mean, it is like, look at it climb.
No, I actually had to kill a spider this morning. So.
You had to kill it? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Why did that?
No, it was basically like it was gigantic and it was in the downstairs bathroom. My daughter would have seen it in the morning and freaked out, so I had to bite the bullet. I had to do it. Sometimes you just got to do it. I literally have arachnophobia, so trust me, I was like quaking in my boots.
Have you ever
my daughter
picked it
comes
up
first
and like thrown it outside?
No.
You can like just be like, all right, I'm just gonna
pick it up.
Just pick it up with like a paper towel or something.
I didn't want to think about that.
Place it outside.
I'm not even thinking about picking. Okay, so let's go back to trading because Amazon heading to the downside off of VWAP, and I need to take my mind off of spiders. Why would you even say pick it up? Why would anybody pick up a spider? So Amazon just got to 198 after the VWAP rejection. Now I'm playing lower highs, shorts into VWAP, the Bezos blockade or the Bezos barrier or the Bezos. I only have those two. I already said blockade. I said blockade and barrier, and I don't have a third one, so sorry. Just held again, but 198, another higher low. So you got higher highs and higher lows. I'm still playing the fade on this one as long as it continues to work. And no, I'm not going to be reading the chat if you put stuff about arachnids in there. I'm just going to ignore it, and we'll talk some more stocks. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, market's climbing to the upside there. Nice little crawl all the way up here, both on the ES and the NASDAQ. So again, it's a good thing. Amazon, where's the bid at? I have no idea. Price is definitely compressing. That again, 10,000 lots at that 200. We definitely need some buying pressure to take that out. That's what I'm thinking right now. And what kind of price action do you build buying pressure on? I have no idea either. That's a good question to ask, I think. But I guess Intel holding up as well. I see that, again, that is another name that I had on watch a little bit, that 2230. They're holding on Intel. Pre-market highs at that 2240-ish area. Let's see if we can get up there. Market tailwind is hella strong there, Neil. But yeah, nothing too crazy. There goes Amazon. Oh boy.
Oh boy, Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. Best part? This limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited offer. Shout out to Trade the Pool, where I'm sure you can trade the SPY, which is the only thing you should ever refer to it as, because that is what it is. It's the SPY. Let's throw it on up. I did reload Amazon on that last wick into 199. Let's go to the desk to see what our Raider trader is saying. What up, Andrew?
Okay, I just had to do like a clickbait thing. So as far as what we're doing right now, as far as what we're doing, I would like someone, Obi, if you could press money, in Sean's memory. Listen, no, well, he didn't pass away. Wait, not Sean's memory, but in his
alive.
Absence of presence.
Can you do it,
Sean
Fabian?
Is still alive. We are having a big trade on this. This is my biggest trade of the week here, ENPH. I've been adding to this all this morning. So $88 again is my target. Now I do want to talk about one more trade. We mentioned this yesterday. Disney. You actually had this nasty gap down, but I am still holding this for 11.08. The strength is serious. And I believe that this right here was somewhat of a max pain move. So still holding this one, but again, the market's just ripping through that 574. We are continuing to go. Am I saying I'm surprised? Maybe, but realistically, I mean, we should have known this. Again, guys, seasonal expectations. The better trade was to the upside. What that looks like is always different. But so far, so good. We're ripping, man.
We're absolutely ripping. I dropped the money plane for you in there as Obi doesn't have Sean's board.
No,
I keep saying we need to fix that because it makes no sense
I have
for
to
you
log on to a different account.
Yeah, you
so
have
the Stream
my
Deck is
account.
totally different.
You have my account.
Yeah, I have your Stream Deck board here. So we got to get on that a little bit going forward. But yeah, no. There's the cash cow right there. There goes Sean right in the cash cow. Yeah, no, this consolidation here is very interesting. The market has pushed above that 20,200, maybe taking a little bit of a pullback. So maybe we are holding this VWAP for a little longer than I'd like. 137.30 is the high on Nvidia as of right now. A bit of a wicking action there on I thought that was a 15-minute, but that is a 3-minute. So all right, not as significant as the 15 as of right now. But yeah, no, I'm not really looking at anything else, guys. I know there are other trades.
Russell's on fire, by the way. It's
Russell
still happening.
is on fire. You said Russ, best rapper alive.
Yeah, and no, absolutely everything. Well, everything is on fire. I have to update you guys on Bitcoin because I have a trail in now. And remember, we said 71.5. That was this little prior low in here. There's a 15-minute chart of Bitcoin. Courtesy of TradingView. So 71,500. That just tagged. And the second it did I hit save on my trend line? Apparently not, but it doesn't really matter. So I'll just draw it again. So now that it's hit target, trail in, look for VWAP or trace. So that'll be all the way where we got into it. Maybe we get something a little bit higher. I do want to rejoin the trend if we're able to grab it. But if we lose this trend line, I am going to be out of that IBIT long. Amazon still holding on to VWAP, though the market is distinctly different this time. So the second I saw a bit, now remember, when I had the VWAP short the last time, where did it turn? Right there at 198.60. So in this test, which is strong, when it goes to that level, I get some aggressive scalp trades out. So it's putting in some higher lows, but I know that's where the buying came in that test. The fast test that worked well, great. We took some out there first because we always will at the supply zone and then let it play to 198. More aggressive here. Why? Because it's stronger. And no reload this time either. So I'm going to back off of reloading this level and then wait for higher to stay green on Amazon. I believe let's go to the desk and take care of some biz. Or do the small cap recap.
We're going to talk here about the IWM, which is just alluded to there a little bit. It is very strong, up almost 1.5%. Basically at day's highs right now here on this 15-minute chart. We are pushing into 221, but the main level here for the Russ over the last few weeks has been that 222. We tried to eclipse it yesterday, but we were unable to do so. That was as of the pre-market. We sold off after that. So keep an eye on 222. 220 has also been a little bit of interest here for the Russell. We can see it rejecting that area pretty hard all throughout yesterday's session. In terms of small caps and watch, we have Theriva Biologics. This one was actually on our watch list this morning. TOVX trading on the Amex of about 35%. One of 5 finalists for this Merck grant. This will be, they're going to have to go to Europe to present here. So TOVX with that potential grant story and a 2.2 million share float. Also, VIR, this one up 18%. Their reported earnings, they missed here across the board, but they did receive get a buy rating maintained here by Needham. So positive response there. Then we have another small cap earnings play, STEM. This one actually reported yesterday morning, so this is a day 2 move. They kind of sold off, chopped around yesterday, missing across the board, but looks like the nice recovery here, up about 14% for STEM, guys.
STEM in the house. Shout out to Adara for giving us those small caps. That GSAT, I'm going to be, will forever be regretting not just jumping in. It was free locates, and we sort of saw that one. Like, it was like, if you could hold on to VWAP, what happens right away at the open, you're rejecting underneath VWAP. It was very fast. And again, you're going to look at, you have to be paying attention to the names that are part of your trade action, part of your trade plan. And that's what you got to do. Like, I knew we were going to be focused on Amazon, which is not on, there we go, Amazon, which is not on the AMEX, which that stock is. Remember what I told you guys. If Amazon breaks that high, jump out, no reload. Looking stronger. So get more aggressive out and then allow it to break and then wait for the 200 area. So pick your spots, make sure you take profit. If it goes to 200 again, it has yet to break $200. Maybe this is a time that it actually runs through that level. IBIT's still continuing to go higher. You got to feel like this time it's going through, but until it actually breaks 200, it is what it is. I still have my order out on Intel for this inevitable, it seems like an inevitable breakout. I have to be really patient for it through that pre-market high, that 2340 level. So I'm still looking for that break. Might join it at VWAP now that you're getting at least a bit of a decent trend. Was never catching a falling knife with this name. It was break out the top or show me strength. It's at least now showing me some strength to be able to play off of it here at VWAP. But that 2340 break is still there for me.
Yeah, I have no idea if it's gonna come into that 200 as of right now, but we're printing 99.30s, 99.40s, about 200 lots sitting at that 99.5. But again, we've taken out size like that coming off of the open, so nothing too crazy in terms of size. It's not really significant. The only significant size, again, just in and around or over 10,000 lots sitting at that 200 mark there. Price is compressing quite nicely here, so again, I like that price compression. Let's see if it's like winding up. When that pressure gets a little released, I'm curious to know which way that pressure will or the price will go. If not, we just trade sideways for the rest of the day. If we don't go one way or the other way, who knows? But it's again, like you said earlier, distinctly different from the rest of the market, bless you, distinctly different for sure from the rest of the market. You can see how strong both the ES and the NASDAQ are here, taking out that size at that 50s right here. So a little bit of a stack there at the 60s. That stack gets wiped as well. Let's see, we are on our way to 200, or do we just make a lower high and come right back in? Price is compressing. We're making lower highs and higher lows as well, orbiting in and around this VWAP area. If you have moving averages, they're kind of getting all chopped up as of right now as well. I like VWAP as well, just a bit of a core of the price action as of right now, as Amazon orbits around this level underneath that 200 mark while the market runs to the upside. So definitely a bit of a wind up here as a package potentially gets delivered through that 200 on Amazon. Are we primed for it? I have no idea, Neil, but
well
sideways action nonetheless. So just got to be patient. We'll wait. Whatever happens, happens. If it doesn't happen, that's perfectly fine. What is the next trade is what I'll be asking, but it seems like the NASDAQ long or the SPY long, ES long was the trade of today. And Nvidia still pushing through those highs. We talked about some of those levels on Nvidia in the pre-market today, and Nvidia definitely showing us some of that strength as of right now. Who else in the chip sector here? I'm looking at
Marvell.
AMD not really doing too much. What's going on with Marvell?
Marvell is continuing, brought to you by Adara, actually. That's trying to bull flag it in here. Yeah, it is trying to bull flag on the 15-minute. Pulling back into prior support, I suppose, at 86.5. They don't report till end of the month, but going upside in a big way after breaking out here on the daily. So 85.6 is that prior high in the daily chart. It looks like you could get a VWAP retracement. That's what I'd like for Amazon, or maybe, actually, no, sorry, Nvidia. Amazon's still trying to get that 200 level. At the end of the day, I got the breakout set for Intel. IBIT's about to break out those highs. It hasn't really given a good dip buy for reload on IBIT just yet. but I think it's going to be the Amazon show at 200 next. So I played it off VWAP a couple times in a scalp off the 200 level, made sure we got out of its way when it started going upside more. But the 200 level is incoming. I feel like everyone and their mother is going to punch this level. When it goes, 201.50 still overhead resistance on the daily. So to me, a long is into 201.50, and then I'd look reversal. 201.50 was a breakout zone that I liked a little bit more. If it gets through 201.50, then you're through the Bezos barrier.
201.30 is the all-time high, right?
Well, yeah,
201.30,
I mean,
201.20-ish, depending on.
I said 50 because it's like the even.
Yeah, it's the even after. Yeah, so it's like you're saying that if we can get past that 201.50 and sustain and hold, you like the continuation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Let's see. Market's still booming right here. So let's see if we can if we've passed that 200 after we get back from Madeira with crypto.
We'll be quick here as we wait for that Bezos brick wall to break, but we do have here Bitcoin with what's looked like trying to make its first bullish candle in the last 2 days. We got as low as 68.7s here, now at around 71.6 and progressing rapidly. So good look here for BTC, though yesterday it looked a bit more bearish. Apparently there was a 5.5% decrease in the overall crypto market and $250 million worth of bullish liquidation bets, or bullish bets were liquidated. So $250 million in bullish liquidations and a push into extreme greed. Looked bearish, but right now pushing higher for BTC. Ethereum here, slightly weaker than BTC, still up on the day, but up only 0.2%, just below that 2,600 level. Solana up 1 2/3%, as are XRP, Toncoin, and Cardano. So slight strength for most of these names here, guys. Back to the Bezos wall.
Like they need buying pressure.
Thank you very much. Yeah, back to the Bezos wall. And no, it's still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. Look, I'll just show you here. I'll show you guys IBIT that we're still in. Obviously, Amazon's at that 200 level, so a lot of traders are going to be interested in that. You know, the trend that we put on Amazon the whole way. Like I'm just long once at 27, and then we've been getting out on the way up. Any close underneath this day-long trend line, and I'm going to get out. So you haven't really had a close underneath. You're still challenging. And now Amazon is at the 2. Oh, come on. 199.99. You can't make it up. $1.2 million, $1.3 million on the offer of Amazon currently. So there is the brick wall that we're talking about. It's not the Bezos barrier.
Neil, can I have some more buying power? I want to take that guy out.
Done.
Thank you.
I mean, my hands are on the keys here because I'm going through the breakout, so I'm probably not going to go into Metro right now. So I'm just throwing that out there. Like, no, I'm not taking my hands off my keys when it's at 99.97. Yeah, let's go ahead and look somewhere else and do something else when you're about to get a breakout of Amazon. Any second now, just go. Did we come all this way?
Okay, all right.
Please just break this live for everybody. It's trying to go. You know what's going to happen now? We're going to stare at it. It's going to reject again, go to like 25 cents down, and the scalpers are going to continue to have fun with it. But no, you're going to chew through this. You've done 40 million shares on the day. You're not going to have any trouble. But see how people are just shorting in front of it?
Yeah,
There's profit takers. They're getting the rebate. And when it breaks through, you're going to have everybody that was scalp trading it. There you go.
Let's go.
There you go. That's what we're talking about. Get her done. Get her done. So first move, just what you saw it go right into 40s. Is it going to hold? Hold 200, hold 200, get right back. Hold the pullback. No, it does not hold the pullback. So you know how I roll.
Oh boy.
Bam. Jam. And then if you don't hold it, I'm out. Oh, you can't see the out because with these charts. Anyways, the out's right in here, break even out or just underneath it. I threw my stop right underneath that 200 level, but we got 50s twice on Amazon. Somehow, no way, that's impossible. Did I get out right underneath? Oh, wow, I got a great fill. I thought I got filled in the second candle. No, I got that out there. P Pro 8 for the win. What an out on the break-even stop. That's golden. That's one of the best fills wow. Okay, so I'm going to look for a VWAP retracement, but on a breakout trade, everyone has their own trading style. For a breakout trade, remember, I think that the Bezos zone is still a little bit of a sell. So 201.50 is the bigger level as far as I'm concerned. So I don't mind taking the break, but it's going to be a tight stop because I've been looking short on it. I got a really good fill. I'm not going to lie. That was a fantastic fill on the way back out. I was still holding on to the final third for the dream, and I think I lost like 11 cents. or 11 or 12 cents on that final third. That's a gold fill. Shout out to our stop orders. It doesn't get any better than that. I could have easily been filled down here like 72. Let's go to Mr. Raider at the desk.
Hola. Okay, that was not the Spanish channel of Raider. But as far as this right here, TLO, TWLO, this is the name we mentioned yesterday. There was some money betting on a new high today. We have just achieved that. I am still holding my position. A lot of momentum in this. But another name that I'm looking at is actually Boeing. Boeing right here, they got a deal earlier, or some news in the morning, and they're popping off of the lows. Now, when we talk about max pain, they never actually took it below that max pain point. So the thesis from a technical standpoint is still correct that this was max pain here. And so now that we're coming higher, I look to play the continuation into this lunch hour and eventually the close of BA. So scalpers out there, I'd be targeting a new high at 157.07 right here for today.
That Max Payne look there. It's not just a good movie, it's a good way to look for trading opportunities there, Andrew. So go get them. Oh, Amazon. Okay, so while I was waxing poetic about how fantastic that fill was getting out of the breakout trade, well, it works both ways. You can get a good fill, and then you can miss a great one off of VWAP. So I was sitting on Amazon. Yeah, the problem here is I was sitting at 199.03. I was sitting right in front of 199 for the dip buy into VWAP. And it went to 10s, right back up to the top. So you get out, look for the VWAP dip, and I didn't get it. However, I have to go back over to IBIT just for a quick second because it closed underneath the trend, and I jumped out. So this will show you right there. Closed underneath my trend line, and I got out. I'm looking for the dip into VWAP once again, so we'll close that trade. We liked IBIT. Tried to explain yesterday, you had the bounce off of the prior trend line down on Bitcoin. That trend line with the lower highs on BTC ended up holding a support. That's a heck of a lit grab underneath that 200 to get down to 199. If it look at that candle, oh my goodness!
That was messy.
If you break now,
Messy.
now the breakout actually it could be better the second time through. I still want the 199 if I'm able to get it. But you know what? You're not going to be able to find the right stocks to trade. You're not going to be able to find the right levels to trade if you don't have the right tools. And if you want the right tools, an eSignal is for you. Trade smarter, not harder. You want to get an elite trading experience, then you need something that's going to allow you to analyze the market on a high level in a reliable way so you can capitalize on profitable opportunities with a platform that's going to fill all of your needs. We're talking about data on every single market equity that you could possibly imagine, instant trading access, customizable to the nines here with eSignal, charting that's going to change the game for you with excellent back testing and, of course, forward testing so that you can take a strategy, develop it, see if it's actually working when you put it into real trading. Charts that are going to change the way that you trade and the ability to scan for those opportunities. Set up a quote board. You want to do pairs trading? Go ahead and do that. You want to see what's strongest within a sector? Then make sure you put that in there. Every single indicator you want to paint your charts with too many moving average lines to be able to make sense of it? Go ahead and do that. Float your boat. I wouldn't suggest that if I were you. But at the end of the day, you need a good platform out there because charts are going to be the window to your experience with the market. So check out eSignal, scan the QR code, check the link in the description, and start trading with them right away. eSignal is absolutely fantastic. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be setting mine up at lunchtime today. Just downloaded it. So, okay, I jinxed it. No secondary break of 200. Another pullback off the 200 level. Let's see if it gets into VWAP again. And I try to pick something up off the 199. So like I said, I got out of that trade on IBIT, and I'm looking for a VWAP retracement here back into Bitcoin. So we went long the quarters, held it into 40.70 in there. Now we're looking for the dip here in Amazon. Why am I standing in front of a falling knife? No, you wanted it the first time through. I'm not going to stand in front of a falling knife. Let's see it actually make a bounce in a higher low. Shouldn't be rushing into that one. You can get lucky with one of those, but I don't want it running me over. You still have a good trend to the upside. Let it confirm. I'd rather be going with it than trying to catch that falling knife and just hope it works out for me. So that's not my trading style at all. So let's see if it puts in a higher low. I want some confirmation that we're going to get a better move here off VWAP. I wouldn't have been filled anyways. It didn't get down underneath the quarter mark by very far. So I wouldn't have been filled regardless. Maybe just a secondary break here, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what the stock is going to do, but again, I just had a trading idea and trying to execute as well as I can on that idea there. That 200 broke. That 200 break was pretty nasty there. Pushes up to 200.5s right away, and then flushes down almost a full point down to 199s, and then kind of just chopping and churning just in and around that 200 once again. You can see the market's taking a bit of a pullback as well here. So let's see if Amazon has finally caught up with a little bit of its beta here. What's going on, Adara?
That's not what I'm.
What a sector board here. Green all the way across the board for finance. Be aware, BRKB is scheduled to report here. So Berkshire Hathaway earnings on watch. This whole sector, though, really strong, led by BRKB and JPM here. Technology services, great. We had Oracle selling off about 4% yesterday, rebounding at least half that move so far. So good look for ORCL. Great look for retail trade, led, of course, by AMZN. Consumer services, green. Transportation, sharply green. Consumer durables, health services. Energy minerals here a bit more mixed. We have COP giving back some of the move yesterday on its earnings. Then we have CVX up 3%. They reported this morning, as did XOM, which is more or less flat. Bit more mixed in utilities as well. NEE down, SO down. So two largest components to the downside, but Dominion Energy strong here after reporting earnings this morning. Health technology here, some strength in ABT and TMO, but Lilly still struggling after earnings. MRK a bit to the downside. Nick's board, but I mean, I haven't even talked about electronic technology yet because this one's interesting. With the exception of Apple down in an earnings move and AMD, just a little bit negative here as well. We're generally very strong here with the sector. Semiconductor strength with the exception of AMD thanks to Intel's report. And Boeing here, actually a positive story. Let's see if Kelly Ortberg and co. can get some resolution to that strike, guys. Great look on this board for the most part.
Thank you, Sharif. I got the spoon.
The spoon is in hand.
Spoon is in hand.
So now why is this the biggest spoon? Oh, I mean, okay, that probably doesn't even fit in does it even fit in the Vegemite? Oh, it's fine. It literally does not. Seriously, like the one spoon that doesn't even fit in the Vegemite. So where's the fail button? Why would anyone, like, you couldn't eat yogurt with this? What, you wouldn't stir a coffee with this?
Okay, all right. I
don't even understand.
We're just gonna wait for another spoon to come in. Oh, okay.
Oh wow, it's gift wrapped.
Thank you.
There you go. So now, okay, we'll do it maybe at the end of the throw because the market's pulling back in here rather heftily.
19 minutes.
So by the way, as I said, got out of IBIT, got out of that Amazon in the nick of time, and now the market pulling back. But Apple back underneath the over/under 223 for me. Which is also VWAP, by the way. So Apple just pulled back underneath VWAP with that market move. I didn't try to just grab it. I tried to get some 90s when it came back in through here, like the confirmation candle. Didn't get them. I'll look for any kind of a bounce. Maybe we're going to get a bounce off VWAP here. So if NASDAQ bounces off VWAP, Apple bounces, plays back into 223. This is one we slapped an L on. Like my red stock today is this trade in Apple on that weakness. Now I want to play back into that weakness. A little bit of a hump, a little bit of a rejection, play back into the short. Amazon's been good. Amazon could have been great if that had followed through. It hasn't. I got to zoom back in because you get a big gap up. It is what it is. So it did not follow through. You're still rejecting the 200 level. We'll see how we do at VWAP here. I'd like a secondary break. Could look pretty good for Amazon. But with the market in pullback mode, got to be patient. If it's going to bounce off VWAP, let it bounce off VWAP. But my eyes are going to be on VWAP for the NASDAQ. If it bounces there, I want to look for some kind of an entry into Apple off of that. But we've profited on our longs. I've taken them out. Let's go see what Andrew is doing.
How are we doing all? So with this sell-off right here, one thing really kind of sparked into my mind that around that 574 level, we've been talking about that today. There was actually, how I got that level was there was actually some flow that I saw come in. A huge call seller on NDX. And this is kind of how I position and see walls. NDX flow from my research, even in the last 3, 4, 6 months, these NDX orders have upwards of like a 88% accuracy to setting expectations. So this NDX guy basically said we'd close under 574 today. So if we do have another high, something in the markets or a chop into the lunch hour past Euro close 11:30, I'll be looking to short. Now, how do I get short side exposure without paying a huge premium, especially with the VIX where it's at today? SQQQ. This is, as an options trader, this is what I try to look at. We talked about this before. Derivatives, bearish derivatives, they can offer cheaper premiums for the similar directional exposure in indices without having to pay that massive premium. So, it's not that I'm a couponer or a thrift store user, but that's how you go around the markets. You got to find the right prices, and you got to see if the risk to reward is worth it here. So SQQ calls, SQQQ. That is what I would be looking to position into around euro close if you do want some downside exposure, given how cheap the contracts are.
I mean, that's a great look, and I have no qualm saying it. Andrew, when I was your age, I was a couponer. I was a value guy. I said we were on the aftermarket show, and I was telling you I ate a lot of pork and beans in university, straight up. Because Sharif, you laugh all you want, man. Like, hey, track practice, and you got to lift, and I got to get a lot of protein in there, and I was like a bean pole, so it was really, really cheap. I mean, we're talking 69 cents a can, bro. And you get the Heinz. Oh yeah, it was delicious. Like, you get some chicken cutlets on that bad boy, and you're good to go. Let's go over to Adara to take care of some business.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatment. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
Keeps it real. I'm just saying. So VWAP bounce here, the NASDAQ. So I said I'd look at VWAP for Intel. Wait a minute. Okay, that just got heavy a second.
Yeah,
okay, so look, that looked like a patented pull into prior support, bounce off VWAP, and then you had a little bit of a heavy move in there. The futures are trying to bounce off of what was the initial range top and now turns into a VWAP dip buy. And maybe I'm early dipping my toes in here. But we might be. I'm giving this one to 55s on Intel. Might be early on this one. It looked like that was a decent confirmation forming, but we might still be heading lower here. So yeah, the stop is in. There will not be an ad. I took about a third of what I'd usually be in Intel, but that was early. Amazon's trying to hold on to VWAP. Amazon's holding on to VWAP better. Intel is not. Apple is absolutely not. Tesla is not. I should be in an Apple short. I don't have much of an excuse for not being in the Apple short underneath that 233. I like 223, I should say. I like 223. We took it once. That's an L for the day. And then there was a mean reversion that I didn't grab either on Apple. Higher low, higher low. Look where it closes underneath the trend. Boom. I love that setup. Now, you got to be looking short already for something like this because it's trending up when it does it, but I was looking shorts on Apple. So I should have been into that trade. Like I said, I don't really have a good excuse for not being in it. Outside of I missed this trade at 223. Rapid action here. The NASDAQ's at that 20,150 and bouncing off of VWAP in here. So I'll allow that bounce to maybe give me an entry on Apple into VWAP, but it was Intel that we just got into. So it's trying to hold again. If we can close green on this candle above, then I should be adding. Ooh, we just got an early look. Yeah, we did.
What's the early look?
Ramin, we just got an early look seeing Satya set up. Ramin's trying to tell me that we didn't just see that, which we did. Satya and Sharif on the midday going to be dropping hot lessons for everybody. Okay, now Intel is trying to confirm, so I'll look to add to it. Let me go back over to Amazon because Amazon might have been the best. Yeah, like look at the liquidity. Look at these grabs at VWAP.
Yeah,
Heavy grabs at VWAP here on Amazon. Like it's rejecting it and getting right back into the 30s and 40s. So you're still getting this nice little bounce, but Amazon seems like it wants to charge back up to that 200 level. Let's go back to our good friend, Mr. Raider.
So I have a few announcements. Number one, I did actually exit majority of my ENPH and TLO trades. I'm going to hold some runners, given the risks of the market as well as that NDX flow this morning. Signaling that we might close under 574. I think we got a lot of that upside potential already. Risk to reward is down, diminishing as far as into the rest of the day. I'm going to go eat lunch, but I will say this. Into the end of the day, Raider, since it's my last day, is going to be giving away an exuberant amount of money. So for everyone in here, if you don't show up to the after show, I'm sorry, but you can't make a lot of money, potentially. So that's my announcement. You guys better stay.
You heard it. Mr. Rader's going to be on the market recap show tonight and doing a giveaway. So make sure you stick around for the rest of the day, not just for the lessons, not just to see Obi have to. Well, you know what? You're going to do it any second now because we're almost done the morning show. Yeah. You probably want to do it before lunch so you get the taste out of your mouth when you eat lunch. But yeah, Obi. And shout out to everyone in our fantastic community, and a shout out to Russell Jackson for doing some heavy lifting. Hey Davis, everyone that gave the super chats. We had a goal today. I think it's, we just started doing this because I think they just started throwing up. We decided to have some fun here with the chat, which you have to be a subscriber for. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe, get in the chat, and then you could participate in something like we did today, where Obi, because we got 10 orange super chats, has to do a spoonful of Vegemite.
You want me to do it right now?
Well, I mean, the spoon is here. The Vegemite is here. It's up to you. You got to do it before 11 o'clock when we throw it over. But it's up to you. If you're gearing up for a position, I don't want to put any pressure on you. Maybe we'll go to Adara for Money Talk.
Look at those bids get.
And then we'll come back for some Vegemite goodness. And there's nothing good about it.
What a day when it comes to economic data. This week was jam-packed. We did have PCE and GDP there on Thursday and Wednesday, respectively. Now we have non-farm payrolls, which came in well below expectations, to put it mildly. 12,000 jobs versus 106,000 expected and 223,000 prior for the month of October. There are a couple of things to note, though, here. We did have BLS saying that the Boeing strike actually likely was a huge contributor here to the fact that we had less jobs being recorded than expected. Apparently, they're thinking that subtracted about 44,000 jobs. That was expected as well. I'd read some analyst notes saying that BA and that strike could be impacting this print, so that's worth noting. Also, as mentioned this morning, hurricanes potentially impacting this number as well. There was also revisions lowered these previous combos here by 112,000. So August and September, we've now had 112,000 less jobs than initially reported, thanks to those downward revisions over the last 2 months. We also had here this morning a higher than expected S&P manufacturing PMI, a lower than expected, also higher than expected your ISM, lower than expected ISM PMI, higher than expected S&P PMI. I was looking at the wrong ISM number there, guys. But unemployment here, 4.1% versus 4.1% prior. Next week should be huge for the DXY and for the market. We have that presidential election on November 5th. Then on November 7th, uncharacteristically on a Thursday, we have the FOMC meeting. Right now, the market's pricing in a 25 basis point cut, following that somewhat surprising 50 basis point cut we got at the last meeting. Let's see how this goes, guys.
Yep. Right? Like, all right, so you have a great price, and then when it starts to accelerate, you're good.
No, we're just talking about that reversion on Apple here when the market did that nasty pullback into VWAP, which we're still in as we speak. But another bit of a rejection here on Apple. It tried to get into 223. If we can come to the chart, try to get into 223, where I was looking for a VWAP short. Look at that wick. Like one little move, like 50 pennies up, rejection back to the downside. It might have just been right to stay away from some of those longs. I'm still going to wait for IBIT to come back in here and give us, let me zoom out so you can see like yesterday. So basically all it did is you had a consolidation for the second part of the afternoon. We took a break of that consolidation, played it into, I'll zoom it all the way out so you can see technically where we got the trade from. Take it all the way into this prior support in here. And once you tag that and reject it, I got out of it on trend, and now we wait for it to pull back into VWAP. So if it bounces off VWAP, great. I'm going to go back into a long on IBIT. But until then, you let your plays work for you, and then you wait for the next available trade. I'm not going to force the action whatsoever here on IBIT. I want it to show me some strength off of VWAP. But man, I should be short Apple. There's no question about it.
Yeah, that reversion was wild, man. Like this. I'm just looking at these wicks, these candle bodies right here. Like, oh boy, look at that candle coming in right through that 20,200. I'm just like, oh damn, girl, look at that body, and coming right in. Look at that. That's aggressive right here. You guys don't know that song? Come on, I work out. All right, so 20,200 coming in right now to 20,100. That aggressive selling, and buyers are definitely working out on that one, working out of that one. Yes, Neil. you never know what to expect.
You really don't know what to expect. The timing of that was I don't know if you realize how.
Just talking about candle bodies. You got the wicks, you got the candle bodies. You know?
Sure you are, Obi. Sure you are. You know what you are doing right about now,
yes.
though? So first of all, okay, I'm going to get some out of the Intel bounces off VWAP here. Looks like we're not getting the VWAP yet on IBIT, but the Vegemite's locked and loaded and ready. And shout out to everyone that participated in this. Because we have a fantastic and fun community. And shout out to Fabian and Ramin for the idea to allow Obi the privilege of a spoonful of Vegemite because our generous viewers decided to get us to that super chat goal. We needed 10. No, well, it's probably better if you don't smell it. You don't want to smell it first. You're going to do it anyway, so you might as well just do it.
That's the full flavor. Don't you know, like 60% of taste is like.
Yeah, my strong suggestion, because I have done this before and it wasn't fun, is to just go ahead and get it done.
Okay.
It doesn't taste good, it doesn't smell good. If Ramin says that she doesn't think it's that bad, to each their own.
All right. Well, I mean, I got to do this myself. Is somebody going to feed me? Like, what's happening here?
Feed you?
Okay.
I know you didn't just ask someone to feed you, Obi.
I did. I mean, look, this spoon is struggling to get in there as well. So is this?
That'll work.
That'll work. That's about a spoonful.
That'll work.
About a spoonful.
Now you're just stalling.
All right, guys. Vegemite. So let's go through some of the
Get her done.
Some of the stats here. Okay. Servings per package, 30 servings. So we can do this about 30 times, Neil, and we'll be fine. So that's pretty good. There's a lot of liquidity in here. You can kind of. Okay, so yeast extract.
Right now. He's stalled. He's
grown
scared.
on barley and wheat, salt, mineral salt. There's some. Okay.
Sometimes you just gotta grit your teeth and get it done. He's fronting. See that look? Oh, get out of here. Ugh. No, you did not. No, you did not. No, you did not. You have no idea how nasty this stuff is. It expired 2 years ago. Serious right now?
Stop it. Get some help.
This is not as nasty as the lick grab that we had at that 200 mark. That's all I'm going to say. So after living through that a little bit.
Yo, props. I'll give it up to you. I got to give that up.
There's still some left.
He didn't even make a face. And he's still licking it, which is kind of grossing me out.
Get some help.
It's kind of not coming out.
Now, wow, you took that like a...
Next trade.
Like an absolute
What's the
champion.
next trade? Let's
like
go.
an absolute champion. Stuff's disgusting, man. It's gross. That's gross. That stuff is gross. But wow, I'm actually very impressed, Obi. Like really, kudos to you, an absolute sport. And you're still licking it, so I'm just gonna look away. He's still licking the spoon as if
it's
this
like
is
stuck on there, dude. Here comes 200 again.
Just because it's on there doesn't actually mean you've got to clean it. There's a dishwasher out back that does that job. It's cool.
200 again. Amazon, here we go.
I'm kind of speechless. Obi will just eat it as the market is eating up the offer because we bounced off VWAP. There we go. We bounced off VWAP on the NASDAQ. Why? Because the NASDAQ
200.
The NASDAQ just listened to Obi and said, hey, if Obi can do the Vegemite, then the market can get back to the high of the day. So let's go. Shout out to you, Russell Jackson. Let's go, Obi. Let's go. Let's go. I absolutely love it. Unbelievable. Shout out to you, Russell. Which, by the way, it is Russell. Russell's been one of our longtime viewers from when we came onto YouTube, and he's the one that got us this Vegemite. And that was a while ago. We got this in 2020, and it does say
Another great year for trade.
It says April 22 here. So as far as I'm concerned, that expired like 2.5 years ago. So just a quick update. We only have like 90 seconds to go, and then we'll throw you guys over to Taya and Sharif. That VWAP bounce on Intel, I was early on it. We waited for a confirmation green candle, grabbed some more at 74. It's now playing into the $23 level. I just took some out. Now I roll 80s, 88s, 94s. If it breaks 23, look at all these topping tail candles. Every break of 23 is failing 23.10. So as it gets into that, you know what, as a matter of fact,
200.
On that note, I'm going to get one more out here in front of 23. And then I'm going to look for a break of 23. If it gets into the 23.10 and does not break, I'm going to cover more underneath the 23 level. But I want to let this play through this area without taking any fills. And if it breaks out the top, take the fills through the high of the day, if that makes sense for everybody. As Amazon is also going right back into 200.
Like it just reserved 200.
It just cannot hold above $200.
Like
it was like one breakout trade. You could get 40s and 50s. That's pretty much the best you get. Like 250 cents is the high of the day. And then it was right back under for a fail. If you shorted it, it was better than if you longed it, obviously, but we didn't. And now you're getting a nice rounded bottom into what looks like a secondary break. I still think 201.50 is the big resistance level on Amazon. Look, man, it's a chart setup, okay? Not everything has to be innuendo. It's a nice chart setup. You get a rounded bottoming pattern. Is that better? Rounded bottoming pattern into a potential re-break of the high on Amazon.
I like those patterns.
I know you like those patterns. But you know what else we like? We love the midday, where we're about to throw you. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. And hopefully we'll have just as much fun as we did. And then in the aftermarket show, we're going to have Andrew Rader with a giveaway as well. So that's going to be a big one. We have a big day planned for everybody. It's been a fun Friday. But let's kick it on over to Sharif and Satya for a little bit of Learn to Trade.
Apparently it's Joseph on today. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Satay, the crypto queen.
Hello, guys, and that is Sharif.
Thank you.
And we are back on the midday show, as you should, on every Wednesday and Friday when I'm on, and then every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
I like that. And you got a lesson for us today. And it's a like a good lesson.
A good,
I was about to say another word. And I'm like, maybe I'm not OB, right? What's up, everybody? Let's shout out the gang coming in. Shout out to Pillsbury and Mateus Lane. Shout out to Dam. Shout out to Adam DeLuce, Ryan, MCR, and Andrew Chow. We got the OG Gorov and Julie Beckwith joining us as well. Derek Thompson and 1320. Oh, Mary Ellen, DVD Ripper. I like that. VN Vin Duong. We got Rogelio Concepcion. He says, hey, Satya. Idris. Shout out to Idris. Shout out to Jay Haas and Stock Up as well. Bedhead Trader. That is a good one right there. Hurt Scrambler. We got Ocean Goose and Jeremy Newman. BJZ. Russell Jackson. Shout out to Adara. Oh my God, Lily looking so beautiful. Shout out to Nessa. Erie Pages. Manjinder Manny. Betson Burrell, we got Anish, we got the Piper, Sean Drake joining us, CompuCare team, shout out to you as well. Milky Way, the Sido 26, and it wouldn't be a day without Mr. Love Shack joining us as well. And shout out to Gorilla Glue Grip. I like that because Joe's always, chiming. He's like, you got paper hands, bro. You need to work on that grip strength at the gym, bro.
I love that.
And this guy's, he's got the Gorilla Glue Grip, so he's good to go. Good morning. How are you?
I am good. I am excellent. I hope you guys had a nice Halloween yesterday. I tuned in yesterday and I saw you in like a football uniform and Joe in his hockey uniform.
It's intense.
Yeah, that looked great. So if you guys didn't look at that, look at yesterday's video from yesterday. Tune in. They have some crazy stuff for you. But we're going to get into the lesson for today. So today,
what do you got for us?
I wanted to go more into my take profit levels, my bust stop levels. I'm always talking about it, and I want everyone to be on the same page in regards to what I'm talking about. So today is a bust stop level day. So we're going to get started in that today. So what is a bust stop level? And so we're going to do what we're covering today as well. So if we can show my screen here. Today we will be covering identifying take profit levels and identifying support and resistance zones. So we're going to get into that as of right now. So what is a bust stop level? So the term bust stop level is a term I coined to remind traders that there are zones where there could be potential bounces or rejections. Bus stop levels prevent traders from holding onto day trades for too long by anticipating support or resistance zones at key pivotal levels. So that is what I'm getting into. So how I came up with it is, this is the TTC. So this is our bus. This is one of the buses that I take. Yes. And so how I came up with it was, rather than, a price just extending, I find that, the price levels go to each bus stop. And so this is kind of the analogy where it came from. And so they're laughing in the back, but
Reb loves it.
This is where it came from. So taken to Toronto, into the finance, world. And so, we're going to get into that as well. So before I get into that, a bus stop level is a term I made up to remind traders of price action at certain levels. So it's to remind you guys that prices don't hold forever, like a bus stop. The bus doesn't stay at each station forever, right? And so like a public transit bus, stock prices usually stop for a short period of time before moving on to the next level. So a bus stop level is simply a price a ticker is likely to reach based on previous price action. It's best to acknowledge a bus stop level and see how the ticker reacts at that particular price by looking on the level 2 or the time of sales once it reaches the bus stop level. So in most cases, it's best to exit a piece or your whole position at the bus stop level to avoid potential reversals, guys. So overall, the bus stop level is a take profit strategy that is most useful for day trading or swing trading. So I'm going to get into the different type of bus stop levels. So the types of bus stop levels that we're looking at is VWAP, the current high of day, the current low of day, the previous day high, the previous day low, previous day pre-market high, previous day pre-market low, local even dollar levels, and wicks or full candles that extend outside of a range either on the day or previous days. So we're going, I love my examples. I have a whole bunch of examples for you guys, so you guys can stay on the same page with me. And so we're going to get started with that. So say, for example, we are entering here. Let's just say you had the privilege of entering right at the bottom. The VWAP level that I'm looking at for it to potentially stop at, either for a rejection, is at VWAP. So in this case, it didn't necessarily reject off of VWAP, but this is a point where I would be taking off some profits. So this is a level that I'm looking at, and then this is also a take profit target that I'm looking at the day's high. So going over here, and it reached this level as well, and then the pre-market high can also be a bus stop level that you can use as well. So this is a long example in terms of my bus stop level. And then I also have another few examples. So same type of thing, stops. This was the same as the previous photo. But with this one, say this is your entry. I would take off some profits at the second level at VWAP, maybe take some off at the previous day high. And then once it reaches the day's high, I would piece some off as well there. And then I also want to show you guys in a short example. We're going to Adara though, and I'll be back with that.
Just keep an eye here on TSLA. We have Elon Musk tweeting, and I quote, Tesla FSD is now almost entirely AI. So potential AI sympathy play here for TSLA up about 1%. And now getting a tweet from Elon Musk that it's full self-drive, which you've heard a lot more about lately, thanks to that Cybercab launch, is now, quote, almost entirely AI, guys. Make sure you vote for your tickers.
Thank you for that, Adara. So going back to the bus stop levels, so we have a short example here. So if we just show my chart here, so this is a take profit level for shorts. So this is a low of day example. So say, for example, you get in at this price here around 1, my take profit level would be around this 2 level at VWAP. In this case, it didn't bounce off of VWAP, but sometimes I anticipate that there may be a rejection there. I would piece off some there, maybe not my full position because it broke through. It didn't have a bounce at all. Take a piece off of there. And then remainder of my position, I would be taking off at the low of day here. And that is how I found that. And then also, this is a take profit long example. So VWAP again is my take profit level. This is going long. So say, for example, you entered here at the low of the day, take a piece off of here, and then this is the high of day, and then you would piece off of there. So typically, I'm not looking for the very top of the range. I'm looking for confirmation zones. And so this is why, I'm not trying to time this very top, but you can see that the high of day is around a level where it starts to reject. Not necessarily at that price exactly, but it's a price where you want to start getting out. And so this was really consistent on Nvidia as well. So that is an example there. And then this is also a take profit level long from the previous day. So if we go back, say we got in here at this bottom, take a piece off of here, and then I'm looking at this previous pre-market day low. And so that was a take profit level as well. Again, not looking for these highs to take off, but rather a confirmation level here from the pre-market low. And so that was also a level that it got to as well on Nvidia on the 15. And then same thing, and then the same thing here. If you entered here, take a piece off of that VWAP, and then this is also the pre-market high. So notice how on this day, it got to the pre-market high and then started to reject. That is also a confirmation level as well. And then another example that I have, entered here, right at the bottom, take a piece off that VWAP, and then we have this previous day high that came up here. In this case, it would have been, taking it off a little bit prematurely, but it's not, you're not taking the whole position off, just a little bit, seeing how it reacts at that level. And then you could have taken it off again at the pre-market high in this case as well. And then showing you other examples as well, just because I find with repetition, you'll start to really understand what I'm talking about here. So this is a short example. So say you got in here, my bus stop level again would be at VWAP. VWAP is usually the second bus stop level before any other bus stop level. So VWAP is my second bus stop level, and then the previous day low was my bus stop level as well. And then I also, so now we have that covered in terms of, the pre-market high, the pre-market low, the day's high, the day's low as bus stop levels. I also have local even dollar levels as a bus stop level, but we're going to Adara. She has some news for us.
Microsoft here making new day's highs up about 2.1%. I am seeing no news on this. It's worth noting, though, we're getting a lot of social media attention. I'm talking multiple tweets per minute. This is usually the type of attention you more see when we have meme stocks running or some of these small caps. So retail traders right now definitely looking at MSFT with its highest volume candle of the day so far in the 5-minute chart. It's also worth noting Microsoft had its worst performance in one-day performance since October 2022 yesterday. So worst performance in 2 years could be a rebound after those earnings reaction yesterday, guys. For MSFT, vote for your tickers in the chat, !Dwayne, space, $, and whatever ticker you're looking at.
Awesome. Thank you, Adara. So yeah, going back to my local even dollar levels. So say, for example, you got in at the pre-market high around this 22.50 for my day traders. If you're looking for a price where, you want to start taking profits, the next even dollar would be my take profit level here. And then is that all? Yeah, that is all of the last one that I have is this one here. So on longer time frames, more for swing trading or long-term investing, if you want to look for a bus stop level, this is on the hourly time frame, and so you could look at this level, and you're looking for extended levels. So this purple line here was from 2024, and so say, for example, this is Intel, and you got in around 22.67. If you're looking for a swing trade or a long-term investment bus stop level, I'm looking here at this mark around 30.50. So that would be my bus stop level on the higher time frame. And then that's all the examples that I have today. That concludes my lesson.
Fire lesson as usual.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Sathya, for
Thank
dropping
you.
that lesson. Always very wise, informative, and quite frankly eloquent. So we're going to shout out Sathya and thank her for the lesson there while she was dropping said hot lines. I happen to weasel into a few trades. Let me cover some of them right now. We'll do with the one that I'm actually doing well on so far. CDXC holds the volume weighted average price, small cap gapper. The number one gapper since the bell has rung. Not the number one gapper on the day from 4 a.m. since the bell rang. This bad boy is up 51%. They're a global biosciences company with about a $400 million market cap and a float of 48.5 million shares. And let's find out if they have a short float of note here. CDXC. What do we got? We got 6.18% of that float is being borrowed for short, so not a bad amount there. Already a few beak wetters on it, looking to take it out or take out the next beak wetter there at just below 40s to account for that double top that we put in, I believe, at 48. So I've moved up my stop as well. Prior to all these beak wetters, I had my stop below $5. Now, as a result of this current price action, I've moved it up to below the entry. The other one I'm in, Mobileye. VWAP, hold on Mobileye. Don't know why this is up 11.5%, possibly running in sympathy with Intel. Quite frankly, obviously, we know the Intel spun this off a couple of years ago, so the connection with them, with the two companies, is well documented. Perhaps the market liking something to do, obviously, with Intel that may affect Mobileye. Not really sure, don't really care. Holding at VWAP, need this bad boy to hold VWAP, hold 15, and start curling back up. Going to keep an eye on that. Thank you, Adara. Mobileye, day 2 earnings. Adara letting me know that. That makes sense. Putting the two bad boys there back to back together. All right, the last but not least over here, ADMA, where the hell is it? There we go. We got a print finally on Adama. Not Adama Traore either for all my soccer fans. You guys know who he is. The dude is jacked, like twice my size. Apparently doesn't lift weights.
I never heard of
We'll
that person.
show him. Don't worry. We got access to the internet.
Usually it's soccer players, they have like a slim body.
The dude is... He's obese for a soccer player, but not obese in our sense.
He's
like he's
cut,
jacked.
yeah.
My man's big. Adama Traore.
Well,
anybody who watches soccer knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, how much they run? I mean, you're burning
Is
so
he
much
running
fat.
with his arms? What's
Oh, it's the arms that are jacked. That's not even the legs.
Huge. Both. The dude's huge. We'll get to him in a hot minute. So shout out to ADMA. We just got the print there, but not at a dodge. This has been a whiffling and waffling right now at the volume weighted average price. I needed to hold VWAP. You guys know how I trade these small cap gappers. They've got to respect these levels. If they don't respect them, I'm Gonzino. That's that simple. So ADMA, we de-risk there, but this is not a good trade by any means yet. This one is okay. So CDXC, let's see if we can get that print. I've been waiting up at the high 30s for a hot minute. We did reject at 35 last time around. So yeah, I expect resistance, and it looks like we're getting it right here. So that's the look there. What's Mobileye doing? Mobileye still whiffling and waffling with VWAP. It is putting in higher lows ever since that drop off 1583, okay? 1583, that's the high. It dropped down into that 1510 level. That's where VWAP is. That's what prompted me to get in. Let's see if this one wants to hold VWAP. What are your 3 rules again, asks Rivian Millionaire. Great question. Let's show CDXC, and we'll talk about it there. So, number 1, Rivian, if it traded in the pre-market, if it was running in the pre-market, I need a definable pre-market high. So, you know, not like a super consolidative area, but an area where it went to and then obviously retraced. If it has that definable pre-market high, I have to be, I will have to wait to get long once it breaks that pre-market high. So it's got to be trading above the pre-market high. And then last but not least, it's got to be north of the volume weighted average price for me to take it as a breakout trade long. Conversely, if I'm going to short these small cap gappers, it's got to be below the volume weighted average price for me to get interested in taking it short. So those are generally the rules. Obviously, I have a few more nuanced rules like my price and my volume. You know, that's how I use my scanner. My scanner, I filter everything out less than 85 pennies. The idea there is to be made aware in advance of the ones approaching $1. That's why I use 85. It's not kind of just a random number. And then the volume, Rivian, it's got to be above 250, but quite frankly, 250,000, that's for the pre-market. If we're trading after the bell, and certainly if we're trading after 11, the volume's got to be several million. Otherwise, you know, it's just not worth it for me. So that is the look right now. We're whiffling and waffling on 2 trades, but this CDXC seems to keep working into that newer high. There's a seller of note, though, certainly at 35. That's the 3rd time we've rejected off $5.35, so I won't be convinced any different that there's an iceberg order, a hidden seller. That's what we call an iceberg order. And in case you're just wondering what that is, you're a newer trader, it's essentially an order that doesn't show its full size. It shows you, say, 100 lots when there's really 1,000, right? Hence the iceberg, where it shows the majority of its mass, the majority of its mass is under the water, not above. So that is the look there. So holding on to Mobileye, we're 10 pennies out of the money. CDXC just dropped, didn't get that 35 fill, but I'm going to pack my patience because I've already moved up my order. And Adama, we just took the print at 70s, but we're, again, 10 pennies out of the money because it's zigging and zagging in this range. Satea, what have you been looking at in the morning?
Yeah, for sure. So as of right now, I'm looking at Nvidia. So I got in at 136.43. So I got in around here. It seems like it's struggling a little bit with 40s. It kind of gets to that level and then it's rejecting a little bit. But I'm still convicted in the trade. We are still above VWAP, and so I really like the look of that. And so I'm just going to hold this. I feel like I'm not really wrong until we break around 135.53. My bus stop level is around this high here. I'm not necessarily waiting for this exact high, but near it around 137. So I'm looking at that for Nvidia, looking pretty decent there on Nvidia. And then someone in the chat said Tesla, so I'm just going to go over to that as well. And I like the look of this as well. Like the fact that we made this bottom here at 10 a.m., which I really like. Typically, that is when the new trade setup happens. So we had that flush a little bit off of the open, and then we're curling up to the upside above VWAP, liking the look of that. We're approaching this day's high here around $254. Definitely think that it can reach that level as well. A poll popped up. What's your must-have for a high-energy trade day? Coffee, Raider, Neil rap battle, Reddit and Twitter updates, desk and snack stockpiles. I'm going to do a Raider and Neil rap battle. Let's do that. Let's go. But yeah, I'm looking at Tesla here as of right now. This looks like a really nice long as well. I would say that you can get in here, but for my play specifically, I'm looking for the break of 254. But I feel like it could still get from 253. I think that it can get to this 254 level. But we just want to see, that high energy on the time of sales. We want to see a hold above VWAP consistently, and so I think that is a good look. How about you, Sharif?
Just took a beak wetter. I took actually a couple of beak wetters on Mobileye there as it did break through, make another high, but it's like, let's call a spade, Satea. It's quite anemic in its ascent. So it's not giving me that big boy breakout trade, nor are there any, huge sellers that if we take them out, it's going to squeeze, not from what I can discern anyway right now on the tape or the book. And you can kind of just glance at all the different levels. You don't see any large size posted. So I'm packing my patience, and I'm also aware of the higher highs and higher lows. But on the other side of that coin, I am aware that it's quite weak in how it's ascending. So I'm displeased and I'm trying to pack my patience at the same time. Adama, let's go, bruh. I've been waiting at these 75s, but you've been ranging and you've been me off. But we're gonna keep a positive attitude. We're gonna try to print at 75, and then we're gonna put the next beak wetter above 75 at 82s. And we're going to keep it there. Now, that's what I'm looking for there. So here we go, reascending above into that 70 area. This one, it's not that spready. Quite frankly, it's a 1 penny spread, despite the fact that its volume is, right? So 6.5 million shares on a $20 name. Now it's opened up to a 2 penny spread. I think that's manageable. I think I should be able to manage that. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But Adair's got something for us, though, at the big desk.
We're going to take a look here at some of the larger movers to the upside and the downside on the S&P 500. Again, if these are any other tickers, S&P 500 or not, are on your mind, get in that chat and vote. Exclamation point, join, space, $sign, and your ticker of choice. You have 2.5 hours left to do this until the poll closes at 1:50 p.m. At 2 p.m., the top 5 tickers will be gone over by Neil and Obi, and Sharif will give you some info on that green screen, so definitely make sure to vote for your tickers of choice. Now, for the theme today, I wanted to look at tickers that are sharply to the downside, given all that strength in the market. So what's moving against the market right now? We have SMCI. This is its 3rd straight day of weakness. On Wednesday, its independent auditor resigned. No news from today, but yesterday, after that auditor news, we had some follow-ups here. We had Argus downgrading its rating on SMCI. We had actually Rosenblatt suspending analysis entirely on the stock due to its governance and accounting issues. We also had Ming Chi Kuo saying that he thinks some of the risks SMCI could face as of right now include potential trading suspension or delisting. So not a great look here for SMCI, which is down almost 6%. AES down here on earnings. They beat on EPS. They missed on sales. So this utilities and energy related name to the downside. And last but not least, another earnings miss, Amcor. AMCR down about 8%. They missed both earnings per share and sales estimates. If these or any other tickers are on your mind, make sure you vote !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice, guys. Back to the show.
Thank you very much, Adara. Get stopped out for the remaining amount on CDXC. So we take we took 3 beak wetters, get stopped out for about, I think, a 4-penny loss on 510 shelf, and quite frankly had been bouncing off that 510 shelf for a while. So the fact that it dipped into 5 wasn't something I was ready for. If it does want to defend 5, and it does look like it is bouncing back up now, that's something we can definitely organize and get back in there. Keeping an eye on Mobileye as it continues to put in those higher highs and higher lows, but it's really struggling. Now there's another one, guys, and this is the one that we talked about in the morning, GSAT. Do you ever have any of those older satellite dishes, the black ones that would move from like different satellites? Do you know what I'm talking about? Not the gray ones.
The one that like
fixed.
sits on the top of your house?
No, this one was way too big to put on the top. Like the small gray ones, I think that's what you're thinking about,
Okay,
right? Like
fair.
the No, these were big black satellite dishes, like monsters.
Okay.
And they would move from like different satellite to different satellite. It wasn't fixed, so because it was analog. It was like back in the day. Anyway,
Okay, no, that's before my time, to be honest.
I bet you've seen them around because my parents still have one in the garden for like, it's not in use anymore, but it's there. It takes more money to remove it than.
Is it like a box?
No, it's like it's like a round satellite dish with a monster big plate and an even bigger like
You lost me. You lost me.
Yeah, but I'll show you one. We'll show Adama Traore and the satellite dish. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, so GSAT, this company was big back in the day. If you lived in a rural area and you didn't have cable, it was this. I mean, you got before digital, right?
Okay, fair.
Sorry.
The dinosaur ages.
Yeah, okay. We offended half the people in the chat. That's all right. It's all good there, Stan.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. We're kidding, of course. So GSAT, guys, I love these small cap gappers, but if they're going to have the meat of the move in the pre-market and then tank at the open, that ain't the look. You know my rule. It's got to be trading above the pre-market high. We're not even close. That's at $1.80. We're printing $1.43. We got above VWAP, great, so you can put the check mark there, trading above VWAP, but we've definitely got a discernible pre-market high that we're still very far away from. So I'm going to keep tabs on this one. I'm not, super pumped to trade it or anything, but if this one wants to get the volume back up and start showing me higher highs and higher lows like it is kind of right now, but it looks like it is encountering some resistance at this $1.43 level. So yeah, I don't mind trading it, but it's going to have to set up the right way. Keeping my eye here on Mobileye, that's the only trade we've got left on the moment. We'll see what we get with this one. My man, Saad Mahmoud, Adama Traore probably puts his foot on the satellite dish. Dude, he could bend the satellite dish with one arm if he wanted to. Well, maybe both arms. He needs a grip.
You still need to show me this person.
All right, we're gonna do it. The dude's D's. All right, and I don't say that about too many people because, well, Adama Traore, there he is. My man's D's. Muscle. Let's put in MUSCLE. Let's see what we get there. I told you my man is D's. The he's a soccer player, Satya.
You would think he's like a football player or something.
They're not built like that, soccer dudes. They don't build them this way.
He must have played something else.
He doesn't work out. Look, you can believe him or not. You choose to believe. He says he doesn't lift weights. He does his regular soccer training with the team, and that's what he does. I happen not to believe that. But
I don't know. I mean,
my man's D's.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks great.
Yeah, so shout out to Adama Traore, man. He plays for a really crappy team, but it's okay. It's not his problem there. Fine. Everything's fine. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at G-Side. You've got Tesla up there, though, huh?
Yes, I got Tesla. This was something that I was looking at for you guys, but I wanted to go over UAL because someone said UAL in the chat. And so this is breaking above yesterday's day's high, and then also from the previous day, 2 days ago on Wednesday. So I think this is definitely a very significant level that we're reaching here. So if you miss this kind of trade at VWAP, getting in here I think isn't a bad look as well. So that is looking really strong. Going back, is this at all-time highs? gonna look back on a higher time frame here. Let's go to the 3-month. Okay, not exactly at all-time highs yet, but we are approaching it. And so the all-time high is here around $97. So that is around my bus stop level. Not necessarily something we're going to get today, but this looks really strong for UAL. That looks really great, really good look there on UAL. So if you're getting in, I would say as long as we're holding this level here around $81, this looks very, very strong. If you are kind of wary to get in at these levels, possibly a pullback to VWAP or possibly the 9 EMA. And so that looks really great as well. And then going back to my Nvidia trade is working. Really love that. So nice, a first trade of the day. Really liked it. Why did I like it? Because it's holding VWAP. Thank you for that bang. I needed that. And so we are about 4 cents away from my take profit level. So I told you guys I was going to get out at that even dollar level around 137. I wasn't necessarily waiting for this day's high because I was just taking it at the next even dollar level, and bang, we're gonna hit that take profit just now. Okay, it doesn't want to do it yet, but we are very, very close, and that is what I'm looking at. And then something else that I wanted to look at is Intel, because I see some people saying Intel in the chat, and this looks really good as well. I like the bounce here at 930, this strong wick here. And all the bidders bid that up. It held this level around 2258, call it 2260, and then we're going to the upside. And what I really like about this trade is it's starting to break this pre-market high. And you guys know me, I love my pre-market high entries. And so as long as we can hold VWAP, I wouldn't mind getting in here as of right now, actually. And so I would throw in my order here. But I'm just going to let my Nvidia cook. My Nvidia cooked. I hit that take profit level. I'm going to do the bang again.
Of course.
Hit that bang again. And then, yes, Intel looking really good as well, hitting that entry price around 2340. So I'm going to do that. How about you, Sharif?
All right. We are in Donald John pump for like that breakthrough 30, but I don't think I'm going to be in it very long, because it looks like it's going to break through my stop level. Yeah, and there we just got stopped out. So we tried to take this into VWAP, which was at 3350 for me there, but it rejected off the 20. It's not a level that I gauged it was going to reject off. So we'll take an L there on Donald John Trump. Maybe not a good idea to take this long when it's 7.5% in negative lane. We did take more profits, so in the high 30s here on Mobileye, as that continues to make higher highs and higher lows. The next little profit target I've got here, mid 40s on MBLY, up 12.5%. I'm thinking about getting back into CDXC over here, and I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. It held 5 well. The only thing really kind of holding me back from this one is I'm starting to see a descending wedge where it's putting in lower highs, with that flat bottom in and around 510. So I don't want to be in there if that's what it's going to do, but if it's going to curl and hold VWAP, like I don't mind adding into 5. So if I was to get in, say 515, 510, and it was to dip down like it did last time when it stopped me out into $5, I don't mind adding there now that I know that that's what it's kind of doing. So I'm thinking about getting right back into this area over here, but we'll keep tabs on that. What else we got over here? Keeping an eye. Yeah, Mobileye, not so much. Wow, I did get shaken out of Donald John pump there, because right back to the high side it goes. That's kind of frustrating. So does this break 33? I'm going to try this again. So there we go. We're going to do this again over here. So that's what's going to happen. We're going to layer my outs as well. And I'll be interested in adding on a dollar cost average here now that I know it's making higher lows and higher highs. So what it's having trouble with is 33, and it's not a level that I really gauged of any resistance. I mean, it was kind of an intermediary level there in the pre-market. So if it's going to zig and zag with 33, I'm fine with that, but I'm going to add to it on the dips. And so where did it dip into last time? It dipped right into that low, where did it go? Mid 60s. So I have to account for a mid 70s dip. If I'm anticipating higher lows, then I'm going to set something up for a mid 70s dip over here. And that's exactly what it's giving me. So we're going to hang out at 77, see if we can add to the position at 77s for an ultimate break up to the upside. So that's what I'm doing right now, doing the dance with Donald John pump. Hopefully this one weasels into that 33.5, which is where I'm gauging VWAP is. And then let's see if it rejects there, Satya.
So I just entered my...
You're muted.
Sorry, still coughing, guys. Until I stop, it's going to be muted sometimes. But going back to Intel, so I got in on that Intel here. I got in around 23.37. And so front ran it just a little bit, but I am very convicted in this break here. If I do see a break below 23.09, 23, then I'm going to hop out of that. And, you know, I want to see it really break strong above this level. And so we're in the money a little bit, got in at 37s. We're currently at 41s, so really like the look of that. I'm seeing strong buying on the tape. Just look at all that green action. Green, green, green. This is filtered out by about, I think, 50 shares. So look at that, all green, Greensville on Intel, looking really nice there. So that looks great as well. And then I saw someone say AMD in the chat. So we're going to weasel on over to that. And what's my look on this? Let's see here. I like the fact that, you know, we had some wicks here from the bottom, so around 141.36, and then we do have a little bit of resistance here around 141.94. I'm not seeing a lot of strong volume as of yet. I usually like to get in close to VWAP as well, but I want to see at least a break of 143.50 for me to really get involved in this trade. And so I think that this could potentially break just because we do still have this downwards trend going on here on AMD. But I feel like if we can see a little bit of a break above 143.50, then this looks like a pretty nice trade as well. But I would say wait for that just so that you don't get in here and then VWAP doesn't hold and then it's continues to the downside because we still are in this downward trend. And then someone's saying, Stephen Ford, drink some tea. I know I need to drink some tea. I have my water here, staying hydrated, so I don't cough in your ear too much for you guys. And then going back to Tesla, okay, I'm glad that I didn't get in prematurely with this as well. I have an alert set here around 254, and I still want to see it get to this day's high because I'm not convinced yet. Tesla, you're not going to bamboozle me. We're going to get to 254. We're going to see what it does at that level, and then I will get in there. I will not get in before. How about you, Sharif?
Yes, Justin, still DJT over here. Where are we long? We're long 63s. Yeah, it's breaking down. So I don't think this is the right trade. It looks like it's going to be a 33 rejection and another stop out here. So not good trading so far on Donald John Trump. It's going to stop me out. So I'm going to let that one cook. The only profitable trade, sadly, on the moment right now is Mobileye. Well, actually, CDXC was profitable as well, but it's still I'm still negative on the day as a result of Donald John Trump. And it's umpteen amount of stop outs over here. Okay. So yeah, just got stopped out through 40. Going to keep my eye out on this one. I don't really have a whole lot going on, guys. There's not much for me to trade at the moment, so I'm not going to force any of these trades. I'm looking at the scanner to see if there's anything, possibly good at the moment. And there's nothing to my liking, quite frankly. So let's just have a look at this ASPI. Okay, so this is trading near high day. Let's bring in the side chart and put this bad boy on over here. What are we going to take off? We're going to take LMND off ASPI. Let's have a look at this one. All right, this is printing at 886, so it's a strong move there. Kind of bull flagging, held VWAP quite respectably at $8. It was either an $8 hold or a VWAP hold, but what I did like about this one is that from resistance it flipped to support. Oh, yeah, we got it, Derek. Get it.
Keep an eye on Adobe, ADBE. Just got its largest volume candle of the day by far here on that 5-minute chart. I'll pull it to a 3-minute here. So yeah, definitely a bit of an initial volume move to the downside. Getting reported here that Pixelmator has been acquired by Apple. So this impacting ADBE to the downside looks like a bit of an antipathy play here, guys.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to keep an eye out on this ASPI. This is the one that's setting up properly here. Okay, so now this is not a pre-market mover. This one really, the volume started coming in after the bell at around 940. It's set up pretty well over here, and it's respecting areas of previous resistance as support. So I'm going to try to work into this one. This one looks to my liking here. What are the details? 600 million market cap, 13.8 million shares traded today, 28 million share float. And the short float on this is large. It's about 24.25%. So we can definitely get a squeeze on this bad boy here. ASPI finally giving me something to look at over here. There we go. We're going to load that up. It's on the NASDAQ. We're going to work into this properly, though. I don't want to be trading this one in a haphazard manner. And it is a little bit away from the 10 exponential on the 5. So I wouldn't entirely mind a dip trade, maybe into 50 pennies, maybe into 40. We'll start layering some orders, though, Sate.
Awesome. So someone's saying Meta in the chat. And so we're going to take a look at this as well. So with Meta here, what I can see is we approach that pre-market high. We're rejecting a little bit off of this level. We do have this uptrend here since the morning. And so this was around 9:30, had that dip buy. All the bidders are coming up, but we are seeing a little bit of a rejection there. I don't want to see a break of this trend line here, this teal kind of color. If it does break this line, so around 570, I can see it potentially going to VWAP around 568.64, call it 568.60. And so I really don't want to see that. I kind of want to see a hold of the trend line. I don't necessarily think that we're going to bang down and, flip into a downtrend as of yet, but I think getting in here is just a little bit too early. And so I would wait for a potential dip buy here around VWAP here. And so that's what I'm looking at. And then AMD, see, this is what I mean with AMD. Glad we didn't get in here. It's just coming down a little bit here. So if we look on the 3-minute here, we're still kind of in this downtrend. It's trying really hard to get and stay above VWAP. And so we want to see that if we're going to hold above VWAP, I don't want to see any candles closing below VWAP. And I really want to see a strong hold at that level. So that looks really good there. And then I see my Intel printing. So I do have my take profit here at 23.60. So I'm just going to scalp it out for about 20 cents. I'm going to put my my stop loss at break even once we cross 45s. And so I think that that's pretty reasonable as well. I don't see rejection really happening here. And so it looks like we're still trending up here on Intel. Thank you for whoever shouted that in the chat. Shout out to you guys for putting my eyes on that. And then Scott Edwards here saying MARA in the chat. So let's pull that up here. Short here. Yeah, this looks like a short for sure. I would say, if you got in here, that is a really good look. If you are not in the position as of right now and you're still waiting for more confirmation, I'm just going to pull up the 9 EMA. Let's see here. So yeah, it's trailing. This is the weighted moving average, and so it kind of does the same. This is on the 9-day, and so it is trailing this weighted moving average here. And so I really like the look of that. I really like the fact that it broke through this level here. But I want to see a little bit more confirmation just so it doesn't potentially wick at this level. Maybe around 1680, that's when I would start to get involved with this. So around here, just for a little bit more confirmation. But I would say the short is looking like it is in play as of right now just because it's breaking through this level. That was a bounce level at 10 a.m. And so that happened. This trade happened. All the longs got in. There's a reversal here. And so 80s, 1680s is what I'm looking at for Mara, just for a little bit more confirmation for the short there. And then someone's saying, can you look at GSAT, please? Of course I can. So let's look at that, GSAT. Oh, this looks good as well. This looks really nice. I like the fact that it's breaking above VWAP, which is really nice. I like this distinct hold off of the weighted moving average price. Like, just look at how it holds that, and it's continuing to the way up. I would say this is a really nice entry level here. I would wait for a little bit more confirmation, maybe post around 151, just for that added confirmation that it's going to go to the upside, rather than rejecting at that 150 level. And so that looks really good as well. My bust stop level that I'm looking at is around 178, 180, which is the pre-market high. And so that looks really good, but don't necessarily get in as of right now. 151, wait for that confirmation. And that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Sheree?
Sounds good. I'm going to flip. I was looking to, where's CoinL trade? CONL. There we go. It's on the NASDAQ. All right. So a couple of things here. CoinL into VWAP on my side chart. This is obviously a Coinbase derivative ETF. So it's at the volume weighted average price right now, I believe, right at that 40 penny area. So it's one that I've been watching for Coinbase, so we'll keep an eye out on that. I took another couple of prints here on Mobilize that broke through 40. I've layered my prints now 55, 65 for the next outs. The other trade that I'm in, ASPI, took a bit of a beak wetter there at 80 after getting in at 72s. I don't have as much size as I want. So somebody was asking me in the chat, he's like, how are you going to get into ASPI? I'm like, I'm layering my orders. So got in, wet my beak already, but looking at getting some more in and around 63 to 65. I like this all the way down into 40s to account for this area trough over here. So I'm looking at building my position in ASPI, but it's got to remain above 40s. Adara, what do you have for us?
I have earnings, Sharif. We're going to take a look here at some of these day one plays and then what's on top for next week. So we have AAPL here. I did want to go over this one because this is interesting. It's down on the day. They did beat here on sales. Apparently a record quarterly sales print, according to Tim Cook, of $94.9 billion, above estimates of $94.56 billion. But their GAAP EPS was a bit of an issue, 97 cents per share. Now, this was due to a one-time charge related to a tax decision in Europe. Their adjusted EPS actually beat estimates here, 164 versus 160 expected. Their services revenue also apparently beat at a record quarter here for services revenue, $24.972 billion, above $22.31 billion expected. However, they did miss estimates there of $25.8 billion. So quarterly record above the prior, but below estimates for that services revenue, which was maybe a bit of an issue here for AAPL. Then we had Dominion, which is still up on the day, but making a bit of a head and shoulders here with that 6110 area serving as the shoulders and 6190 as the head. Dominion Energy initially pushing up here. They missed on sales, but they beat on EPS and they narrowed their guidance. So they actually raised the lower end of their fiscal 2024 EPS guidance, but lowered the higher end compared here to 277 expected. They're now seeing a range between 268 and 283. Now, in terms of what's on tap, we're going to get Berkshire Hathaway. Usually they drop over the weekend, so BRKB could be on watch there on Monday. Also on watch is CEG, Constellation Energy, with that Microsoft deal. This one's been pretty hot since then. 6:45 a.m. on Monday. Analysts are looking for $6.21 billion in revenue and earnings of $2.72 per share. Also on watch here is going to be BEN, Franklin Resources. We know they've been hit recently with some investigations. So BEN here expecting 60 cents per share in earnings and $2.12 billion in revenue. If these or any other tickers are on your mind, get in the chat and vote, !, join space, $, and your ticker of choice. Back to you guys.
In case you were wondering how to do it, there it is, baby, ! And then they got to type in join, Satya. But
Yes.
the most important part is the space and the $.
Make sure you put that space.
Because Streamlab gets upset. People don't put that space. Streamlabs freaks out. And the votes don't get registered, so we need that space.
You want your vote in, put join, what is it? Join.
It will show one more
exclamation
time.
point,
There it
yeah.
is, there it is.
Exclamation, join, $, and then the ticker you're looking for, guys. Put that in the chat. And space, yes. Don't forget the space. I'm so sorry. I forgot about the space.
It's
but
all good.
put that in there and get that in. And so, yes. And so going back to some things that I was looking at AMD as of right now. It is breaking below VWAP, which I think personally looks really good for the short. The fact that we do have this trend line here. I would want to initiate the short around here. So I'm going to put my my target, not my target, but my alert. Yes, I keep forgetting what that name is. Alert here at 141.90 and hopefully wait for it to get down there. And then with Intel, I didn't like what I saw around 45s. I saw some rejection there, and the fact that we're at those highs, I didn't really like that. I mean, it is still holding this 9 EMA here, but I didn't really like it, so I just punched out there a little bit. And so I'll wait to get back in if we can see, more of a pullback here. But that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Sharif?
Yeah, same thing. I was keeping, well, not the same thing, but same thing that I was looking at before, Coinbase. I was looking at that Coin L, Ram, to take it off the volume weighted average price, but it's really breaking down. So whether you're looking at Coin L or CONL, or COIN coin, they're both below the volume weighted average price. So it's not the setup I'm looking for right now. The entire idea behind that was to take a VWAP hold, and it's not giving you that. So that ain't the move for me. Not going to trade that. But I'm watching GSAT incrementally work its way above the volume weighted average price. And now it's weaseling above that 50 penny area. Not like the 50 penny area is the end all and be all, but it is, psychological resistance at times. So again, if I was to trade this right now, it would be breaching my rules. This has to take that $1.79, $1.80 for me to actually be following the rules. But we'll see if we can weasel into something like that. We'll keep an eye out on that. So GSAT, a bit of a tougher play right now. Now, this is the play that we're in now. We've got all that we want here on GSPI. It's coming down into that 10 exponential. It needs to find support here. Otherwise, I want no smoke below the area of 830. So we already took a couple of beak wetters on this one, and it's going to have to set up as a bull flag continuation and hold these moving averages if we're going to stay loyal to this one. So if it breaks anything below that 30 penny area, I don't want any smoke. It's coming down. Now we've got the position that we want. So now it's about holding the areas that I've earmarked. If it doesn't, then we get at a dodge. Simple as that. Keeping my eye on Mobileye. It worked into that 50 penny area. I had my beak wetter a little bit north of 50 pennies, just around 55s. I still like the trend on this one. Higher highs, higher lows. But I've moved up my stop now to account for the multiple beak wetters there. We moved it up from that 1490 into that 1510 area. So that is what I'm looking at on that bad boy. And this one here, CDXC, guys, I got out of this one probably in the wrong way. I should have been looking at 5 rather than 510, accounting for, these bottom wicks that could stop me out. But it's doing quite well. It's worked its way off 510. Now it's back into 530. The only thing really keeping me not super enthusiastic about this is the lower high situation. So it could be doing kind of, what we call a descending wedge where it makes lower highs and then flat bottom breaks. But I'm not going to try and call that. If it comes back into VWAP again, I think I'm going to pick it up. So CDXC, certainly on my watch, Mobileye on my watch, and obviously now that I'm involved in ASPI, we're involved. We're obviously keeping an eye on that too. Satea, what do you got over there?
Awesome. So I'm just putting in a position here for AMD. So I'm going to wait for that to trigger here. So I'm waiting for this level here, as I was saying, around this 141.86. Not necessarily putting my order at this level, but a little bit below, because I want to make sure that it doesn't bounce from this level. So I have mine around 141.79, 141.78. So hopefully as it comes down there, I can get my order triggered on the way down. So that's what I'm looking at, putting my stop loss a little bit above VWAP around 142.95. If it does get up there, I don't want that smoke. I don't want any involvement there. And I think that is a good risk level as well. If I wanted to give it a little bit more room, I could even do these highs around 143.47. I think this is even better than doing it at VWAP. And then we're going to Adara.
Keep an eye here on VSTE. Not finding any catalyst on this, so I'm still looking, but huge volume spike here. Very little social media attention as well. It's worth noting that Vast Renewables here actually ran as recently as Tuesday, announcing it signed a development services agreement with GGS. So the sticker could be fresh on people's minds with that recent rally. VSTE does have a float of 2.08 million shares, a pretty small float, 93% insider owned here, guys.
Yeah, just as Adair brought us that, Wes y'all was yelling about it. Thank you both for that. Obviously, you know my affinity for these small cap gappers, Satea.
You do, yes.
70%, and we're still pamping right now. Did you see what I put on the upgrades and downgrades board?
No.
Had to do this for Adara. It was called, what was it called, Adara? Yes. No. The one on upgrades and downgrades today that had Pam.
Pampa Energia.
Pampa Energia. Yo, we had to throw. We always have good times around here. So we want this one to pamp as well. And VSTE certainly pamping as well. Let me show you guys the trading screen on VSTE before we send it to Satea real quick. We're going to take off Coin L because it's not working right now. Here we go. VSTE 350 HOD. You can see the tape now. It's moving big and it's moving fast. And that's what happens when we get into the highs, guys. Setting up quite nicely, broke that top that we had put in at 1030 at 270. VSTE's going, baby. Now it's just about how you weasel into this one, 69.5% with that $0.50 top. Be careful with this one, guys. As Adair told you, mostly insider owned, small float. I don't know what the short float is. We're going to check right now. VSTE. Negligible short float, only 0.55%. So we'll keep tabs on this one, Satay.
Awesome. So I see some people having some different tickers in the chat. So someone said Amazon. And so this is looking pretty ugly right now. What I don't like about this Amazon trade is the fact that we have this wick here around 250. And so wick that level, which is around a psychological level. And I bet it probably is a strike price if I look on bar charts. So I'm just going to take a look at that. So I'm going to go to bar charts. And then I'm going to look for Amazon. And then we will be going to the options prices. Get away from the screen. Who is that? Okay, so yeah. So what was I looking at? I was looking at 250. Okay, so that isn't a strike price, but it still is like a psychological level. And so this is very distinct for me as well. We do have this uptrend here. It is breaking a little bit. So we do want to see, a new candle close above around 200 in order for me to really be convicted in this long for the continuation of the long. But if I do see a break of this level around 199, then I think that it may be a short on Amazon here. But I just don't like the fact that it's kind of in this range. It's just, it's chopped around 197 and then 200. And so I don't like the fact that it's kind of in this middle as of right now. Just not really the best look for me personally. And so I really want to see a break of that 250 level or this break below VWAP around 198.87 for more, confirmation as to where it may go from here. And then I'm also looking at AMD here, so it's trickling down. It's coming down a little bit. We do have this double top here around 143.50, and so that is pretty distinct for me as well. Came up around 10:30, rejected, came up again, couldn't break that level around 11:30, and then we're coming down. And so what I am looking at, I'm still keeping my eye out on this bounce level around 141.84 or even around 140.130. But I think that if it breaks this level, then I'm going to scalp it out. And, for a couple of pennies, maybe 15, 20 pennies, depending on what I see on the tape, if I'm seeing some action that I don't like, then I'm probably just going to punch out, not going to give it too much room. But I think that if we can get below 141, and my entry price is 141.79, I do think that it can go to the downside, as Sharif would say. And we got to do that one. Down. Yes, let's go. And so that's what I'm looking at. How about you?
Crypto Queen.
Yeah.
Have you been watching crypto?
I have.
Okay, so we're moving.
Okay. I haven't looked at it today, actually.
I want to show what Neil just sent me, if I could, in a sec. This is basically Neil's screenshot of Neil's chart there on the daily for BTC. Reject again. Did resistance just flip to support, Satay?
Ooh, yeah, that looks
where
very
did they write that? In all the technical analysis books. No, seriously though, guys, Neil, right down to 69,000. We literally wicked into 69 and then got bought right back up. We're back at 69,580. Crypto's in play. I was watching crypto, not for BTC. I wasn't in an IBIT or anything, but I wanted to take something off coin at VWAP. So I was watching it for that purpose. And it breached. So I didn't have the play on Coinbase. But guys, keep your eye on Bitcoin specifically right now. It's down 0.5%, but looking awfully maybe bounce prone here. Yesterday, I think, we closed out just below 70,000, the high 69.9. So we'll keep tabs on that. Separately, I did take a bit of a beak wetter here on ASPI. We got some out at 70s, looking to layer my orders onto this one. We'll keep eyes on this one. Mobileye continues to run, but still having trouble with the $0.50 there. MBLY looking for this one to breach 50, but this is going, guys. VSTE is a monster. The new high of days coming in fast and furious. I tried to punch in at halves. I didn't get filled, and my frugality got the best of me because I didn't want to chase it. I don't like chasing these. I mean, set up into a resistance level, set up into a chart pattern. But hey, sometimes when these guys go, you just got to go with them. And right now, it looks like we're on our way to $4. Again, it won't let me in now. Now we get a little bit of a fill there. So we'll layer some orders. And yeah, we're going to keep tabs on this one. So it's zigging and zagging. You're going to have to give this one room. It's not just going to go in the direction that you want immediately, or usually it doesn't. There we go. We get the fill, Satya. So we're now, oh, that's not what I want to do. So now we're going to layer up orders possibly into the high 90s there to account for the volatility. And I'll just send it to you for a sec.
For sure. Yeah. So if you guys tuned in on Wednesday, and I was talking a little bit about Ethereum because someone was asking about it. And so if you look on that day on Wednesday, I did say if it broke VWAP, we may see 600, 550, or even 500. And where are we at? 500. Woo. So, I mean, not to glow, but I did call that. And so, you know, that was a good look on that. So, you know what, though? I'm still not convinced of this bounce, though, because it still looks pretty weak. I want to see it get above 2,580, at least for Ethereum, in order for me to get convicted for the continuation. But what I really want to see, though, is at least a break of 2,700. I mean, if you are, you know, a long-term investor, then getting in at these prices, I don't think, you know, is terrible. But if we do break this 2,500, the next level that I'm looking at is going to be around this 2,340, call it 2,300 level. And so I think it is a little bit premature to be getting in because we still are on a downtrend. And I feel like we will test those levels just because with the election coming up and things like that, I think that there is a lot of uncertainty. So I feel like a lot of people will be offloading their bags. And then once the election comes, maybe we might see more stability there, whether Kamala or Donald Trump wins. So we'll see what happens there. But I think until then, it's going to be a sell-off. I wouldn't necessarily get too happy with this $2,500 level because even though it's wicking off of it now, I still don't see enough strong buying coming into this level. So that's my take on crypto. And then I'm going to go to my AMD level. So it's bouncing a little bit, but you know, I'm still not in it. I'm still waiting for that 141.79 level. And so I'm waiting for that to come into play because, you know, it may try to fake people out, but this is the level that I'm looking at, not getting in there prematurely, but it is, you know, wicking off of VWAP a little bit. Well, but we'll see what it does from there. So what else do we got here? Someone saying DJT.
DJT.
So let's see what DJT is doing. So with DJT, okay, this is interesting. What is interesting about it is the bounce off of this low around 31.24. It is, you know, trying to bounce here around 31.83 and hold above that. I'm still not convicted in this trade for the long yet, though, just because we're still on this downtrend, but we're going to Adara.
Oh, my bad. I heard. My bad.
Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm still not convicted in this trade as of right now. Right now, it wouldn't necessarily be, you know, in my playbook to get in as of right now, just because I don't necessarily know what it's really doing around here. I say that it may get up to VWAP and then trend down, but we're going to Adara.
Let's take a look here at this market. The key was up more than 1%. Some higher highs, higher lows, but a bit more chop and churn here that compared to that initial gorgeous rally off the open. S&P 500 also up on the day here. We know the Russell's been strong as well. So these indices having a really great look. Despite a kind of shocking NFP number, we did have apparently non-farm payrolls 12,000 versus forecast of 100,000 there. It is worth noting that we had some downward revisions as well in NFP over the August and September. And we were expecting a bit of a lower number given the strikes and the hurricane situation. So it depends on if it's shocking or not, but certainly much lower there than expected for those non-farm payrolls. We also have a lot of earnings reactions on watch here, including AMZN. All eyes are still on Amazon and that Bezos blockade, Bezos brick wall, Bezos barricade, whatever you want to call it there. That is still preventing buyers from getting above that 200 level in any salient way. Getting price target increases here throughout the morning, including from BMO, Capital, Susquehanna, and Benchmark. Also here, this was not initially planned, so I'm going to do it right now. DJT, I'm seeing some speculation on Twitter. New York Post releasing an article here. It's worth noting New York Post has not really provided any citations, but apparently people are speculating DJT might get bought out here by Elon Musk. This is pure speculation, I must add. New York Post citing this on the money. So potential circulation here of rumors that DJT could potentially be bought out by Elon Musk. We must clarify that these are rumors. Last but not least, VSTE here up 112%. I saw no catalyst on this, but increasing volume. It's been on all eyes have been on it lately, and it has a 2 million share float. So now with that in mind, we're going to pass you over to Neil. Make sure you vote for your tickers in the chat. Exclamation point join, space, $, and your ticker. Congrats to Sharif on that VSTE. And now let's hear what Neil has to say.
Your lesson of the day brought to you by VSTD. Whatever the heck that thing is, it is absolutely flying right now. So shout out to, I just like Sharif is going over and is like, oh my goodness, it's at 4. I look over and it's at 440, 10% move right there. But you know what? The lesson of the day, oddly enough, was stay in your lane. Be the trader that you are. Stick to your trading patterns. Stick to your rules because you can have success a million ways. If you're a small, I have to pull up this chart. Sorry, guys. Let me just, look, what do you want me to do? We're live here. So VST is about to halt at $5. No, but speaking of staying in your lane, if you're a small cap runner trader, okay, go into a halt, maybe. There it is, just halted at $4.99. No, if you're a small cap trader, if you're a gap and go type trader, then this is your baby right now. This is the one you want to be on. Clearly, it's making power moves. You see the acceleration in volume. You see the break of the even dollar. Clean 3-minute chart without a red in there. You get that parabolic move. This is your baby. You should be all over these types of names. And if you don't see one going, then you should be hunting for that next opportunity until you find one that fits your trading style. So with that, that's actually what the lesson is, staying in your lane in a sense, that you've got to be able to trade things that fit your plan. So away from VSTE and then back to the examples I was going to use, IBIT and Amazon. Now, if you guys, anyone that watches the show, I like trends and I like trend reversals. So you stick to your own execution plan. Now, for myself, I have a very simple strategy. You had afternoon resistance on IBIT. You were bouncing off of a support level on a pullback yesterday. So I wanted it breaking out that top. Simple breakout above here. Give it to the prior high. I did miss an opportunity to add, but that doesn't matter. And then play it from station to station. So when I zoom it out, I want to make sure that when it gets to this next stop, I'm scalping almost everything out into this level. Now, ultimately, it does a mean reversion, and I'm looking for longs off of VWAP, but then I take a long off of VWAP. I still like the general long, but remember, where's my resistance level? Clean stop out here. Now, you could make an argument that if I still like the long, yeah, but it bounced off your level. Enter, 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 get back in. But that's not how I roll. Why? Because I had a VWAP strategy retracement to a support level, and it did not hold VWAP. So this bounce, while holding my out, does not reestablish the trend back above the bid. So I'm not adding underneath just the fact that I like the long. I'm waiting for confirmation. And if it reverses, does a rounded bottom off VWAP and regains 40s, then I end up long 40-40 instead of the guy that's long 40-20 if that ends up retracing into the high. But that's my style of trade. Like, that's the way I would look at something. I would rather have a worse price but be in it on the way up than try to have the best price but have to try to catch a falling knife. And then when you look at something like Amazon, someone had mentioned in the chat today, give Amazon more room. Now, admittedly, okay, so this is gimmicky. When it got to 200, it basically went from, it did it like 3 or 4 times. Let me go to a 1-minute chart. It's probably easier to see on a 1 minute for you guys. Not even that much. So the first time it bounced off of 99s, it had pulled back and you had support here at 199.80. So scalp trade, 98s, 99s into 199.80. That's a very different trade. At that moment, I was completely convinced it was going to break out. And someone was saying, you got to give these things more room. You got to let them go. Well, to me, that 200 level was a gimmick level. I thought the big resistance was at 201.50. And when you broke 200, you were going to potentially get to that. But that same let's go with a tight stopped idea is exactly what allows me to go in for a VWAP trade, not lose much, take some profit out, do it twice again, get a bigger move. When it's higher lows, get aggressive out there, give it to that prior bar high, and again, still be up on Amazon at the time. And then when this breakout happens, now sometimes I'll take that breakout, get the bulk out on that first move, leave the third on, and I'll get stopped out, and then it'll go to like $205. Fine. That's not the way that I play them. And if you play it that way, then great. The days that it continues, you win. And the days that it pulls back, maybe instead of losing 15 cents, you lose $1.50. As long as that works out for you in the long run, you're fine. But you know where you run into trouble with that? If you try to be inconsistent and play it both ways. If you try to take the breakout with the tight stop on a setup like this one time, and you only scalp out for the small win, and then it goes huge, but then the next time you play it the other way, well, now you're just going to be muddling strategies, and your results are going to be skewed and just based on luck. Find something that works for you. If I am going to take it with a tight stop on that breakout trade and get the bulk out in the first initial move and then try to hold a smaller piece, then I need to do that consistently every single time. And then you can work to adding different strategies on top of that. Because if you're not consistent with your strategy, then something like what happened here in Amazon, and come back to the chart for a second here, then something like what happened here on Amazon is going to consistently catch you in between. If I do this every single time, I know that when it rinses into VWAP, I'm going to be profitable. I know that if it continues into 205, I'm going to be profitable, but I might not make as much money. If you're a trader that gives it the wide stop, then you know today you probably lost on Amazon. But then the time that it runs, you make sure that you're holding it enough that it pays for the time that you lose. If you're switching between strategies, well, then you might have the big hold on a day like today, and then you might have the tight scalp on a day when it actually runs. And then you lose both times. Well, that's nonsensical. You've got to stick to the execution strategy that has worked for you and that you have developed your plan on. You know the price that you want to trade at. You know the area to make a decision, but it's still up to you to come up with your entry and exit rules as to the style of trade that you were going to have. And I'll give you a perfect example, and I'll leave you with this one because it's always well and good to show, hey, this is the thing that worked, and I can look really smart about it. Well, I'll show you one where I didn't stick with the entry strategy, and I look like a fool. Because you know that if I'm looking for a short trade, what did I say? Rewind the tape in the morning show where I said 223 and 225 is where I want to look short on Apple. So Apple pulls in, tries to break 223. I actually showed some patience with the short, allowed it to get to that price, bounce off VWAP, put in a lower high, then I'm shorting it off of that lower high. Okay, so I was pretty patient with that entry. It ends up stopping out. Then it goes into 225. And so 223, break, lower high, get in. This time, you've got 225, break, lower high, wick high, and mean reversion trade, which is the favorite entry. Now, all of a sudden, you've got the same setup at the key level that you like, and on top of that, I've got there is the trend line, and there's, whoops, how did it just move? That's just weird. Anyways, and there is the break of the trend line. Now that I have to do that. And when it broke, it accelerated to the downside. It's the exact point of acceleration. That is exactly why I say stay in your lane. Because for me, if I'm looking at a short on a strong stock like that, I had multiple areas of confluence, and on top of that, one of my favorite entry setups, which is that trend reversal. So you stick to that, and then that would have been the best trade of the day for me. But it all comes down to identifying the things that work for you and then going out and finding those things out in the wild in the market and then executing as such. Because you don't want to lose money on something that doesn't make money for you. It's easy to say, but I've been doing this for 20 years. The overwhelming majority of people that fail in trading, and I'm not talking about 5% or 10%, I'm literally just ones that I've seen. Over 80% of traders that I have seen fail easily, and it's probably higher than that, put too much capital towards ideas that literally do not pay them, nor have ever paid them. That is a huge problem. It's almost everybody that does this that fails. I'm just being true. So when I say stay in your lane, and when you see me just stick to what I'm doing and try to, if it's, oh, you're too tight of a stop, you're not holding it long enough, just do what works for you. And that's how you can have a longer runway, and that's how you're able to then build on things. You got to build yourself a base first, then get that one way. And that starts with paying yourself on the ideas that work and not just trying to throw risk at everything else that doesn't. Stay in your lane and build from there. There's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody.
All right, well, I'm not allowed to say this anymore, but I'm going to do it anyway because today is one of those days that warrant it. Neil, the hotline dropper. That was serious lesson right there. I mean, to me, the experience lessons are really the ones that I find a lot of value in. So shout out to Neil, man. I mean, he's eloquent always and just awesome.
I think it's so true that like people who have conviction, I think a lot of people make trading about the money, when in reality they need to make trading about the skill set and getting that skill set. What's sadly portrayed on the media is let's go learn trading because we want to make a lot of money, but we don't know that that's a result of us learning the skill set first. And I think if more people focused on the skill set, they would find the value or the money. And one of my mentors told me once a long time ago, he said, when I was getting into trading first, he said, money will always be faster than you. If you spend your whole life chasing it, you will never catch up. But if you leave a trail of value, money can choose to follow you. And that is super powerful. You know, bang, bang. Where's the bang? I need, yeah, just
I got you
bang,
back,
bang,
bro.
bang.
I got you back.
So that was something that really resonated with me. And also on that side of what Neil said is, guys, just focus on the skill set. Don't risk the money. Don't blow up your account. Think of money as your way of surviving until you learn the skill set, right? It's just your time in the markets. It's your ability, your tries, your attempts you have left at learning the skill. Because once you run out of money, you can't trade anymore. And that means you can't really succeed. So survive until you build a base.
Thank you. And if you haven't noticed, Andrew Rader,
I'm on the desk.
he's here. And he's going to be trading with us for the next little bit. Thanks for coming on again, man. All right, I want to mention just a couple of things before we get on to the next trades here, Ram ASPI. So I'm really happy with how I traded this one, but I've got a little bit left. And now we got a big boy candle of indecision. It's neither a topping tail nor a bottoming tail. But let me tell you, it can do whatever it wants with this tail. If it breaks that 50, and if more specifically, if it breaks this area trough over here and breaches that mid 40 prints, I'm gonzino on this one. I'm really happy with how it's gone. So I'm not going to give too much back. Now, by definition, I'm long 54s, 55s right now. If I'm going to get stopped out 46, I'm going to give a little bit back, and boom, there it is. You just got stopped out live and living color there for while you guys were watching. But I'm happy with how the trade manifested. I like how I moved up my my stop, excuse me. My stop was below the third of a dollar. I don't think that was accurate this time around. So we're going to keep an eye on this one if it wants to set up again. VSTE, man, I was so loving this trade before Neil started his lesson a day and a dare took us. So let me take you through this. As it was breaking out, I got in at mid 80s. It weaseled up to 4s. I took out the majority of the position at 4s. I lamented that because it was really tape teleportation, okay? There was a lot of tape teleportation, so I knew this one was squeezed. I added on the dip back into 4. Much bigger position at that 4. Bang, out, up all into the 450s, and then it went to 6. So leave a piece for the dream, people. Don't be like me. Don't take it out all, super quick. Leave a piece for the dream. If it comes back in and stops you out, fine. But at least you've got something to participate with if it continues to run in. As you saw there, it did. But now we got to pay some bills, Andrew. And I got to tell everybody about Firefly Neurosciences, which has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Brightmind Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. So this data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for that phase 2 trial, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. So Firefly Neurosciences, baby, shaping the future of brain health. And before we send it back to Raider Trader, Ram, I want to show one other trade that I had over here, one that I'm the most proud of. MBLY. This one took a long time to manifest. I had a much bigger position in this one than I typically would have taken. The reason I did that is because it's not really a volatile name. So I knew that, this one's not really going to drop and pop 40, 60 pennies quick as you like on that. So I could manage risk a little bit better on it. And I wouldn't really have to kind of always be in that constant state of fear that the bottom was going to drop off. In any event, It has topping tailed now through the break of 65. I'm very interested in adding if it sets up in a new way. I like anything off the 10 exponential that holds. So 1540s, 15 mid 40s or so in and around here. And there was a nice little consolidation area. We couldn't immediately break through that $0.50 level. So if we come back into the mid 40s, I'm all eyes and ears on this one, and we'll see what we get there. How's your day trading today, Andrew?
Good. I'm just looking at a few different things. Number one, I'm just going to reinforce this idea to you guys. TNX. We see TNX making a new high today. Again, this is not something I'm concerned with. Again, we mentioned that last week when I was on for Trader Talk or whatever it was, we mentioned that TNX was going to start its topping cycle. TNX yields, of course, these are highly related to bonds and an inverse relationship here. So as TNX goes, you typically see, of course, bonds start to tank, which is happening right now. There's a lot of bets in the market that actually 90 is going to be the bottom on TLT. But I'm not concerned so much about the level. I'm more concerned about the timing. You guys have to remember that the hardest part about trading is not direction. I say this every time, and maybe this is why I found success with options. It's actually timing that move you want, right? We all know an inverse head and shoulders is a bullish structure. We all know that means upside, but when that move happens, it might not always look the same. It might not just be as immediately when it breaks that. Now, I'm not certainly a pattern trader by any means. I don't think that's a core focus of my trading. But things like, for example, TLO, right? We talked about the timing of a move. This was a trade that I entered yesterday with you guys on the show. I'm still in this one. TWLO, and we mentioned this right before I went to lunch. I sold half my position at the high here, but it's continuing to run. And even at lunch, I sold entirety of ENPH. We talked about, well, you know, the risk to reward, right? If SPY's going to keep going up here, if SPY's going to keep rallying into that 574, we saw that flow that said, you know what, the risk reward above 574 to the upside is not that good. So when we talk about timing, when should I exit? When should I enter? Everything's about timing. When we hit that 574, now's the time, not the direction, now's the time to start positioning out. And we talk about the timing with the market in general, that once from 2 to 4, you know, you often get some sort of huge swing in either direction. And if we look at yesterday, that was kind of the case even, that, well, as soon as we started to come into the market close, we saw another change in dynamic. We saw that slowdown in that eventual flush. So whatever you guys are looking at, timing is so important. And I think that TWLO, I'm still along that one. Even Boeing right here, I'm still going to wait for this one. I don't think it's the right time to buy. I think you want to see a gap up Monday. Maybe if we have a strong close today, that we see a continuation on Monday. Historically, that's how it goes. But yeah, so looking at a few different tickers. I haven't pulled the trigger on anything yet since our last trade.
Love it, man. All right, for all my small cap gapper traders, baby, VSTE, here we go. It's volatile to say the least. Topping tail into 7 1/3. It dips back and literally to the T holds the previous halt level right at 6. Guys, chart the halt levels. They act as intraday areas of both support and resistance, and I see this over and over and over, and this is what I'm talking about right here, a bit cleaner of an explanation on the 5. So as you can see, this little dash there, that gray dash on your screen, that means it halted. In fact, let me go to the 1. I think we should be able to see it a bit better on the 1. So a couple of halts. First one, 5-minute halt. The second one, a 10-minute halt. We halted right at, it looks like 599, something like that, guys. Where do we open? How do we read candlesticks, right? Japanese candlesticks. If it's red, it's at the top of the rectangle that opened. The bottom is the close. So we opened at 691. Look where we wicked. Surprise, surprise, right off 6. So if you trade these small cap gappers, chart your areas of support and resistance, and there's the new high on VSTE, baby. 7 3/4, Raider. I mean, it's going 7.5 right now. There's a lot of strength and a lot of buying on this monster. It's what I love about these, and I really want to drive this home with you guys, because it really does make a difference. If the small cap gapper starts printing volume midday, it hasn't had its best trade behind it. It's not like a 7 a.m. trade where you're taking the scraps that are left and traders are no longer interested in it. If it's a midday mover, get behind it, especially when it's small cap gapper season. Thank you. But that's really all I want to wax poetic about, using a dare term. 281% right now on the monster, and we're going to look for it to set up a little bit differently. Now, I'm involved in another trade right now. This is a support and resistance trade, so I did really well on ASPI. I'm taking a quarter of the position that I took initially. on this trade. Why am I even in this trade right now? Because it's a support resistance flip. Let's talk about it. So this bad boy had all sorts of trouble, as we can see here, the entire morning, breaking through that 8 1/4, 8 1/3, depending on really what you're looking at there. So it came back down into that level after printing that high of the day at 886. So I said to myself, look, if this is going to be if you're going to drop back into a previous area of resistance, the books say that sometimes it flips to support. So that's why I'm involved. We're at 835. We're printing 830s right now. So we're 5 pennies out of the money. This breaks that $1/5 of a dollar. I'm gonzino, but we're going to give this one the old community college try and see how it does. You haven't heard that one
No,
before,
I haven't.
right?
That's a new one.
Yeah, CDXC as well, Ram. This one's holding up real well above the volume weighted average price. It's kind of doing that prolonged bull flag. 550 as the high. VWAP currently, guys, 513 on my chart. I'm playing this off VWAP, Raider.
Yeah, someone was asking in chat about CART. This was a scalp play since you already had a move at the highs. I didn't play the options. But I will say that something like CART is definitely bullish into January from a long-term perspective, if you want to call that long-term. It's only a few months. But something like CART is certainly ready for some sort of leap positioning. I think this one with, like, especially the Reddit theme, names breaking out, recent IPOs, all the recent IPOs, most of them have started to get a lot of traction. So that's, I think CART is definitely bullish, but not today. Earnings, all that stuff, I think positioning into something like that could be worthy. But right now, I'm not doing that. But as far as someone else asked, they were asking about RKK, I think. Yeah, someone was asking about RKK. So when it comes to small caps, I'll say this. I don't really think between ARK, I'll just call it ARK, between ARK and IWM, I actually do prefer IWM. Again, I can't say this enough, guys. This is like one day they're going to make a book and say Raider said 4.2. But when TNX goes below 4.2, that is my trigger to then start longing IWM and the TLT. Because of the relief it will give, small caps and everything like that, you will certainly see a bigger thing off of that. So again, TNX yields, I expect those to top. And for you Forex guys or you people focused on the dollar out there, I do believe the dollar is in a topping cycle as well. Maybe another week or two on this max. I don't think it should be that long. But into that monthly expiration, you should start seeing the dollar break down. And the trade I'm associating with that for you swing traders is going to be silver. You have to be so patient with these. But silver, I think, is going to outperform to the upside. And I think gold will kind of slump with that. So gold and silver, both bullish, but I'm preferring silver with that one. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think a lot of the...
I got a question for you, because you're talking Forex a lot, and you're obviously quite knowledgeable in this stuff. Are you worried about the rate hiking cycle dropping the DXY?
So that's kind of so when we talk about quantitative easing, we talk about quantitative hiking. Which environment does what for currencies? I'm not such a big guy that I'm going to make bets specifically on, okay, dollar's collapsing just because of rates. We know that, again, timing is so hard, but I'm more focused on, okay, if the dollar is collapsing, which it is expected to start to weaken, then what is going to benefit from a weaker dollar? And it's going to be those commodities, things like that. And, you even saw earlier this year that silver started to pump, but silver started to pump with a strong dollar. So imagine a breaking down dollar, how much relief could come to these commodity names when you start to get that pump. So
well said, man.
Yeah.
I thought I'd get your opinion on that, because clearly you're good with that stuff. Guys, I'm really, really happy with this trade here on ASPI. Pretty happy, Fabian.
Rejoicing.
I'm rejoicing. I'm elated. Why? Because resistance flipped to support. That's why I punched into ASPI at 835. I showed you guys why. That was that was the morning consolidation top at that 830 area. We punched in there again, 1, 2, OB thrice, and then into 55s. Now I'm going to wait at 69. Because what's life without whimsy? And it's also basically a little bit below that consolidation area top that we put in at 870. So it just happens to work out quite nicely there. AS dang PI, a good look today, no doubt about that. Let's see if this bad boy wants to run. Now let's flip back to VSTE, because this one's all the hype. We got a topping tail at $8, guys. $8 on the dot. And the candle that opened subsequent to it is a bit of a bearish engulfing. It's ensconced by the highs and the lows of this candle over here that we printed at 1220. The candle I'm referring to that's being ensconced is that 1225 candle on the 5-minute on VSTE. So let's see if this one, number one, does it dip back into 6? We know 6 was initially support after the halt. Does it dip into there? And if it does it bounce again? The other question is, if it doesn't dip into 6 and it's not currently doing that, do we get consecutively higher lows? So we know we're not going to get, well, we don't have a higher high quite yet on this 1225 candle, but what we do have is a 3-candle higher low. So what does that mean to you? That means buyer exuberance, buying it up incrementally higher and higher and higher, and that kind of puts the odds in our favor here that the buying will continue. It's never foolproof, guys. Never want you to think that. So VSTE, definitely keeping my eye out on this one. Super interested in if it sets up properly, but it's going to have to set up properly. Now, it's weaseling back into 7. Look at the tape fly there, bro. Look, a beautiful dip into 630. Now we're almost at 730. The volatility is here. It's fast. It's furious. Be ready to trade this, number one, with the requisite size that you can based on your account and based on your trading experience. And as well, make sure you've got levels, resting stops. If you're not going to put, hard stops, then make sure you're the type of person that's going to commit to the stop and not DCA and DCA and DCA and then find yourself really underwater. So that's a look. Now back to ASPI. It looks like that 855 for the moment is the top. It dipped back into 850. I've moved up my stop from that 815 that I had it at. I'm going to put it essentially right below 30. 829, 828. Why? To account for this area trough. My move is it's got to hold up at this area. I'm not looking at DCAing, so if it doesn't hold up here, my trade's incorrect, and I'll be gone. Hey, Davis, thank you, my man. Great job on ASPI. I appreciate you. Hey, Davis, let me know how you were looking at that, or if that was your look as well. Adam, Tesla declining. Breath up and short after lunch hour. Let's have a look at Tesla. Adam, I haven't looked at the mag at all, nor the mag, nor the future on the day. It's been small cap gapper season. That's just kind of how it is. Now, they all look really ugly, Adam. What the hell is this? Like, I'm not to you, obviously. I love you, Adam, but the mag just look, yeah, it's not my cup of tea, except if you're Microsoft. Microsoft seems to be trending, but coming down off the highs, that 415. Yeah, this ain't my cup of tea today, man. I'm staying away from the mag, but it looks like you're looking at Tesla there. We breached yesterday's low. Oh, Ram says, did you say cup of tea because it's Adam? Obviously referring to your British heritage there, of course. You tea or coffee guy?
I'm a tea guy.
You're a tea guy.
Yeah.
Any specific tea you like?
I like green tea.
Hey.
Or what do they call it? Guava tea or?
Do you ever get that matcha thing?
Yes.
Oh.
Green, isn't it like green?
Yeah,
whatever that is.
Yeah. That's why I thought of it when you said green tea, right?
Yeah, I do have one thing to mention for you
Go
guys.
for it.
So if you want to talk about timing, one of the best ways to do it, again, is with the options market. The options market is incredibly good at timing, not just the information it gives you, but the asset itself. It rewards timing. Of course, you buy time, you get leverage on that asset. But one thing that I typically look at is, this is really cool. If you guys know the PC ratio, so this is the put to call ratio. It's puts divided by calls. So the higher the number, of course, the bigger the numerator, aka the puts. And so what you see here is actually really interesting. You see a gap down below 0.5999. Now, here is something that you can kind of do here. Let me just show you guys this. If we pull up PC right here, boom. These are kind of the levels you want to pay attention to on the PC ratio. So this right here is this top section around the 0.89. This is what we call where puts are starting to get expensive. This is the kind of imbalance zone, if you will, that people start to pile into calls, not calls. They pile into puts where puts are expensive. Again, a market is, the options is a market, and the more buyers, the higher they're going to charge, the more demand, the higher they're going to charge. So everyone's insuring up here. When a market is hedged, when everyone in a market is hedged, it is impossible to crash. If 2008, if everyone was hedged, 2008's market crash wouldn't have happened then when everyone was hedged. And there's mechanics to market, truly. Fundamentals aside, technicals aside, there is mechanics to how markets work. Momentum, things like that. There's physical mechanics. I talked about this the other day, that the meme stocks. There was a point in time when the evaluations of these meme stocks were ridiculous. Why is that? They're not worth that on paper. They're not a fundamental company. It doesn't matter because there are mechanics to markets. People were getting squeezed. When people get squeezed, shorts cover. Cover creates more buying, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't matter what the fundamentals say. It doesn't matter necessarily what things like that happen. So specifically with the PC, if you guys want to screenshot this, the 0.89 is kind of where we have it as an extended. Down here is when calls are super expensive, and here's where you want to start to look at puts. These are where the puts are the better risk to reward trade. Now, specifically today, I want to outline this. This is how I kind of timed a short as well on that SQQQ. I started to talk about it. But whenever you get over this 0.69 level, you can see we kind of got around here we can find a specific time here. When we get over this 0.69 level, once we gap under it, once the markets climb back up to this 0.69, this is a tipping point. It's the point on the seesaw where you start to get a lot of that bearish pressure back. And so right around 0.69, you can see we hit this around 7.55. And if we go to SPY today and we go to 7.55, you will see this was almost on that second top. This is when we started to form that double top or started to reject from the high. So this was an early sign. And again, it's a leading indicator. This was an early sign that selling pressure was going to return back to the market. Once again, timing is everything, guys. And yeah, so that's where we're at today.
This is amazing. I didn't even know about this put-call ratio thing on PC.
Yeah,
this is sick, dude.
It works in alongside with VIX. So those are two based off the options.
Keeping my eye on this.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm going to put that beside the VIX because that is super important. Another thing that I had here, I don't know if you got this as well, market statistics, where you have like advancing issues, declining issues.
Is that tick or?
It's by the tick. It's literally doing by the, or no, I've got it on my platform here.
Oh, you do?
Show it because they're not a sponsor, but
okay.
It's interesting there. Robbie V, Sharif, check ATHA daily for breaks 0.71, then big gap to fill. Absolutely. Let me have a look at that. ATHA, not E. ATHA, Ram. That's the one. Ooh, okay. We just took out some highs here. Most notably, we took out the pre-market high. So now you got my attention. And we're also above the IB high, the implied balance high. Shout out to Dan the Dang Man Emmons as well. This was a runner yesterday. Shout out to you, Robbie V. Good call out. You know I'm not going to have eyes on this because it's not 85 pennies yet. And if you've been watching the show for a hot minute, you know I filter my scanner for everything south of 85. So we're going to put the ticker on, and we're definitely going to watch this. So now I'm going to have to load this up on a trading screen to get a better understanding, I should say, of the, I don't want to take off CDXC, Mobilize breaking down, VST, I'm going to have to take off the futures over here, Ram, because, well, we're not trading the futures today. Here we are. Let's have a look at the tape now. So zigging and zagging with 70. 70 is a bit of a top right now. It's 70.86 as the high of the day. I'm talking about 70 pennies, 0.8, whatever. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Now, what I want to see is, does it hold that 67, 65 area? Why am I looking at that area? Well, those are the peaks that we put in earlier. Now, we didn't get so far away from them that I think that we can account for them as support at the moment. 66 pennies is where the closing prints are generally, that high 65s. I want to see if it holds up there. I'm not going to be first. I don't need to be first. This one can squeeze into the dollar. By definition, that gives me about a 30% upside if I get long at 70, right? So let's see if the buyers step in and around 65. If they do, then I know they're looking at what I'm looking at, right? Again, I want to say this because I think people need to wrap their mind around this, right? You're not a market mover. You are a market observer. So if the buyers are not stepping in, the buyers of note, the buyers with weight, they're not stepping in at the level that you like or that you've earmarked, you stepping in there is not going to move the needle. So I need them to step in there first. And so far, Ram, they kind of did because they bought it a little bit off 66. But we're looking at the 1 minute chart right now. Let's not put too much stock into what the 1 minute says. So I'm going to pack my patience here. I want to see a couple of green candles, maybe multiple bounces off that 66, 65. I'll get in, man. This is a good looking stock. It's got all the check marks right beside its name. Now let's find out why the hell it's moving. Oh, we're going to find out other information, though, from Adair, who's at the big desk.
Okay.
We're going to take a look here at some of these small caps. I apologize. One of these is not a small cap, and two of these have been cribbed there from Sharif's trades. Lots of these smaller tickers on watch. But we're going to start here with the IWM, which is Still up on the day, but definitely still finding some resistance at 222. This time we didn't even get to 222. We got to 221. Now potentially a little bit of a V-shaped retracement on watch here for that Russell 2000. We have AMSC first here, American Semiconductor, just over a $1 billion market cap. They reported earnings, beating on earnings per share and sales here. They also had a bit mixed guidance, but clearly market participants responding positively as AMSC pushes into new day's highs with a 7.15% short float. We also have VSTE. This is Vast Renewables. I'm seeing no catalyst on this, but interestingly enough, even with the halts, a bit of a bull flag forming on Vast Renewables here. No catalyst, like I said, but there was a catalyst in this one on Tuesday. So we do have some traders watching this ticker. It's run in the past and it's run pretty recently with a 2 million share float. Last but not least, forgot to put it up there, but Mobileye on watch here, MBLY. They had earnings there on Thursday morning, so it's a day 2 earnings move for MBLY. Also could be some Intel sympathy. And Mobileye is a 22% short float, so that one certainly can move. Congrats to Sharif there on the VSTE and MBLY trades. And if you guys are looking at these or any other tickers, make sure to vote. Exclamation point join, space, $sign, and whatever ticker you're looking at on this market today, guys.
Dara, Andrew, what are you looking at, my man?
Right now, I'm looking at this right here if you guys want to check this out. So this is, again, we mentioned this before. This is just a cool tool I use. It's on Optima, Bloomberg Terminal, all that stuff. But this is the RG charts, and it kind of does display rotations in a really easy to know fashion. So I know I'm familiar. If you're with the markets long enough, you'll know what's rotating, what's not. But this right here, you can see the money. Again, we talk about this all the time. Firms do not sell positions. It's not like they're taking profits and they're stuffing their they're doing a money spread on their Instagram story. They're not doing that. Okay, so what they are doing though is they're reallocating. They're taking funds, and it's not physically a human all the time. It could be just an algo rebalancing. Trust me, I've seen it all before. I know the guys are doing this. They rebalance these big portfolios, and when they rebalance, it's based off certain metrics, etc. So what we're getting right now is actually a rotation into what? Well, let's look at the tickers. Swinging into improving here, you have names like XLP, XLRE, XLU. These are all what? Defensive names, defensive sectors. You also have value, things like that. And what are you getting a rotation out of? Growth. So what's happening is they're dumping growth and into defensives. This is a bad sign if you're a bull, because if a market's going to go up, you don't want to see this. So whenever you see this, and this is a leading sign, this is a leading indicator, it does kind of give you an idea of, okay, what should we go check now? Well, we can go check what stocks are going. So right now, I have an alert set out on Walmart to long Walmart for a quick play into the end of the day. There is a defensive rotation, and I want to capitalize off this. If the market's going to start to downturn again, they're going to start pouring into defensives before they pass this torch off and dump it. So Walmart, and then the other name I'm going to be watching alternatively is PG. So these two defensive names I'm watching right now.
All right, we got into AFA at 69s and one beak wetter 71, 73, 74. Now I almost got 75. It is likely going to reject off 75 because this is an area of psychological support or resistance in this case. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate. So let's see. Here we go. We're zigging and zagging with 74. I'm waiting at 75s. I'm not dropping it below that. I don't think I'm first in priority because my order just went out. But before I yap about this one, you wanna give anybody any closing ideas? Because today is gonna.
Oh yeah. So she's coming back. Raider's gonna go sit at the desk. But for you guys, what I would watch into the end of the day, be very, very careful. We have flow to suggest that we are going to close under 574 today. Okay, so that was the flow I talked about at lunch hour, that we have a bias to close under 574 today. So be mindful of that. Now, specifically with the walls, if you look at them on SPY, right here, well, we'll talk about this first. Boeing as well. I'm bullish on Boeing. I believe this one's going to do well, but I digress. SPY right here is this one, 1115. You can see we are coming up to kind of this 575 area, and I think we'll close somewhere within here today, and then maybe Monday we get a little continuation over 575, given that we have a positive close. But I think 574, somewhere around here, it's going to get a little choppy, a little ugly, but I'd be mindful of that. Guys, right now, again, Walmart and Procter & Gamble, PG, I'm watching these to the long side. The Walmart trade, I have my idea set at around 82.27 as my trigger, and then the last idea is Boeing and KO. These two also, I'm looking too long into the close on any strength. I'll set alert for 154.83 for myself, but that's it, guys. That's
all right,
it.
I need to, before you go, hey, Davis, loving what you have to say. Raider has such good data. How can we keep him in the mix? People want to know how they can get in touch with you, dude.
Well, you can find my socials. You can also get in touch with me. A lot of the stuff we're going to do in the future is pretty cool.
Isn't that on the bottom right there?
That is right down there. If you see
Instagram
Raider
and,
Trader 101.
yep.
And if you guys want to do more specific, my ideas all the time, if you want to see what I'm trading, things like that, I did start a platform. This is all hand-built by me. It's called the Raider Report. This is where I post my weekly ideas and my weekly trades. So this week, it was a lot around rotations, things like that. So I give a very thorough analysis of the markets and my specific trade ideas. But that's it. That's how you can get connected with me. Of course, Trader TV, you'll always see me sprinkled in here some way. Whether it's be talking with Sharif or,
We love having you on, brother.
Some of the most attractive hosts named Sharif are in the building right now.
Oh, my God.
So you don't get many hosts named Sharif, and you don't get many as good looking as him. So
I appreciate you.
And whoever sponsored Real Trading should be paying more for these ads or these platforms, because not only are they getting hosts to read it in front of thousands of people, but Sharif, I mean, you don't get many like not Forbes, Vogue magazine, is that it? Vogue?
You're killing me, dude.
He's on the cover of Vogue.
Rear end right now, bro. Come on now.
The Glaze.
Come on
the
now.
Glaze.
I appreciate you, Andrew, man.
Yep.
Great guy.
All right, guys.
All right, we're gonna get.
I'm getting out of here.
Appreciate you, Andrew. He's gonna be at the big desk with Adair. He's gonna be coming in hot when he sees something. So don't go anywhere. Andrew Raider isn't. He's gonna be hanging out with us for the rest of the day. I waxed poetic about this guy yesterday. I'm not gonna belabor that again, but the dude's obviously very advanced for his age. So hey, Davis picking up on that. Everybody picking up on that. Not really surprised. Ram, I need to show my chart for a second, please. So what's happening right now on She's such a troll. What's happening right now on ATHA, Ram, is that we dipped big boy off that 75 touch and bump. So that's not that kind of touch, but that's what's happening right now. I put my out below 66 pennies to account for the area resistance. What do you mean by that, Sharif? Well, we worked our way up into 66, couldn't take it. Now, look what we're doing. We cleared 66, and now we're bouncing off it. So to me, the line in the sand was 66. Maybe I'm wrong about that. You're not going to see me adding into here. Now, what I will do is if it weasels back above 70, hold 70 as support, I'll add more. Why is that? Well, when we broke 70 to the downside, we couldn't break 70 back to the upside again. Here comes 66. I'll flatten out if I get anything below that, especially if my stop doesn't trigger. So what I'm looking for is a break and take of 70 and a hold. Now it does look like it's actually going to breach 66 as the volume comes in aggressively to the downside here. So that's why we de-risk people. Oh, that's not what I want. That's why we de-risk people. Take your profits. Neil always says this. Nobody ever went broke going profit. Nobody ever went broke taking profits. I'll get it right. And I just got stopped out there, so sucks. But yeah, it's profitable trade. Happy with how I did it. I'll get back in if it sets up again. Satya, welcome back.
Welcome. Thank you for Andrew for spitting those hot lines. Yeah, follow him on social media. He has some great stuff for you guys. So for sure. So we're going to Adair, I guess.
Sorry.
You're going to keep an eye here on BOIL and a lot of these other oil names, USO, everything. We have BOIL basically at low of days here. Apparently we have Russia and Kazakhstan committing here to these OPEC plus production cuts. So some oil production stories on watch here, guys.
Jay Lee, where are you, Jay? We need you, Jay. No, Jay Lee's a guy in the chat. He's always trading nat gas. So anytime nat gas thing going on, I want his opinion. So
yeah.
You were about to start talking about something.
Yes. So I was looking at AMD as of right now. So I was waiting for the break of this level around 141. 88. I mean, I put my trigger at 141.79, but I'm still liking the look of that, and so I got in a little bit early. I got in at 79s, and so I did get in at 79s. Okay, great, good for me. And so yeah, I'm waiting for that short as of right now. Someone in the chat was saying it's a long, but I'm going to stand firm that this is a short. So that is what I'm looking at. And so how about you, Sharif? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at ATHA, same thing. I just weaseled in here, try to hold this. We're going to give it really tight room. Because look, it was bouncing off 66 and it worked back to 68. So I've taken half the position I took initially on this one, but it does seem like that selling is still coming in here at 66. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. Now, I should also let you know that the 10 exponential on the 5 is 65.08. So there is other areas of support, not just price action support there to account for. So that the area initially that we rejected off was 6.6, and now here we go again with 6.6 though. I don't want the bottom to drop off here and have to use the flatten key. It does hold that 10 exponential. It still hasn't printed anything below that 10 exponential, but there's a first time for everything, baby. And this one could be coming in right now as we dip again below that 10 exponential. So this one doesn't look like it's going to hold. This one looks like it was a fade off 75. I've already put my stop in. Let's see if this one wants to hold 66 or what. There's a lot of chop and churn right now at 66. Unsurprised by that though, because there's a level that we did earmark. For the moment, it does look like it's holding up, so we didn't get pushed out. But what I'm not getting is newer highs. Right? So that last little ascent that we got up there, that's 68. I'm going to need more than that, right? It's not about lower lows. I'm long, right? So we need, or about lower highs, we need higher highs. So let's see if we can weasel up above 68. I'll layer my orders out at above that level to account for that area, but we'll see exactly if this can break 68 or not when we get back from Adair, who's at the big desk with Trade the Pool.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part? This limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profit. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited offer. Join now for free. The link is in the description.
Yeah, so it's still waiting at that 68. It looks like as if that is acting as resistance right now, Satea. 68 pennies there or thereabouts. You know, when we get under a buck, we're always talking to 4 decimal places. So I'm not going to say 68.59. You guys will get it. Boom! Popped up there in a 69. We didn't get the 70 print though, Satea. I don't know why. There was a wall of sellers at 70. We're still waiting at 70. Let's see if we can get some more. It popped up though. We knew 70 was going to be a resistance level just based on how it had traded earlier at 70. And here it is again. And we're selling at 70 again. So we're going to have to whiffle and waffle with this level until we take out that seller. And that could be soon because there's a lot of buying here. Let's see if we can cross 70. 70 showing up again on the ask over here, but we're going to have to cross. And there it is. We cross. Let's keep going, baby. Let's keep going. We're going to set up at 74s because what's life without whimsy? That's where we took it out last time. We'll see if this one wants to pamp the high side.
Pamp. So yes, so I'm still having my eye on this AMD trade. I was a little bit scared for a second just because I saw a little bit of a pop-up here at this level around 141.86, and I was a little bit nervous because there was a little bit of a bounce there, but the trade is starting to work, and so I am still convicted in this trade. So that looks really good. I have my take profit at 141.54, so around here. So around at this level, so looking to take profits around there, not necessarily waiting for the bottom, but maybe might see a little bit of a lick grab there, get to that level, and then pop up possibly. But that is what I'm looking at in terms of AMD. And then something else that I was looking at is Amazon, and I thought this was really interesting as well. As I said before, you know, Andrew came on, this distinct rejection off of $200.50 rather, was very interesting. Strong wick up there, couldn't get up there. Now we're below VWAP, which is really interesting. And then what I like about this trade and what I like about this setup is the fact that it's consolidating below VWAP. And so this is really interesting as well. But I feel like the confirmation for the short really doesn't come in until 197, around 197.60. And so that is what I'm looking at. And then in the chat, I see Nessa saying Google at these levels. What y'all think? Let's look at Google. Google. Oh my gosh. Google. Okay, sweet. Yeah, this is really interesting. Really like the look of that. What I see as of now is it's trying to break above this day's high as well as this pre-market high. So this looks really strong. Like this nice uptrend here. I feel like your play is like, what are you doing with this? Are you, day trading? Are you swing trading? I feel like if you're day trading, this is a really good look as well. The breakthrough of this high is what I would be looking at personally. Or you could wait for a little bit of a dip buy around 170, 150. I think that is a good look as well. But this looks good, pretty good and pretty strong as well. And so I like the fact that we had earnings a couple of days ago. We had earnings on October 29th. And so, when the earnings came out, it did retrace a little bit, but it looks like the volume is starting to pick up here on Google. So that looks like a really good look.
Yeah,
as well
that's a really good look. That's like the best looking in the mix.
Yeah, exactly. So shout out to you, Nessa. Thanks for bringing eyes on that. That looks really, really good as well. And then someone's saying Sebastian. Oh, sorry, the name is Sebastian. What was Satea's costume yesterday?
I was just about to tell you that. Yeah, I was like, yeah, you got to answer that question.
I actually didn't dress up. This was like the first year that I was just kind of in the house, just, just trading,
Sure.
And so, yeah, I didn't dress up this year. Last year I was a police officer.
Hey.
But I don't know, maybe we might do something this weekend. I know that it's technically like Halloween's over, but I like to extend Halloween until the weekend. It's not done until the weekend is over, right? And so, I don't know what my costume may be. I'm thinking about being a pumpkin, to be honest. I don't know, it's kind of random, but I think it's cute. And so that's what I may dress up as this weekend. And then someone's saying AAPL. So let's take a look at that. That is...
Are they going to nap?
That is not...
They want a nap? Is that what they're looking at?
Yeah, they're looking to just... snooze. This does not look good, to be honest. The volume is not really here. Like since 1050, it's just been consolidating around this area, which I don't necessarily like. If you're going to do the Mag 7, you might as well just do Google. That is like, the volume really is there. Or if you're looking at other Mag 7, possibly Meta, that has a little bit more, steam there. And so what I like about Meta as well is it's holding up above VWAP, and so it broke this trend a little bit, but it didn't extend and break VWAP, which I like, so I still think that the long is still in play. I would be a little bit worried in terms of the volume, so I would probably wait for the break of that pre-market high, but I would say Google is one that is really moving right now, so shout out to Nessa for bringing that to our attention, and I would say that would be a better look than AAPL, because Apple, yeah, you might just be sitting there all day waiting for something to happen, and your money is better spent just, looking at other tickers, looking at things that are moving. So if you're day trading, just leave that on the side today. Let her sleep, let her rest, and then, you can pop in on Monday and see what she's doing then. And then Adrian is saying Nvidia going down. Let's look at that. You guys know I love me some Nvidia. Ooh, this is a nice play. Thank you for that. I love this. So this looks like a nice breakdown for the short. So I think I'm actually going to jump in this, actually. I'm going to get in around 135.80. So I'm looking at that. So I'm just going to put my level there. So Nvidia, come on, Nvidia and Q. And then I'm going to put my level at 135.80, gonna cross about, let's give it 5 pennies, and then 135.70, and then I'm gonna put that in there. So got that in there, and then what else do we got in the chat? Oh, I put something in by accident. QQQs, did not mean to do that. But I'm just gonna push it over to Sharif, and I'll get back to you guys.
Let's have a look at what VSTE is doing, because it's setting up like a bull flag right now. Lower highs, obviously, off that $8 touch and drop. But now we're at 659. The thing is, we're putting in higher lows as well. So it's not just a symphony of lower highs, but we've also got that higher low. So we're compressing, right? Compression pattern. This is what, sometimes we call a bull pennant. You got that big move up, and then you've got the pennant, sort of. That's the compression, or, whatever. And so I don't want to use these trend lines as lines in the sand. If it breaks above this, then I'm going long. I'd rather it close, right? I'm not going to care so much about the wicks, so I wait for the candle to decide how it wants to trade. Does it want to close decidedly above these trend lines, and then I'll get back in. So by extension, or by virtue of adopting that technique and that process, you're not going to get the best price. So you're going to have to wait for others, obviously, to manifest into the stock and push it up or down or however you're going to take it, and then you'll take the price that the candle closes at. So that's what I'm looking at right now. VSTE, it's awfully strong. I'm in a position, though, right now on ASPI and what's it called? ATHA. Now, the ASPI position, I think I'm going to take this out soon because we did quite well on this, but now it's coming into this area of consolidation. And I was like, all right, well, you know, it hasn't stopped me out. Everything's fine, this, that, and the other. Let's talk about this one, though. Where the hell is it? There it is. Okay, so this is the position that I'm in. It's obviously found some support, and this is why we got into it earlier at this 830, right? I mean, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then finally on the 7th candle at 1125, we broke through 1130 decisively. Then surprise, surprise, we get up to 880, 890 essentially, and then we're using 830 as support, and we're still doing that because we're in the 40s right now. So I said to myself, look, if you got in because that 830 was support, then so what if it comes back down to it? It's got to breach support for you to take it out. So I don't have a whole lot left. I'm going to pack my patience. In fact, if it does dip into 830 and does a big boy hold and then makes a new high, I'm adding to the position because that's going to be what I want to see. The recycling of that support level and then the making of a new high, and not just one thing. So keeping my eye out on ASPI to see if this bad boy wants to hold. Simultaneously, I've still got that position that I weaseled back into on ATHA, ATHA. It's holding the 10 exponential. In addition, this is the closing print on both these crests. This isn't by accident that we're holding up at 65, guys, right? Once, twice, and then OB thrice over here, right? I mean, the fact that we closed at 65 multiple times and then we've been holding up at 65s for the better part of 20 minutes cannot be by accident, all right? So you got to base these trades off, you know, recycled levels. At least that's how I do it. So that's what I'm looking at here. But the thing is, Ram, it's not going. So yeah, great. It's holding up, Sharif, at 65. Fantastic. You bought at 65 and then it's not moving up. Well, the idea is to hold until either the level breaches or weasels back up. Now, I've already been able to scalp a little bit off this bad boy here on ATHA. Let me bring in the screen. Where is it at? That's the last one. Yeah, we've been able to weasel out. So we got into here, took out some, and then it dipped back into 65s or 66s, excuse me. If it curls back up, then I'll see what I want to see. But if it doesn't, then I've already got my stop and play here on ATHA, and we're already positive on it. And based on where my stop is, I can't go negative on it. I just got stopped out. So perfect time.
Oh, man.
It's okay. I'm positive on it. I'm good.
Okay. That, you know, being stopped out, it's not bad in all cases. You know, it protects you. And so what I was looking at is this AMD. So this AMD is bouncing off of this level. So I had to pop out of that. That is looking bad. So going to get out of that. I guess my stop did not trigger. So I'm just going to get out of that. And then what I was looking at is Nvidia. So that Nvidia did trigger. And so let's see what's going on here. So I got in at 135.78. And so, you know, we have a little bit of a bounce here at 135.65. I'm going to wait for this, you know, to cook. I don't want it to get above this level around 136.22. If it does get to that level, I'm just going to get out as recent. And then if it does go back below this level around 135.64, then I would look for a potential to get back in, you know. But I think that as of right now, if it does go above VWAP, then this is not the look right now. And I will just get out there. And then someone is saying GSAT. So let's take a look at that. GSAT, okay. So with this, it retraced around 1154, got a little bit of retracement there, and then we are heading back above VWAP, which I really like. And so a little bit more confirmation for me is the break of 150. I really want to see it break above that level because I think before someone mentioned this and I said, post around 151, 152 because we want to see a break of that level. And if you got in early, right at 150, you would have been in drawdown at this level. But I think that it tried this level, couldn't break down too heavily here. We do have this hold around 133, and then we are coming up. And then if we can come up to this $150 mark again, around 151, still 152, then I think that getting in heavy, because listen, I think the expected value when it comes up to this point at a second time, it really increases. And a play that is, that I've been working on as well is like the 2 VWAP touch. It makes this base and then it's ascending up towards VWAP and it's holding above VWAP. And so I really like that as well. I don't necessarily want to get in here. Usually, yes, I say that, as close to VWAP as possible. But in this case, I want more confirmation at that 151 level. And if it can break that 151 level, I would be going hella heavy at that level. And so that is what I'm looking at. And then someone is saying DLR short. Are you guys talking to me? Oh, going to Andrew.
Hola. Okay, so other than this being a Spanish trading channel now, we are actually going to look at one setup, and this is a small lesson for you guys. One of the favorite technical setups. Now, I don't consider myself a pattern trader. I really look at the mechanics of the market, how it works, how is its relationship with the underlying, the options market, things like that. Again, we talked about that GameStop was once an incredibly overvalued company, but why did the market do that, right? It doesn't make sense that, well, if a market is truly efficient, then why is it that a market wanted to go above over evaluation so much? That's why I don't really consider patterns all that much. However, this is a structure I do look for, and it's called a market maker cycle. And so what this chart right here shows, and I'll kind of blow this up so it's a little easier to see, but this right here is what we call a classic bottoming cycle. You guys should all know out there in the audience, you experience technical analysis pros, which I all know you are, the Wyckoff theory. You typically get some sort of accumulation and distribution, right? And in that accumulation and distribution, you should see a fake out to one direction and then it actually go to the opposite direction. In an accumulation, you expect a fake out to the downside and back to the upside. Well, I got news. Wyckoff theory is somewhat outdated. And so in today's world, you actually have a bottoming cycle that looks like this. You actually get 2 fake outs, one to the upside and one to the downside for max pain. And so this structure right here, you can screenshot, take your phone, boom, get the screenshot out. I talk a lot about this on my own socials, things like that. And even several times, several trades I've talked about on here, trading on Trader TV. But this right here, we have a spring. This is the slow consolidation out of a channel. And then you have a max pain. Once you get out of here, it's not guaranteed, ignore that, but it is highly likely that you come back up and you break the spring high. Now this ticker right here, Adobe, is heavily beaten down, and we look to have what seems to be a max pain structure here, and then also a spring coming out of this channel right here, right? And so that is what we consider to be a nice bullish setup. With earnings next week, I'm actually bullish Adobe. If we have a strong close today, Friday to Monday rule, play the continuation on Monday into Tuesday because you carry over to the weekend, guys. Back to you.
Ram. Bro. Raider. Do you know this game?
Max Pain. No, what? What?
Yeah, it's actually,
is that a real thing?
It's old, bro. It's old, but yeah, it is.
No, PlayStation 2 was before me, man.
That's like the last video game system I ever.
How long was the PS4
yes,
out?
I remember you
Wasn't the PS4 out like 10 years?
I don't know.
It was out so long.
All right, guys, I got stopped out of the last little bit here that I've got on ASPI as it did breach that 830. So as I told you guys, the 830 level was kind of my line in the sand. It's the reason why I got into the trade, and it should be the reason I get out. Again, so that is my look there on ASPI. But here's the thing about ASPI. The volume weighted average price is awfully close to the current price action. So we're at 8 1/4, give or take 8 1/3. VWAP is at 812. So there could be an entirely different setup trade right now at VWAP if it is to make its way down there. Now, I'm not going to have a resting order at VWAP either. I'm going to have to watch it get down there, hold, and then get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. And then what? Why are you laughing?
I don't know. It's just kind of a funny saying. I don't know.
Yeah, he says it. He says it. Yeah, we all know what it means, but Satya is like pushing us in a different direction over here. What'd you say, Ob? That's the best side of the move. And who are we talking to over here? Yeah, Miss, look at that body. And did you hear his little comment today?
No, I missed it. Yeah.
He's
I was
like,
talking to
oh,
baby.
girl, look at that body. He's
body
talking to the
candle.
candles. I'm like,
Ooh.
what is happening? Get it, Ob. We love you, Ob.
You funny guy.
Ob is, he's solid. What do you got over there, Steph?
Yes. So I was looking at, oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to punch out of this AMD.
Can I just, can I look at Big Spile Super Chat while you set up?
Yeah, for sure.
Big Spile dropping the cash as he usually does in said chat. $4.99. We're going to thank Big Spile for that. If you didn't play Max Payne and skip school to have Tony Pro skater tournaments, you ain't no trader. The dude's young, Big Spile. Let him get into his mood there. But shout out to you. Point well taken, dude. Those like playing hooky, especially like in earlier years of high school where it didn't really matter that much because you're still away from college and they're not going to take your marks for that. Those were the best days. But like grade 11 onwards, you guys call it 11th grade onwards. I don't know. I don't know how your high school days went, but I didn't give up before 11th
I didn't
grade.
care up until grade 12. That's when I really started.
So that's normal around here. All right. Okay,
Yeah. I mean, once, because with like university, they only looked at like your top 6.
Exactly.
And so I was just like, you know what, let me start caring, but I was partying hard, grade 9 to 11, stay in school, guys.
Well, you stayed in school, but you were partying.
School, yeah.
No big deal.
But I got my act together. I was just like, you know what, I got to get serious about my life, and so I did go to school. So shout out to my school, but they don't pay us to shout them out, so we're not.
Did you hear what your friend Obi just
No.
said?
What did he say?
Did you hear what he said?
No.
He's like, drop out of school so you can trade. Come on, Ob. Come on, Ob.
I honestly wish I did. If I knew that was a career path when I was like 14 or 15,
Fair.
I probably wouldn't have, but I didn't get into it until 2021 during the pandemic.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
Yeah, it was just like school was over. I was just like, I was actually contemplating being a lawyer. I actually wanted to get into law school.
Nice.
And then trading found me, it saved me, and I was just like, you know what, this is what I want to do. I don't want to be a lawyer every single day of my life. That seems very mundane, to be honest. Because actually, just like off topic here, I did an internship in the States actually, and I was hanging out with a lot of lawyers, and they said run. They said run. You don't want the smoke. And so I said, oh, you guys don't seem too happy in this career. So I ran for the hills, and now I'm here. So happy to be here. But jumping back into these trades, so I got in on that Nvidia short, and that is printing. It is printing down. So I added extra here around 135.70 because I thought that if it rejected off of that VWAP level and didn't break that VWAP level and came down to this price here around 135.70, 135.66, then I would be getting in a little bit heavier there. So that is what I'm looking at. I'm looking to take profits probably around 135. Going to piece off a level at that. Sorry, actually 135. That's kind of a little bit far. I'm going to say 135.33, take a piece off of there. And then if I like what I see still, then 135 for the rest. How about you, Sharif? I'm looking at
I'm looking at your trade because Obi's in the exact same trade as you. He was in it from, I believe, the break of VWAP, 136.25.
Sweet.
The break of the prior low. Oh, he got in when you called it out,
Okay,
so
sweet.
shout out to Ob. He's in it too. So we're going to wish both of you guys the best of luck and hope you print up multiple storms.
Let's go.
Shout out to Big Spile as well. I saw that played hooky at the same buddy's house that had the shady dad.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Big Spile. I love it. You say the stuff that we say in private, but you say it out loud. That's what's beautiful about you, and I wouldn't change you. So shout out to Spile. Ramram, let's have a look at what we're doing here at this 20,180 point area. This is the volume weighted average price on the NQ December contract. I want to see if we bounce off this area. Last time, obviously, we did a nice little hammer candle there and then made a new high. That doesn't have to be the same thing. In fact, it looks like it's going to break down over here. Let's see if this one prints a newer low. That will take us down to 20,165. But Adara's at the big desk, and she's got some for us.
Time for our crypto segment. We're going to start with a bit of an interesting story from Microsoft. You may have heard, because I covered it last week, that Michael Saylor has been baiting Satya Nadella, the Microsoft CEO, a little bit here with regards to his crypto investment. That's because apparently, according to an SEC filing, Microsoft is now going to be looking into the possibility of investing in Bitcoin. However, this is not Microsoft's decision. It's going to be voting on this proposal, which is an assessment in investing in Bitcoin during its December annual meeting on December 10th. There is this National Center for Public Policy Research, which has been floating this proposal, so Microsoft will vote on it. Though its board of directors does not like this proposal. The board of directors does not want to be investing in Bitcoin, calling the proposal unnecessary, saying that the firm's management has, quote, already carefully considered a Bitcoin investment, and they don't want to do it. So MSFT on watch here, keep an eye out for December 10th to find out whether or not we actually end up voting here on a Bitcoin investment, though it sounds like all signs point to no. BTC here, all signs point to yes for that last 2 bullish months. Great look here in October, though it's worth noting, according to a JP Morgan report, revenue in the mining segment, as well as profit, actually falling for 4 months straight. So a third of the year, we've had a decline here in Bitcoin mining revenue and profit. So weak look for the miners, but not a weak look here for BTC. We had a rounded bottom here. Now we're looking like we're going to make a bit of another rounded bottom, a bit of a cup and handle. Let's see if November 2024 is the month where we make new all-time highs. If these or any other tickers are on your mind, get in the chat and vote. Just go ! Join, space, $, whatever ticker you have your eye on.
We thank Dara for that. Yeah, make sure to weasel on into the chat. Vote for your favorite tickers. Bears versus Bulls, letting you know, vote, vote, vote. There's a whole lot to vote about today, guys. I mean, we had so many earnings names yesterday that we can talk about, and a lot of volatile ones, too. Have a look at Intel. Have a look at Amazon. What else reported yesterday that's moving big? I mean, there's lots. Not coming to my mind right now, but you guys get it. So I wanted to talk about VSTE over here. So this one, we were talking about the bull flag, this, that, and the other ram, but it did break down decisively. And now it's coming into that volume-weighted average price, and it's doing some bottoming tail candles over here, candles of indecision. So I want to see, does this get its footing at this 560-ish level, 5 2/3, thereabouts, and then we'll take it off VWAP. But I don't want to be catching a symphony of lower highs. I want this one to pop up at least above that 615 level. Show me it's got the ability to make that newer high, because it hasn't had that ability since that candle printed at 1220. I'm talking about the 5, lower high, lower high, lower high. You guys get it. It's a series of lower highs, in fact, lower lows as well. So give me something above that 615, 614, something like that. We'll get involved. So much so do I like this. Now, again, this is candle specific. So once this 5-minute candle closes in 1 minute, you know, I won't be basing it on this candle, because it won't be the first 5-minute candle will make a new high, right? But I want to see if it gets right above there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert at 614 to let me know if this one's working its way back above that $6 area, and by extension of that, a new high above this candle. So that will keep eyes on that one. There, you know, a lot of stuff that was moving well in the earlier trading session is not really doing anything now, like ATHA hanging out at those lows. CDXC. Now, look, if you got anything off VWAP or $5, you've done very well on CDXC, and that's where initially I got in, but I had earmarked my stop for VWAP, and this one proved to me that it wasn't using it for that purpose. So, yeah, the range is in play right now, 505, 510 with that 5 essentially 40s to the high side on CDXC, but it could be a VWAP hold high of daybreak kind of situation. ASPI, we're yapping about this one, coming back into the volume weighted average price. Ramram, I think he wants to go. So we'll keep an eye out at that. 810, 811 as well is the level that we were earmarking for VWAP on ASPI. So that could be interesting as well. Here, VSTE is really breaking down now. Look at this. It's really dropping below VWAP, so this one's looking like it's going to retrace possibly at least into the lat lows. It's below the 10, the 20, and VWAP, so the only thing holding it up right now, I guess the 15, and that's not a level that I use for these small cap gappers. So I've got no trades on at the moment, to be honest with you, and I've got no ideas either, and I haven't been looking at these large caps, and I'm not really interested in looking at the large caps either. I think we do have Videra, though, at the big desk.
Hey everyone. So I just had an idea here. So when we talk about timing, it is currently around 1:15. And when I look to position into the markets, it's going to be between 2 and 4 o'clock. This is typically when you get that kind of slumped, low volume moves to start to pick up again. And so some of the names I'm looking at with a lot of strength right now, Boeing. Boeing looks like it's threatening to take out the high. Whenever I see this structure right here, when I see a pop, a drop, and a close in the middle, this is a classic pivot level. Why? Because market makers don't like to chop it here. They like to actually take it to the high or the low here. In that, when you get to trading and you're able to identify places where you can enter, where it takes out the third direction. I see a lot of you guys in chat, you're smart enough to actually mention this a lot, that market trading isn't just up or down, it's also sideways. And especially as an options trader, sideways is punishing. So it's not a 1 in 2 chance, it's a 1 in 3 chance, theoretically speaking. So this right here, Boeing, I have alerts set for 154.90 right here. This will be my entry for 1/3 of my position size for next week calls. And then after that, if we get to the high, I'll add to this trade. But Boeing, still bullish on this one despite the volatility we saw yesterday.
Hide my license plate. So I was gonna ask Raider this, but now you're here, and you and I have talked about car colors before, and we had a little bit of a disagreement.
We did.
But you're muted. I think we saw eye to eye after that as well, because we
Yes.
agreed that it was a nice color, but not necessarily for the car.
Yeah.
All right.
Or for you.
Or for me.
Yeah.
Here it is. So Ram, let's throw this on. So right now, it's kind of hard to see because the picture I took is not very nice. So right here, so this is what I'm doing, Raider. See how it's blacked out over here? So he's got the black badge up here. So I'm going to do that to mine. So the left is my card. The right is the card that I want to copy. And then look at this, Raider. He's got black all over the bottom there.
Yep.
Mine is gray. So he wrapped it all black. So it kind of matches the top there. I'm going to get that all. Well, you don't like the black, Ram?
I think.
Oh, thanks, Ram.
Cars.
She doesn't like it. She thinks my car is gross. Thank you, Ram. Thank you. So I'm going to get this. This is the weekend job. So we're going to get this all blacked out, that blacked out, and then on the sides over here, all blacked out. Raider, your thoughts?
Like it. I think Ford calls that grabber blue. I'm a Ford guy. In case you guys didn't know, I have a Mustang. I'm actually going to wrap it soon. I'm going to wrap it myself. But so I'm going to be in the garage for who knows how long. But if I go missing for a few weeks, you'll know I'm in there.
I heard restaurants say that you work a lot on your car. I love
yes.
Yeah.
The blue, that bright blue, I love that car. That's a good color. Yep. I love that color.
Thoughts?
It looks good. I like it. I mean, to me, it looks similar to the color that we were arguing with. A little bit darker.
Yeah.
But close enough. I'll give it a pass.
Do you like the gray or the black? That's my question to you. So right now, I know it's not very clear. The picture kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But do you like the gray areas or do you like the black areas? Now, here's what Randy said to me. Let me just throw something in your way.
Okay.
Randy's like, it's going to get scratched up if you do it polished black, whereas that's why they have it matte.
I like the matte black better a little bit. I find, I don't know, the glossy kind of makes it like a toy car looking, but the matte, it looks mean. I like that.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're in agreement.
Yes.
Yes, we're in agreement. Not like last time.
No. We won't argue this time, but that looks good. Yeah.
All right. So then it's settled. I'm going through the weekend. I'm definitely getting it done. It's an entire job. They got to take off everything. They take off all the badges. They take off all the parts. They wrap them. So it's a job. So I'm not going to have my car for a couple of days, but I'm pumped to do this. It's the first thing that I've done to my car after I chipped it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
What made you want to detail it in this way?
Just because I think it looks more badass.
Okay,
quite
fair.
frankly.
Yeah.
Just the black badging rather than the chrome badging. I'm
That's
not
fair.
a big fan of chrome.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyway, yeah, black badge.
No, that looks great.
So shout out. Let's see what everyone's yapping about in the chat over here. Axel Slim, Satya, Amazon retracing day low. Thanks for sharing your experience. You're getting love in the chat, man. Shout out to you. Let's see what Aura Alpha's saying. Get a carbon diffuser. Don't be cheap. Shout out to you. Okay. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Sebastian says make it blue as well. Okay, I've actually thought about that, but matching the color, I think, tone for tone, might be a bit of a challenge unless I get it done through the dealership, and we all know what kind of rinsing you're going to get there as well. So shout out to you. Crippin' out here, yes. Well, blue by far my favorite color, so it's not by design or anything like that. Scott Edwards, shout out to him. What is he saying there? I used to have an F-type, great choice. I'm English, so I'm partial to a good Jag. Dude, you and I both. I love English cars. I know that they have issues. You got to keep them under warranty. Once they're off warranty, it behooves you to get rid of them. Otherwise, you're going to be spending a lot of money at the dealership. But yeah, we digress a little bit. So, Taya, what are you up to over there?
Yeah, for sure. So someone's saying was it GAST or GSA? I think it was GSA. Yeah. So I put my order here at 153 and 155 because I did not want to get faked out at that 150. I wanted further confirmation that it would actually break. And it got to that level at 150, and then it's just retracing down to VWAP. So that's why I like to have, my orders set a couple of pennies above that level. Again, because we want some more confirmation there. We want to make sure that we don't just get, lick grabbed and then it comes to the downside. And so that's why even a couple of pennies can really save your account from you getting, a little bit rinsed there. And so, not rinsed, but it's only a couple of pennies down, about, 4 pennies or 6 pennies down. And so that's not crazy, but if you want to be precise, getting in at those 3 to 5 pennies above really can save your P&L. And then I was also looking at Nvidia. So I guess I got stopped out there. So I put my stop here at 136.15, and so it got up to around 136.17. Of course it did, and then it's coming back down. And so, look, I didn't give it enough room, but the thing is, I could always punch back in if I see what I want to see. I do want to see another break of 135.87 if I am going to get involved again, but I just didn't like the fact that it broke above VWAP, and then it's also holding this 9 EMA, which I don't really like. It seems like the trend is really starting to reverse there, so I didn't want to hold it too much against me because I am a scalper, and so if it's not doing what I want it to do exactly as I punch in, I'll give it some room, of course, but if it doesn't do it within, a 5 to 15 minute time frame, I'm just going to get out of there and then reevaluate, and then if I see what I want to see, I'll get back in. And so I'm going to cancel these orders here that I had on Amazon and GSAT because GSAT didn't do what I wanted it to do either. But shout out to, I think it was someone that brought it to my attention that GSAT was, approaching those highs again, but it just didn't get to the level that I wanted to. And then so I'm interested in what you guys have in the chats. Paul A saying CNK. So let's take a look at that. CNK, I mean, this is not something that I would typically trade just because, it's on the cheaper side. But from what I can see, we do have this rejection here at $30, that even dollar, very distinct, very interesting there. And so right now we're at this $half level at 50s. And so I want to see a break below 50s. I don't want to see it hold 50s if we're going to continue for, the short here. But this is not something I'd really get involved now for the day trade, to be honest. If you got in already, like if you got in at VWAP around 29.70 or even at these tops around 30, then I'd say, yeah, continue to hold it. But in terms of getting in now, I don't like the look of it. I mean, if it breaks below 29.40, then I'll see what it does there. But I don't want to get involved yet. And then how about you, Sharif?
I think this is what Ram wants to do to her car.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Okay, number one, I love it. I like the neon. But number two, you're going to get pulled over right away if you do that.
It looks like a cop car.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not just that, but you always get pulled over probably because of the way you drive, Ram. I see you do those donuts in the pickup. I like this. I also like this. I like how she lowered it. Well, this is what you wanted to do, I'm assuming, right? Like, I like how you lower it, like this car is lowered. But let me tell you, Ram, you drive on the streets of Toronto like that,
boom. Those speed bumps are going to be chipping the bottom.
Oh, God, yeah. Some of the bumps, like, on the road to the drive to where I'm like, how can they not know about this? Like, there's no way that I'm the only person that's complaining about this speed bump. But
no, seriously.
City's broke, so it's all good.
Do better, Toronto.
Hey, Ram. Raiders got some for us at the big desk.
Raider. Just a quick update, guys. I did trigger my entry on Boeing just a few minutes ago while they were talking. Again, that was over that 154.90. I'm still in this. Again, 1/3 of my position size. I don't plan to add anything unless if we start to crank up into the last 2 hours. Again, I'm all about timing. Lunch hours, there's a lot of fake outs, there's a lot of moves, but I like to stay in these names. So right here, I did trigger an entry for next week calls on Boeing. And also, I did want to show this just briefly since we are talking about cars, the Raider Mobile. This is the Raider Mobile right here. The black Stang, some people in chat were laughing that it was called the Black Widowmaker because they think I'm going to just spin out. But despite all the bad reputation with Mustang owners, I am a very good driver. Yeah, so a little bit of work done to this car. The taillights, I cleared them out, iced out with an exhaust. It's a little, if you guys see my Instagram, you'll know how loud it is. But then the insides, this is the special one right here. Nyang, 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 nyang. If you know, you know. Okay, guys, back to you.
Yeah, that's a 5.0, baby. So that's a big boy engine right there. Raider, supercharger, yay or nay?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
yep. It's a Whipple.
Supercharger. Let me ask you, do you have that loud supercharger whine?
Yeah, so I have a whine tube. It goes through the firewall underneath my feet by the gas pedal. And so when you rev up on it past like 4,000 RPM, it goes.
Love it. Yes, man. It's not as bad, I'm assuming, as what are they called?
No, it's not as pronounced as Hellcats. No.
Yeah, sick.
No.
On my car, you can't hear the supercharger whine either. It's like super tamped down. So, all right, guys, superchargers. I know we're going off on a tangent, but it is Friday, so we can kind of keep it light, keep it nice and conversational. We got Raider with us. We're not going to have him for too much longer, so we'll get in some conversations. Guys, I want to let you know that Mobileye didn't even work down back in VWAP RAM. It was able to hold that 15 1/3, 15 generally in a quarter, and now it's working into that local area top that we got out at. That was 1566. Now we're at 56. It's a nice symphony of green candles here as we put in higher lows and higher highs, working right back into that local high. Ultimately, though, we've got that 1583 top on the day, but we're doing our darndest to get back up there. We're putting in higher highs and higher lows. So that's why I like this one. I'm not going to work back into this one. I want to see how it trades at that 15 2/3. So we know it topped out there, couldn't break that level. It's looking awfully good here. The volume's picking up a little bit. You got a symphony of green. Now let's see what we do with that earmarked resistance level at 15 1/3. It takes it. Definitely be persuaded to get back in. But it did look for a moment, or it still does, that the future might be changing its tune. Nice double bottom hold off VWAP. And we were looking at this, but I didn't have the compunction to get into VWAP, get it, Adara, at that level. Quite frankly, but we did notice the VWAP dip there, and that's got a lot of different names moving up. The likes of Tesla is off the low there and looking to take 249. It's at the 20 exponential on the 5. Even the dead one is a rose. Look at this. It removed itself, it moved itself above the volume weighted average price. It also took out, I don't know, I'm not talking properly, this 223 1/4. So we had been kind of topping off there, 11.15 to 11.30. We just took it out. We got to $0.33 of a dollar, or even a bit higher. So Apple's got a 4 green candle setup on the 5-minute and looking to take out local tops. We do know that we'll likely have trouble with 223.80, given that it was a pre-market top there. It was doing a decent amount of volume. With that high of the day, that IB high, 225 1/3, we're moving back up. Let's see how we do here. If I take something long, it likely won't be Apple on the day in the Mag 7 world. Let's go with something a little stronger, like Microsoft up 2%. Even though Google is not up big, it does have a nice little higher low pattern, higher high pattern. We still are off the highs, but we do now have money talks with Adara.
We usually look at the daily chart here for the DXY when we do this in the morning, so I like to look at a different time frame here in the afternoon. We're looking at the monthly. What a month we had here for the DXY. Bullish engulfing, taking out September and almost even August price action to the downside. And it looks like as of right now, we're on day one, but it looks like we're poised to repeat and push further. I'm seeing potentially some resistance here in the DXY, at least on a charting basis, at that 106 level, which was the top here for July and also June. Interesting look there for that US dollar. And of course, the biggest thing we had today in the economic data world was that much lower than expected print here for non-farm payrolls, coming in at 12,000. There's this chart here from CNBC showing this in context, and you can see here, lowest month, this is January 2022 compared to August. Definitely a pretty weak jobless claim there we got. There were specific things impacting this, including hurricanes here that we had coming through in, screen, there we go. Apologies there. We had some hurricanes, of course, in July, or sorry, not in July, in September, that could have been impacting those jobless claim or those NFP numbers. In addition to the fact that we had the Boeing strike, apparently they're estimating 44,000 to the 46,000 difference there in jobs for September in the manufacturing space was likely due to Boeing. So we'll have to see if any changes in that Boeing strike situation, which is getting voted on Monday, could be impacting the DXY or at least the non-farm payrolls for next month. It's also here we did have the November 7th Fed meeting now on Thursday. Apparently they're pricing in a 100% chance of that 25 basis point cut. So good chance we get that 25 basis point cut. At least everyone seems to be factoring that in. We'll see what we get in less than a week, guys.
Yeah, I want to show Ram the chart over here. This is Lululemon, guys. We're up a decent percent here, almost 7%, and at the highs on Lulu, breaking through 20. And here it is, Lululemon Athletica up 7%. Shout out to Adara, on pace for the largest percent increase since October of 23. No way, that's over a year ago. So that's a big boy move. I don't have, Adara, do we have a reason this is moving up? She's looking. All right. So would be the highest close since June. We haven't been high this high since June 10th. It was at 318 a quarter, on pace for the largest percentage increase since I mentioned October 23. That day rose 10 1/3. It snaps a 3-day losing streak, a little bit less interesting now. It's down 37% and change year to date, on pace for the worst year since 2008. Wow, okay, interesting. Did not know. This is interesting here. I'm screenshotting this because this is all good data that I can just use for later. So Lululemon, don't know why it's moving in this way. Adara's looking. I don't have personally anything on my blotter. Neither does Neil. Neil was looking as well. Guys, this is the chart. This is the daily on Lulu. So it's by no means, near highs or anywhere near anything like that. But we did take $300 today, and we've gotten up almost in 320. Now, I should point out that we're at an important area right now on the daily, and that is the 200 exponential moving average. Now, we know how the 200 acts on the daily. The 50 and the 200 are important. Adara, though, has something for us at the big desk.
Unfortunately, not news. I have no catalyst to describe this move here in LU. I also pulled up the daily chart to see if there's any kind of breakout. I mean, we have been in a bit of an uptrend after making lows around early August, so this could potentially just be a breakout within that uptrend. It's worth noting here, too, there's a lot of social media attention for Lulu. We're not talking multiple tweets a minute. Actually, now we are. We're just getting even more tweets here. So lots of social media interest for the ticker LU. They also have a not insignificant short float for the size of the company. We've got a $40.86 billion market cap, 5.27% short float there for LU, as it looks to make new high of days, up 7.5% right now, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Adara. And so someone said Nvidia in the chat, breaking below VWAP. And so this is what I was looking for originally. So it seems like it faked some of us out here, got above VWAP, and then it is coming to the downside. And so I want a little bit more confirmation here because I'm still looking for this short. And so I want to see the break of 135.53. So I have an order sitting there around 59s and then up to 55s. And so I want to see that trigger there because I am convicted in this short. And so I didn't want to give it too much room just because I can take advantage of getting in and out, within a couple pennies on our P Pro 8 platform. And so I just jumped out, but I'm still convicted in this trade. And so I really want to see that get there. I like the fact that it got above VWAP, wicked below, and then came down here. And it seems like Raider wants to say something over there, so we could switch over to Raider.
Sorry about that delay. They had to do the translation for my Spanish section. I'm speaking Spanish right now, but the AI is translating it to you guys. So it's outrageous. As far as Boeing right now, guys, I did take an entry on this. Again, this is why it's important for patience. 1108, I'm not going to exit this anytime soon. But one trade I wanted to highlight, you guys knew this trade I took the other day which was TWLO. I'm going to sell my calls, majority of them, since they do expire today, I'm going to sell majority of them today for 130%. This was a trade I took with you guys live on this show here to this week. So TWLO, again, this idea came from Flow, and the options market was betting on another high in this, despite being up so much. So this trade really paid out 130%.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data. Up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Shorter. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I was just speaking to stay off camera about, like, you know, things not really being, there's not a whole lot to trade, at least for me. I mean, I'm trying to stay away from the Mag 7 today. Obviously, the Mag 7 is moving to the downside, and that has Big Spile very happy. And Raiders clapping. Everybody's happy on here. It's selling season, says Big Spile. Short the pops, and he would be absolutely accurate. Let me show you what I was just talking to Satya about off camera. We were just waxing esoteric there quickly about this level that we were going to get into on the futures, and that was 20,250. But we hit a brick wall, Satya.
Yeah.
It's not the first time we've hit that same brick wall.
Exactly.
Third time's a dang charm. We're at VWAP again. What's your look on these markets right now?
Yeah, as of right now, I'm looking to go short on Nvidia. And I was just talking to Sharif. He mentioned it to me. He's saying that the QQQs are kind of making the same. Like, if we look on the Nvidia chart and we look at the QQQs, look at that similarity there. And so I'm going to use that as kind of a directional play as well. I think that if the QQQs can break down below this level around 488.06, then I think Nvidia is going to follow suit. So I'm looking at that, looking to get filled around 59s to 55s. I think, again, the fact that it got to this level and then broke down again, I think that this gives us a little bit more confirmation. And so we did have to, you know, give it a second try, but, you know, we are convicted and we're going to Raider.
Okay, everyone. So again, live translation. If you see my mouth speaking Spanish, but really it's English. That's the new technologies here. But as far as what we're doing here, guys, the SPY drop here, again, we talked about it multiple times today. 574 being the bias we close under today. That was from that NDX order. Big call sellers coming in here, and that's kind of the flow I analyze. So again, what's the next move of the market? Well, it's, again, bias under 574, whether that means tank or not. It could just mean a pin here at this level around 574 before the close. But one thing's for certain that I'm actually looking at, and this is why everything is about positioning. Notice how Boeing is holding the highs while SPY is actually dropping from the highs. Relative strength is so important in the markets. You have to know the rotations. You have to know where money is flowing in the markets. And we talked about over with Sharif that it was flowing really into a lot of the defensives, and that some of these more beaten down defensive names was what I was looking at to trade. Boeing ended up being the one that I took. And so this is so important for a lot of you guys. You have great tickers. You have great setups in mind, but you're trading the wrong tickers that aren't necessarily where the opportunity is. Again, you can go and trade, Tesla. You can go trade mega caps, but if you ever wonder, oh, why are these stocks moving so much more? It's because of the rotations. Rotations are easily found ahead of time. You just have to know relative strength. And so when you're looking at stuff like defensives right now, beaten down like BA, or even when we look at the Adobe, the ADBE, these ones are holding the highs. Therefore, they're going to be the better continuation trade if we do close higher again Monday. But again, swinging over the weekend, I'm betting on Adobe. I'm betting on Boeing. I'm not betting on the things tanking like SPY to make any sort of significant move.
Well said, Andrew. Thank you for that. You were in the middle of an analysis on Nvidia.
Yeah, for sure. So I got a little bit scared, not going to lie, before we passed it off to Raider. The fact that we just bounced a little bit, got to VWAP, but we're not breaking VWAP yet. And so this still makes me convicted in this trade here. And so I didn't get filled, which I'm kind of glad that I put it, at this level and didn't really get, caught up in this action here. But on the way down, I want to get filled on the way down. I don't necessarily want to punch in, at these levels here. And so I'm looking at that. And then okay, we got filled here. And so I'm looking to take profits around 135, just, an easy bus stop level here, 63 cents there. And then someone was saying Meta was kind of following suit in terms of the QQQs. I feel like it doesn't necessarily look the same as Nvidia, as close to the QQQs as Nvidia does. But it is coming down here. But the thing is, Meta, it doesn't necessarily look bearish as of right now. With Meta, it still looks like it's holding, this uptrend here. And so I still like it for the long as it doesn't break below VWAP. But that's just my take on it personally. But I don't think it looks exactly the same as it does on the QQQ Nvidia as an Nvidia. Because if you look on Nvidia again, just look how similar, how they look. So it held above VWAP, and then it started to break below VWAP around 1245, and then it didn't necessarily break VWAP around 1245 on the Qs, but it is starting to kind of break down here, and it has a similar look there. So I think the charts are a little bit more similar with Nvidia to QQQs rather than Meta. So that is that. And then Kanye East, that's kind of funny. I'm using 135.70 on Nvidia as a bull bear level. Okay, 135.70. Okay, this level that we're at as of right now. Yeah, I definitely think that's a good look as well. And I also feel like as long as we don't get above this candle around 135.94, I think that is a key pivotal level as well, along with VWAP. But I think we are coming to the downside, and so that looks good as well. But, with NVIDIA, it could chop and it could churn. But I think another level that we can also look at if you are still kind of wary that NVIDIA may bounce is a break of this level around 135.60. And it seems like it's coming down to that level. And so we look like we may break. Let's see if it really does break that level. Okay, it is. And it's bouncing a little bit off of, okay, we're down. And so it's doing that type of action there. And so, yeah, I really like that trade. I really liked it just because it broke below VWAP. Again, it came up to VWAP, couldn't break too high above it. And then we did that two-man VWAP touch again, and that made me even more convicted in this trade. But it seems like it's trying to bounce a little bit off of this level. And so I don't want to see, too strong of candles wicking at that level. If I look on the 5-minute, we are wicking it a little bit. If I look on the 15, we still kind of see that action happening there as well. But the next 15-minute candle is going to be closing in about 2 minutes. And so if I see that next 15-minute candle closing below this level, 135.54, then I'm going to be still convicted in the short. How about you, Sharif?
All right, we weaseled into a couple of positions, guys. CDXC, already a couple of beak wetters, took 10 pennies off this. Looking for, this is the only reason I got in, a VWAP hold after a monster topping tail candle that makes a new high a day. So I didn't buy the dip. I bought it after it had already dipped off VWAP. So already a couple of beak wetters looking for this to hold. Stop is already in play. Not going to give too much back. And on top of that, smaller position as we're now 15 minutes or so away from the end of the show. And I don't want to have to be managing these positions while I'm on the big board. The other position that I'm in right now, this one not doing so well, but we're also not stopped out. So I got into ATHA again for one specific reason. It did a VWAP hold. So I said, okay, if this wants to whiffle and waffle at VWAP, I have an area specifically where I can get out. And that is the bottom end of this trough right here. So if we give up the ghost at 59 pennies, that's all I'm risking, 3 dang pennies on this. So if it breaches 59, that's the end of the story. But obviously I'm looking for something in and around 68 pennies because that's the level, 65 pennies, excuse me. That's a level that we held as support for a long time, and that's a level that we were using as resistance for a long time. So this one's breaking down into 61 pennies now, so we're 1 penny out of the money on this. Nothing really going to go against me in terms of anything more than 3 pennies on that. So we'll pack our patience with ATHA, but we'll also look at the one that's doing all right, which is CDXC. Next beak wetter up here, 38s. And then we're going to layer it. I do want to de-risk the majority of the position, not all, just the majority in front of 45. Why is that? Well, 45 was an obvious level of resistance. Look how many times we've interacted with that level. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go, 37s. I'm waiting at 38, bruh. Let's go. So it's a bit of a spready name. So it's got 33s on the bid, 37 on the ask. So it's going to have to cross by a little bit for me to get filled. It's not just about getting printed once the ask gets into 38. So accounting for that, obviously, as well. Keeping my eye on this one, 38's now on the ask, and there it is. We get the print. Now we got to move up a little bit over here. We're going to sit at 45s. No, 45s is the wrong move. I'm not going to put it at 44s because that's an unlucky number. I'm putting it at 43s. We'll see if we can get up into that level to wet our beak for that 45 rejection. So that's what I'm looking at for CDXC. How's the other one doing? Not so good. Now we're 2 pennies out of the money. And you guys are laughing, 2 pennies, but obviously everything is relative, right? So we're going to keep our eye, I'll keep my eye onto this, not looking for anything below 59 pennies. But if I had to guess, I think this one breaks down. I think this was kind of a short to pop type situation, Ram, where what we did was we got into VWAP, breached it, put in a bit of a hammer candle, weaseled back up, only to right back down again. So we'll see. It's not going to be hard to find out. It breaches 59, I'm out. Simple as that. ATHA, a good mover on the day, but not really respecting VWAP a whole hell of a lot. Let's flip back to the other one. Yeah, rejection off 40. So now we know there's a bit of a seller of note here at 40s on CDXC, so I can account for that. I was expecting them at 45, right? And we still might get them at 45, and that's the thing. You might have a seller at both. So the reason I was looking 45, obviously I made that point clear already. Pretty Panda, GSAP, baby, I'm the whisperer. All right, sounds good, man. If you're going to be the small cap whisperer, then you and I are going to be very good friends. Now let's have a look at GSAT because that was moving earlier. Oh yeah, it's moving. And here's the thing though, Pretty Panda, you know I love trading these small cap gappers, and more sympathetic to you I could not be for why you got into this, but I will not personally breach my rule of taking it below the pre-market high as a breakout trade. This is the pre-market high, that $1.79, $1.80, whatever you want to earmark that as. So we're still well away from it. 53s just printing there, but obviously you've done well on it. Well, and the reason I can tell that is been putting in higher highs and higher lows, but to each their own, baby, right? Like, I mean, you've got to have some rules, and I've got mine. I like this all the way up to at least $1.60, Pretty, because that's where this upward channel is. And let's have a look. We can kind of create a parallel line there. Oh yeah, it's a good looking upward channel. No doubt about it. Respectful of the levels. Let's see if we can get up into that $1.60 because that's where it looks like right now. The upward or the upside of that is. It did look like we breached that level on ATHA, and I'm now wondering why the hell I didn't get stopped out. But we're above 59 here. But look at that wick. It wicked into 58. If that's a real wick there, let me look at my side chart. Yeah, it is. And I don't know why I didn't get stopped out there. That's kind of concerning. My order didn't print. But now it's moving back up, so I'm kind of happy I didn't get stopped out. So Taya, what are you looking at?
For sure. So someone in the chat, Sam, he was asking me what helped you learn day trading. And it was actually around like 2021, 2022 when there was like a market reversal in the crypto market. And so I got in at the bottom. And so I realized, okay, I can't be holding until the moon because it's not, a good price level. And so that's how I started to get into day trading. And then, as the market kind of started to dry up a little bit, I was looking into day trading jobs because I really being in the market, I really just knew that this was something that I wanted to do. And so I found Real Trading, Day Trade the World, whatever you want to call it. And so, that's what really made me get better. Shout out to Wayne, shout out to Brankles, shout out to Yannick, shout out to Jose, Justin, everyone on the floor, everyone here has honestly helped me with my strategies. And so I knew how to trade, but just picking everyone's brain, Obi, can't forget Obi as well. Just picking their brain has really, I'm so sorry, Obi.
Wow, he really said.
But everybody's brain, I've been picking at it. And so usually, I'm a quiet person. person on the floor.
Yeah.
But
I don't think I had talked to you too much until you got onto the show.
exactly. Yeah, I was kind of just a fly on the wall. I'm not really like a person that talk. I just keep to myself. But every so often, I would ask people, you know, about what their strategies were, and so they didn't even realize I was low key stealing, you know, their strategy and making it my own. And so, you know, that's what I did. And so I just accumulated everyone's strategy, and I started to, you know, refine it and make it my own. And so that's where my trades started to really hone in. But I really want to shout out Brankles as well, because I feel like his strategy as well has really rubbed off on me, and that has really helped as well. So Real Trading, I have to shout out Real Trading. They've made me the trader that I am today. I feel like the biggest issue that I had in my personal account was the fact that my risk management was terrible. I would get like really good entries and exits, but the thing is, like, sometimes I would just, you know, blow the account, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, like what is going on here? But as I, you know, came here, I'm really strict with my risk management, and so I'm profitable again. So shout out to Real Trading, and yeah, that's who I have to shout out there. And so I learn every single day. But if you are in Toronto and you really want to refine your trading, apply, you know, and be a part of the campus program. It really does help. You could do it. You could work from home. You don't necessarily have to be in the office every single day. And so if you want to be a better trader, a more consistent trader, a profitable trader, you need to get in on here and really get in here, because it will make you so much better. And I just have to shout out the floor. And that's just how I got the best.
Yeah, and I was going to say to you, like, when they told me that you wanted to come on the show, I was like, but she doesn't talk to me. Right? That was my thinking initially, but it shows you, like, you really should not judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
And then you come on here and you're completely natural. It's
Yeah.
like you're not nervous. You can talk up a storm.
Yeah,
I'm just, I mean, I didn't know.
I'm just more introverted, to be honest. And I feel like, yeah, everyone was a little bit like, like, is she just going to be sitting there like, doo-doo-doo?
No, I didn't think that, but like I was just unsure, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you a bunch of times in the back, but you're not like the chatty type. You know, you're talking about Patty, but Patty talks to stone.
Yes,
Yeah, Patty will talk to anything. You know what I mean? Like, we love that.
He will talk to a rock if he could, you know?
He's coming after today, too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And so he kind of got me
Mm-hmm.
out of my shell, to be honest. Like, I feel like it's like only child syndrome. I'm an only child, so I never had like really siblings to really chat up a storm with.
Fair.
And so, but when people talk to me, then I will speak. But a lot of the time, I am a wallflower. I still am kind of a wallflower. As I get off the show, I'm like, mute zone again.
Yeah, but like you wouldn't be able to tell when you're on the show. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, really? Okay.
You throw a bit of a curveball in that
Yes.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's Libra. You got to balance it out a little bit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so, yeah, I am, you know, quiet. But when I'm on the show, you got to put on a show. You can't just be sitting here boring the crowd. You got to put on a show here. And so, yeah, shout out to Sam for asking that question about how I started day trading. Again, if you guys are interested in learning how to trade real campus trading,
there.
scan
Right
that
there.
code. Yeah, scan that code right there, and you can get a chance to get on the floor and refine your trading, guys. So that's what I have to say. How about you, Sharif?
I'm good right now. We're not doing that well on ATHA though. So now it's not using 60 as support anymore. Now it's using it as resistance. So if it drops below 58, that's the end of it. The one that we're doing okay on, but it's pulling back a little bit here, unsurprised given how it's traded today, CDXC. It's a VWAP hold, high of day break setup. When that day break or when that high of day break comes, your guess is as good as mine. But these type of setups where you have that initial strong move up in the open and it doesn't fade, it holds VWAP from the north side, meaning it uses it as support. Sometimes, not all the time, sometimes what these bad boys will do, especially if they've held up, is break that 562, in this case, high of the day in that more liquid time period. I'm talking about that 2:30 to 3, you know, that power hour when the volume starts coming in. Sometimes it's before, you know, sometimes it'll be now or even 1:30. So CDXC, certainly on watch. Given how it's traded today, it's going to definitely be a holdover for me. Keep it up for tomorrow. And in addition to that, it ran in the aftermarket yesterday. So obviously it's a day 2 play. Didn't really have much trading during regular market hours yesterday. So 534, we're long at 25s. I'm looking for more, but it doesn't look like it's going to give it to me. Now, ATHA, oh, that's not what I want there. ATHA is another problem. So let's weasel on back. Now it's getting back into 60 and it's breaking 60. I'm unsure what to make of this over here. It's below VWAP, and I think that it's wrong for me to be in this trade below VWAP. That's not why I got into this trade. I mean, I can flatten out here for a bit of a smaller loss. That'll be a 2-penny loss rather than waiting for a 4-penny loss. It looked as if that I had my stop below 58. That's why I didn't get triggered. I thought it was 59, but it looks like I put it at 58. When I checked, right back above 60. I just don't want to paper hand this where it ends up holding and I end up getting printed. Whatever, I'm going to let it go, see what it does. If it stops me out at 58, we'll accept that. What's everybody doing here? Hey, Davis, hydrate, brother. Fill that bottle up for Hydration Nation. Yeah, this one's an empty one over here, but we got a full one behind. You can't see it. That's the cranberry cocktail over there. I like that.
Go.
Hey, yeah, Joe loves using that. Oh, that's not that one.
Oh.
Joe loves using the got rinsed. As soon as I take a loss, that dude's hand
ready.
right away. Oh, he's so pumped to actually play the rinse. What a guy Joe is, bro. Shout out to Joe, man. Awesome dude. He'll be on Monday, obviously, dropping a lesson on Thursday. Fantastic lesson, by the way. Thank you for dropping that today.
No
Sataya
problem.
does her lessons on Friday, so if you liked what you heard today, you're going to get more of that next week, obviously, as well. 4 minutes left on the show. What are you guys chatting about there in the chat? Let's see what you guys are talking about. Aura Alpha talking about a Tesla reload short at 247.80. Let's see what he's looking at there, or they're looking at. Let's see, 247.80. Shout out to you, man. Great look there. You get into that 10 exponential moving average, right back down again. And even when you got a deeper one, that market pump that we were talking about, that ended up being a fake out, goes right into the 20. And then drops again. I always talk about this, that shallow retracements go into the 10, the deeper retracements go into the 20. And then, yeah, as you can see, we're working right back into that low of the day again on Tesla, 246 2/3. We just breached 247 right now. Man, there's a lot of blood in the market today for some of these names. Some other names, obviously, like Amazon and Microsoft, stronger. Meta flat, 0.75. Google flat, 0.2. Apple down 1%, but the monster Nvidia is up 2%. And you wouldn't have known it looking at how it traded today. So definitely the gap up certainly helped this one. Well off the highs, Sataya. Definitely getting some support here at 135.50. That's been a level since the better part of an hour now almost. But it looks like we're breaking down here.
Awesome. Yeah, I was looking at that Tesla. That Tesla looks very interesting as well. It's breaking through these lows. We may see a little bit of a bounce there, but we want to see if it does break around this 246.67 level. And so also too, just real quick, Nvidia, you little sneaky girl. Like what? We were looking for this level, the break of this level, came up, came down, bamboozled us all. And so it's coming back down again. And so if we weren't a day trader, I mean, I would have just held this. It stayed below VWAP, but we just, we want to manage our risk properly. But that's just what I wanted to look at. I hope you guys, had a great, time looking at the show. We got Raider on here, we got Sharif, we got Obi. And so what you guys need to do is, if you guys have social media, you guys need to add Raider Trader. He's on Instagram, so add him up. Trader TV Live, you need to add that up. Sataya Trades, Sataya.trades, you need to add that up. If you want to see those bus stop levels, I want to see hashtag bus stop level, hashtag Sataya. I want to see those bus stop level, guys. And then Obi, shout out, I don't know if Obi has any social media, but...
No, he's too good for everybody, bro.
Yeah, oh boy, hashtag oh boy, and at Trader TV Live. We want to see what you guys are looking at as well. And so thank you guys. Thank you for staying. And we are on to the big kahunas over there. Almost 1 minute, 1 minute away.
We got 1 more minute. All right, so I did get another out here, Ram, right at CDXC, right at the top over there, right at 543. This is not, or this is the last out? Do I have any more? I got one more out on this bad boy over here. So I'm going to let this cook, see if it wants to take out the high of the day. I'll move up my stop. There's not a whole lot to talk about today, guys, in terms of small cap, gapper world. I'm sorry, we tried grasping at straws. CDXC, possibly in play for the afternoon. I'm just going to leave you the couple ideas. Certainly Mobileye in play still as it's above the volume weighted average price, but not a whole lot of other small cap gappers, sadly. And it is now officially 2 o'clock. You're getting love there from Kristen Norman in the chat saying thank you, Satea.
No
One
problem,
of many
Kristen.
different people, as well as other Zinc saying hashtag bus stop levels.
Yes.
It's already working. All right, guys.
Awesome.
We'll see you guys. Same bat time, same bat channel on Monday. But for now, it's Obi and Neil. Take it over, boys.
Yo, yo, yo. Good afternoon.
Yo, Ramin did me dirty, man.
What'd she do?
Yeah, she did. No, you saw it. Look, come on, man. Y'all saw it. Every one of you saw. I'm sitting, like, I was just curious. I was, like, man, I can't believe Obi took one for the team, was an absolute man of his words, a champion this morning. Eat up the Vegemite. I'm like, man, I can't believe how nasty it was when I tried it. And this guy did it like it was absolutely nothing. It's like, maybe it didn't smell as bad as what I'm remembering. But then, no, it does. Like, it is exactly as bad as I remember this thing. And that's what's so crazy about it. So shout out to Russell Jackson. We appreciate you, all those super chats and getting to the goal in the morning show so that Obi could get his vitamin B something.
Vitamin V?
Vitamin B1, essential for brain function. B2 supports your nervous system. B3, essential for energy release. And folate, which helps fight fatigue. So, therefore, this means that, Obi, you must have been the most energized trader throughout the lunchtime.
Oh, I took some scalps. I was a little energized, but yeah, no, all those things. I think I'm gonna call it vitamin V for Vegemite right there. That was definitely dope. But yeah, no, it wasn't that bad. I guess it wasn't that bad. Like I said,
Yeah, it was.
If you wanted to see something nastier or taste something nastier, you should have tasted the price action of that 200 failed break on Amazon. There definitely that selling is still sitting there. Let's see what we have in store going into the end of the day here. What I'm watching right now, though, Neil, is Peloton. Maybe, like, have you guys seen Peloton? Like, I have it up here on a chart. Peloton's selling off all day. This is a pretty strong bid that's finally coming in with some expanding volume. I don't know. I'm smelling a reversion, Neil.
You smell a reversion.
This Vegemite's got me thinking. It's got the brain going. It's got the senses, I don't know, sensing. All right.
Well, fair enough. I mean, I'm not gonna hate. If you smell it, if you smell a reversion, you smell a reversion. That's what I'm mad because I didn't take a reversion in a position. However, I'm only in two things. Position board just updated, and oddly enough, they're both chip names. So you might have heard, and I know we'll get to the names that you guys want us to talk about that got voted on. I don't know what they are yet, but I'm gonna make the assumption. Tesla's apparently number one. I was about to make the assumption of what was number one, but apparently it's not Amazon. So I would have been wrong, and I was just saved by that because Shreve just walked past. No, I just went into Nvidia when it flat bottom broke. I'm pretty sure that got mentioned, at least probably got mentioned, this 135.5 right before we came on, and then AMD off of a resistance level up at the 143 level. So the only two things that I am in were I'm out of the long from Intel. And I'm not happy with myself for not finding my way back into it. This is one of those times where the revision that you don't take, that one, oh yeah, you can just see it. I don't have to draw the line for this one. You can see it. Whether it's this trend or whether it's the trend from the bottom, same point it breaks. I don't actually take a short position. As a matter of fact, I hold on to 5% of the long, which I already had stopped out under 75. And then look at this base. Right at 2260. So the reason why I'm looking short Nvidia, whether it works or not, same base, Intel high or low off that base. I'm looking longs on Intel this afternoon, whereas Nvidia, same base, lower highs into it. So that's the only difference. I'm going to have a relatively tight stop here because I think I want to play VWAP as well. But the market did make that break of VWAP and we're consolidating underneath. So got to be a strong stock if I want to be playing the longs. That's the difference between Intel right now and some of the other chip names. And not often you get to say that, Obi, where Intel relatively strong compared to the other chip names. Let that sink in. I'm throwing it to Obi. I got to keep talking. Well, Ramin just yelled at. First of all, I'm wearing my earpiece. So
we weren't even given 2 seconds, Neil.
I'm wearing my earpiece, which means that I'm just saying, like, Ramin, you could have just said it in my ear, and then she yells it out like I'm being scolded, apparently.
Sorry, Ryan. Are we
Sorry-
actually
sorry,
going?
Ramin.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
To the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. You saw already that Neil and Obi, they're ready to go and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top 5 make it on, guys. So make sure you're persuading your friends to vote your way. Let's have a look at the triple Qs here. RAM up 0.87, but well off the highs that we put in this morning and in the more liquid time of day. Looks like we got almost up into that high 490s, but been making lower lows and lower highs now as we give back a lot of those gains that we put in earlier today for some of the Amazon and Intel as well coming off the highs. Let's start with the first ticker as decided by you, TSLA. No surprise here. It seems to always make its way onto the top 5. Down though, 1%, no specific catalyst today. Of course, for Tesla not reporting, they already actually reported, excuse me. Elon Musk though, interesting here, post on X saying Tesla full self-drive is almost now entirely AI. We know that they had been using machine learning and things like that. Now, focusing entirely on AI, guys, but not really moving the needle here.
Well, I mean, clearly not moving the needle. You're headed down. Tesla, again, it looked like we were finding a base at $250. And this wasn't really part of the trade plan today, but, you know, at least 250 had been holding for Tesla into a heavy downtrend, albeit. And then you got the bounce again, previous close. Looked like everything was going to be all hunky-dory. There's your low. Hold support, higher low, above VWAP into higher highs. You're trending up. And then I don't know what Obi did to Tesla, but clearly this is somehow the reversion king's fault. That's you, Obi.
I do not deserve that name at all.
Well, too late. So the reversion king over here decided he was going to ping this thing through VWAP. Look at that. Like there's your trend break. You also get VWAP. And then all of a sudden, Tesla's continuing lower. So on the daily chart, you just lost the most local support since that earnings run. And it feels like we're headed right in for that 50-period moving average at 235. That's where I'd be looking for the next level. I can now get rid of that trend line because it's not valid unless you sniped it off that level. Who cares about it anymore? So 250 turns into now resistance. And you have a sizable gap to be filled. Now 235 just works out to the daily chart in the 50 period, but you're into the air zone now on Tesla. But frustratingly enough, Tesla breaks down and Rivian doesn't give us the break of 10. So, you know, we're still waiting on the flat bottom break on Rivian. I felt like any weakness in Tesla was just going to drag this thing down, and we'd be breaking this thing down. I guess it'll be next week when we finally get the opportunity on Tesla. I just took a bit on Nvidia here in front of 135. So the flat bottom break, broke 50, took 41s, just got some out there at 10s. We'll ring the register there. Looking for the low of the day on Nvidia.
Yeah, no, Tesla, I'm kind of just going back here on Tesla, Robotaxi event, kind of a gap down sell-off. Look at that flat consolidation. And then we pop up on earnings, and then we're kind of catching a bit of a sell since about last Monday here. You can see that it's been gradually kind of coming back down. But yeah, no, we've known that they've been using a lot of AI in their FSD development, and I guess now it's finally coming into I guess. Using, he said it's all AI now. So there's definitely progress in that section there. But again, I feel like a lot of these things may potentially already be, I guess, priced in. But the price action right here is showing that we've been selling off for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days and continuing into the end of the week here, today. And you can see last Friday we had a pretty strong close. So just going on the weekly right here, you can see just Tesla's pretty much well within range here. So again, nothing too crazy here. Larger time frame, we're just trading in between this range. We have been making higher lows off of a larger time frame break here. And we talk about this one. I know there's a lot of lines here, but this one definitely a lot more dominant as it was the all-time high from all the way from 2021. And that trend held quite well over the past couple of years as a trend resistance. But over the past few months, we can see that we've started to break trend, go sideways, hold that level as support and kind of continue for the push up. So let's see. Tesla's going to be definitely interesting going forward this year.
All right, guys, Apple is next here, down 1 2/3. Nothing's changed since we really started the show. Apple's been down the majority of the day. They reported earnings yesterday after the bell. You know, beating on the top and bottom line. The issue really did come down to services and a light guide. The street was not too impressed with the guide. They grew iPhone revenues. They were able to grow Mac and iPad revenues, but wearables, the Apple Watch, the AirPods, actually declined year over year in terms of growth. Right now, though, guys, still holding above that 222 level.
So before we go back to Apple, I have to show, because you might have seen I flashed into iBit and I threw it in the chat. So I had left an order on iBit, and it was on this, and it'll happen every now and then, and thankfully you're sitting at the desk when it does. So iBit did this trend reversal, and after it was breaking the trend reversal, I wanted to get a long that I never picked up. Like, I never actually got filled in front of 39.5, but I had the order in the whole day. And then as we're literally just talking, I got filled in the bid, I hit offer enter, I got a cent, and thankfully so. But Apple's the red stock of the day. iBit was a good stock for me today, but Apple, nope, 0 for 3. And it's like in the worst fashion possible. Why? Because my entry points just stunk, and I was essentially looking for the right thing in the right area, but just not making the right execution. It's going to happen. That's usually your red stock should be like, okay, not too bad, like 0 for 3 on Apple and down half what we're up on Amazon. So that works, except for the fact that this morning we said we like 233 over under and 223 over under and 225. So I don't mind, and we said this in the lesson of the day, I didn't mind this short, waited for confirmation, gave it the lower high, fine. But then it did a perfect mean reversion off the 225 level. That's a golden opportunity. It's on a T. This one's on a T, and I was obviously looking at something else at the time, doesn't matter. VWAP didn't work out. Then I didn't wait for a trend reversion here. Like, it started to go a little bit, not parabolic, but you can see like nice upward move into a resistance level. It didn't actually break the trend line, and I was in early, so I got out, and then it was a violent break of the trend line, which didn't really give you a chance at an entry. This one, nothing you can do about it because I probably would never have gotten the entry point. So Apple, in the longer time frame, still working underneath the 50 period, the 225. That's why I was only looking short, and no run to 220 even. But I think you're in a consolidation under the 50 period kind of mode until proven otherwise. I'm still going to be looking for short trades in Apple as long as it hangs out in this pattern under the 50 period SMA. If it reclaims it, fair enough, but it did this before. We saw this happen back in September where it was a short underneath, and eventually it resolved higher and then made a run at the all-time high. So there's still a chance it could get that all-time high, but for now, temporarily looking shorts.
Yeah, no, we pointed this name out in the morning, Neil, and I was like, yeah, clear level that kind of stands out is that reaction low at that 220. If that comes in today, then maybe we can take a look for a potential opportunity there. But you can see off of the open, we did kind of come into that low 220.34. So if you had that, and if you kind of saw that come in, maybe potentially, yeah, the reversion is quite nice as well. The break of trend, the dissipation of the bid, as the volume also kind of fades off as well. But the thing is, it hasn't really gone anywhere, right? It's pretty much traded sideways on this 222 shelf right here. Bit of a solid hold, level hold on that 222 area right there, as it just churns and orbits around VWAP. So pretty much an inside day here on Apple. Hasn't even broken its earnings reaction range, reference low, reference high either, nowhere close, just trading sideways. So that's Apple for you. Nothing too crazy going on here.
My life? Okay. Up 0.5% right now is the SPY. It's well off the highs, though. Here we go. We got into that 575 and 2/3, well below it now, into that 571.5. Here's what we got today. We obviously got the jobs numbers, and the U.S. only added about 12,000 jobs this time around for October, sharply missing the estimates, widely blamed, though, on the hurricanes as well as some layoffs. We know Boeing, the machinists, 33,000 plus were laid off, as well as Spirit Aerosystems and some other suppliers had to furlough employees. So that was a bit of an issue there. We also separately got good earnings reports from some companies yesterday, some big names like Amazon and Intel, decidedly up on the day, guys. But it looks like we're giving back some of that right now on the SPY.
Well, technically, yes. I mean, the SPY's at 0.5 point to the upside. So, yeah, you're giving a little bit back, but you got to look at the other side of this too, which is, hey, you couldn't press past the highs. We've seen that play out. You consolidated off of those highs. We dipped, and look at that. Looky. There is Hooky. That's obviously from Hook. The Robin Williams edition. Not that you would know. But the 50 period holds like an absolute champion. And what goes up must come down, but you still have the support base at that 50 period turning into local support now, about 571 on the SPY. So I have a question, and I want to throw it to you mic'd up, Andrew? Okay, good. I know he's mic'd up. I just asked for effect. No, now that we've pulled right back, we got the bounce that we're looking for off of support here on the SPY, and tech looking like it wanted to come back up. So how do you feel if we lose the 50 on SPY? Are you gonna be looking for any buys underneath? Are you gonna look for? Because what I like to look for, just to tee this up a little bit, if we lose support on the SPY, I'm gonna look for the big cap tech names that don't, and with the things that can hold on to strength if we go underneath here. But what's your approach here? I know you've been looking a lot at IWM, not to put you on the spot for the SPY, but that 50 is a big one.
Yeah, so as far as how I kind of determine that, of course, as traders, we always have to use hindsight as a lesson, but ultimately where we make money is in foresight. It's looking forward. How do we kind of notice what's going to pop, right? What's my next move? What move can I anticipate? And Neil was right on the money there with mentioning different names, which names are holding strength, things like that. So if the SPY loses a 50, or if SPY starts to lose down back into that 570 area down here, then you really have to ask yourself, well, okay, are we going to go take out the low, or do I think it's going to bounce? If your conviction is it's going to bounce, which expectations don't really suggest that necessarily needs to happen, but if we do start to strong close into Friday, like right up in here above 574, that would warrant we continue Monday based off kind of the principles of how the weekend swings work. But if that is the case, what you want to do is you actually want to go, since we've already bottomed, you want to go and play the leaders, which would be things like softwares, Adobe, ADBE. This performed very well off the low and is still holding from the open of the day. Now, it might not be from the yesterday's close or the relative to other things, but that's one of them. Another name is something like XBI. Check out XBI. Still phenomenally strong despite the markets doing that. So that's what you really want to look into. Now, if you think the markets are going to make a new low and then rally, we would have to go play the laggers because those are going to get the first rotation into them. Remember, if you want to play the continuation, once the market's already bottomed, play the leaders. And if you want to play the bottom, which would be like you would have played yesterday, you would have longed. You would have played the laggers, which were something like IWM, which moved much more in the morning. Back to you guys.
Fantastic look there, Ray. We know we can put you on the spot right there. And all of that knowledge and all of this segment, which we love, brought to you by our good friends at Trade the Pool, allowing traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. Best part? This limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited time offer. Join now for free. Link in the description or scan the QR code below. Before we go back to Meta, can you please just show everybody this? I see you didn't even want the Reversion King mantra, and then you just showed me a chart of like a beautiful reversion opportunity.
Yeah, no, what was it? I think Adara just stepped out. She was like, take a look at Lulu. It's up 8%. And I was like, oh boy. I pulled up the chart and I was like, what is going on here? We're doing relative volume. Sure, the volume has been falling off, but this thing is definitely sending it. What is the move here? Yeah, over 8% right now. So that's what I was looking at. And I kind of looked away because I'm like, this thing is pretty strong in a market that's kind of like chop. a little more sideways than anything right now. So I'm just like, all right, well, maybe potential for opportunity, but it is a little extended off of VWAP as well. Let's see if it's coming into any sort of prior levels. Let's go to the hourly. Okay, let's go to the 3 hour right there. The hourly is it's not going to show us much right now. Okay, so cool, right there. So right away, 230, so 325, 320, 323 area potentially there. But yeah, super strong going into the close today, close of the week. And yeah, I didn't look up any news on this, but right away it says on pace for largest percent decrease largest percent increase since 2023 of October. So I don't know what's going on here just yet, but the price action definitely looks enticing. Less Lululemon.
Good day for Meta, a little bit less than 0.5% in the green right now. A couple of headlines to talk about there. Citigroup maintaining their buy on Meta, but it was a nice and respectable price target upgrade here to $705 for META. Kathy Wood as well chiming in to Meta, looking to pick up about 34,000 shares, about tune of $19 million, also dumping about 8,300 of Tesla shares simultaneously, guys. So Meta up about 0.5 point.
Yeah, if you were going to point out, like, what does a resistance zone look like on an intraday chart, then $573 on Meta. I mean, there's other examples too. I mean, like, obviously we can show you guys 200 on Amazon, but that's cheating because we're going to talk about Amazon next. 573 on Meta would be perfect. Now, we were trading Amazon today, not Meta, for obvious reasons. But you can almost end the analysis with that in VWAP, because it has been 573 to VWAP to 573 to VWAP, and you guys get the idea here. Let me tell you, if you can somehow manage to break that back out, I like to draw channels on charts with trends, and everyone's sort of seen that. There was this downward trend here, or downward channel off the highs that I wanted Meta to break out. You can see when it did break it out, extended, made a run at the all-time high, and then couldn't break it. And when you pull back in here, all of a sudden, when you're back underneath, first close back underneath, and the actual high is that same top of the previous trend line, which is 573. So it's like it's still valid in here. So a breakout of this would be a breakout of that same trend from before. Ideally, the market would be going up, and we could think about a breakout trade going into power hour. Unfortunately, I think you got to play resistance as it lies. And for now, you're probably scalping that 573. That said, I mean, I'm trading Nvidia and AMD. Nvidia, which just bounced again. I'm on the 15 minutes. I'm just going to leave it here. So just bounced again. It was a flat bottom break, 135.5. It got to 35. I got some out there quarters. Now it looks like it wants to come back. I am going to, look at that, I'm not even going to bother with a stop order. That is already going, and I am just going to get out of it because AMD is working much nicer. They're both chip names. One of them is holding down while you just saw Nvidia going up. So if I look for reloads, I'll look for reloads on trend with AMD and not Nvidia. So ring the register there, but just make sure that we trade the one that's setting up a little bit better. So we just got out of Nvidia, holding on to AMD. Meta, I probably don't trade, but 73, obvious resistance.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that kind of stands out to me as well on this chart. It's pretty much sideways action. It hasn't done anything really significant all day. Maybe kind of catch a bid. Actually, you know what? I take that back. Look at that. Look at that lick grab of prior day low. This is again earnings day 2 today. So we do hit prior day low right off of the open. And take a look at that grab. Nice little pullback right there into VWAP. Holds a higher low and then pushes towards what seems to be like a bit of resistance here, just underneath that 573, 572 halves area right here on Meta, holding above VWAP, bit of a sandwich between this selling going on and this buying here above VWAP on Meta, but pretty much sideways. I guess, yeah, you know what? Right off the bat, something that does stand out is the grab of prior day low here on Meta that did happen. I guess is that the first? No, that's the second. So it happened at 9:33, and then it gave you a little opportunity to maybe potentially risk that low on the right side of the V at 9:39. So it seems like right here could be a decent place maybe make a decision on that idea. But the lit grab of prior day low on earnings day 2, definitely something that I like to look for when it does show up. And I guess I kind of missed that trade on Meta today, but that's just hindsight. Today, just trading sideways for pretty much a majority of the day there. Since about, 10:30, we've been trading sideways.
All right, guys, Amazon, the last of the names here, big move up for Amazon on the day, 6.5%, a little bit off the highs, though, as they reported earnings yesterday after the bell. And it was a beat pretty much everywhere. Top and bottom line, the guide came in a tiny bit light, but the market didn't make them pay for that. In addition, AWS, Amazon Web Service, the biggest of the 3 cloud players that we talk about, growing nicely, 19% year over year, but definitely not at the pace that Azure and Google Cloud continue to grow. So some concerns there. Also, that $200 Bezos shelf, despite the fact that we did breach it in the pre-market and after the bell, continues to elude us, guys, as we're printing right now 198 1/3.
Amazon. What ticker is that? You mean like the jungle?
Get out of here.
Anyways, so Amazon definitely one to watch today, as like they had pretty solid earnings there, double beat on their earnings, nice little gap up into some of these prior levels, pretty much into almost all-time highs being at 201.30s I have on this chart here. So the high of day today, 250, we got on a bit of a lick grab. You can see the largest volume candle on the day, taking out that 10,000 lots at that 200 level. Quick push up into the halves and breaks right back down. Holds VWAP for, what is this? Let's actually measure how long it held above VWAP for, almost 2 hours before it breaks below VWAP, and then trades a little bit lower there. I remember this selling that kind of came in right here, the 199 back through. That selling was aggressive back down in. You can see that right there. That's a 1-minute chart. It's even more aggressive on a 10-second or a 30-second chart there. All that selling in coming in pretty aggressively. And then now we're trading a little bit lower here on Amazon, pretty much sideways on the day. We're seeing this kind of happen on a lot of tickers here. Again, the markets are a little sideways on the day as well. You can see Spider has not really broken its opening range. Same with Nvidia. Nvidia is kind of trading within its morning range session as well. A lot of these other tickers, the same deal here. A bit of a consolidation underneath 200 here on Amazon. That didn't really come in, but this 197 area, oh boy, we could talk about the anchored VWAP here. You can see how beautiful. Where did anchored go? You can see how beautiful that anchored came in today. As okay, so you know what? I guess I didn't put it on this chart, but let's do that real quick. Throwing up an anchored on the earnings candle right here. So let me just get that one right there. Boom. You can see how beautifully that anchored comes in today. So we'll take off the intraday VWAP. You can see how beautifully we hold that anchored coming right off of the open and making higher lows as well. So basically that anchored signifying the average weighted volume price. Anchored off of the volume that came in off of the earnings. So it's like all this strong volume that comes in off of the report, whether it's long term, whether it's short term, but anchored to that prior day's or prior night's volume, and then you can see how well that average, that moving average holds at that 197 for a nice push up to the top back into 200. So that was a really nice. That was a really nice push there. Definitely had some of this price action for the trade through 200. My idea was, okay, well, how can you accumulate inventory to take through 200 if that's going to be a thing? It wasn't really a thing, so we get out of that trade and maybe wait for it some other time. But that 197 area, Neil, oh boy, has it been holding well.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable run for Amazon, and like the only. Actually, Amazon's a good stock for me, so I don't want to hate on it too much, but I mean, you get out of the 15-minute. The 15 minutes not going to do us justice here. I got to show you on the 3 because everything was pure scalp trades for me on Amazon this morning. And ultimately, we said you got to stay in your lane. My plan of action was assume it's a sell in front of the 200 until proven otherwise. That's what we saw earlier. And that's how I started things out. Now, there was right at the open, size at 200, and I decided to like to scalp it. I was pretty convinced it was going to break 200 here. And the idea being the last time Amazon got above 200, that's where the Bezos sell zone was. It wasn't at 200, it was above 200. And so because of that, I was really waiting for a push up early to fade above. So I just essentially scalped for, I think the best we got was like 15 pennies or 17 cents in here. And then, of course, famously watched it plunge, tried a couple of VWAP shorts, mixed success. Best one was the second one. And then after that, it was just a quick breakout trade. Now, because I felt that the 201.50 was a big resistance over top and money fills ultimately might be short in that range, it was a pure scalp trade. It was in at 200, scalp out, tight stop. If it continues, I'll hold the next third for a push into a 1.5. But we got the you-know-what out of Dodge on Amazon on that breakout trade. And not holding it back into VWAP, it turned into a short, as everybody can see, and the market is turning into a short. Mr. Raider, what do you got for us?
Oh, I got some little comments to back Mr. Neal up. So you guys, I really like that comment he said about he was waiting for above 200. A lot of the times, not just with price, does price tend to go to odd numbers, but also the time frames that most traders use, at least my professional mentors, and even a lot of these guys like to use odd number time frames. Now, you might go, well, Raider, there's 60 minutes in an hour. That's an even time frame. No, that's 1 hour. That's an odd number. So as far as why I do that personally, if you want to just throw up my chart, when you have an even number, you can technically have a split of buyers and sellers. We can have 2 and 2. But with a number like 5, we cannot have a number where it's perfectly split down the middle, and thus we get somewhat of an idea of a possible imbalance or a possible direction, a possible bias, if that makes any sense. So again, when I'm looking at time frames, things like you'll look at mine, the 1 hour, you'll look at me looking at the 5 minute, and even the daily chart I mentioned a lot. But mainly my main time frame is the 1 hour. But again, because you can't split it perfectly in half, it can give you that kind of directional bias of which way they're kind of leaning.
That's why we got the Raider on. We're happy to have you once again, Andrew, and we appreciate all the knowledge. I mean, this is a funny thing. We were talking about this when we had our dinner. It's like, you know, oftentimes you're gonna get all types out there, and I know when you see a young man like Andrew, you're like, oh, come on, like what can he know? What's his market experience? And then you spend 5 minutes with him, 10 minutes, whatever it might be, and you really begin to see this is somebody who has, like all of the rest of us, spent hours in front of charts, humble enough to make sure that he's listening to people that mentor him. I love hearing that all the time. He always references his mentor as a very humble guy as well, obviously. But then on top of that, asking questions, being willing to learn because we never stop learning. So giving a new perspective. I have stayed with mostly the same time frames for a while just because it works for me. Maybe I should be looking some other things. Almost 100% should be. I think that's a really cool thing. There, Andrew. I got to look over. I'm not in a long on Intel, and I want to be in a long on Intel. That's the best way to think about it. So my Intel chart is going to be mildly frustrating because, hey, was Intel a good long? Yes, it was a good long. This will end up being off of VWAP, and then it didn't really break out of that high, but should have had a re-entry. I'll show you what it looks like because it was off VWAP that I was playing. But Intel's now making a run at the highs while the market's at the lows. So that's obviously relatively strong. I don't have to tell anybody that. It was a VWAP trade that I didn't make a retracement on. Then it holds not supported VWAP, but support from the opening range. That's where there's your confirmation of support. There's your challenge of VWAP. Right in there is usually your entry. Maybe you can get another one in there. So I want to play VWAP on Intel. If I don't want to take the breakout of the high of the day, I want to play dips. I want to play dips into 2290, into 23 as well, because Intel is a strong stock as far as I'm concerned. So we want to be looking to that one for some strength. This VSTE, and a few people in chat have been mentioning this VSTE, another one that was a gorgeous reversion, by the way, Obi.
Yes.
This was, I mean, if you trade small caps, strength up into a halt, and then after the halt, it goes trend down. And then and that's the thing, you want there to be a reason why you're observing the trend, because something changed, right? So strong move up, goes into a halt. Clearly after the halt, it's a different stock. There is your trend down. Look at the entry on that trend reversal. This candle is $4.50 on a stock that had a $6 range on the day. The low is $4.27. So how many entry strategies are you going to show me that would have 25 cents worth of risk, and then to VWAP, you've got $1? And to the high of the day, it doesn't even matter. You guys can see the high of the day is ridiculous. But that's the exact kind of entry I think you look for. Sometimes these types of strategies that you deploy on a stock like this, the risk reward is going to be even better than if you put it on in Apple, let's just say. I mean, I'm just throwing a name out there. So it's trying to hold on to VWAP. Let's see if it can do that. I only like these in the afternoon if it can hold on to VWAP. Once it loses that, I'm kind of like Sharif in that regard. I think you should be looking for some shorts. What else we got going on here? I mean, I was going to talk about Bitcoin, IBIT, because Bitcoin might be losing support once again. Yeah, we're right back at the lows here. Let me just double check, because I know we're at 39.3 on IBIT is the low. I'm just going to slide on over. Yes, one more. Yeah, we're right at 69 here on BTC. So just above it, but this is exactly where the lick grab came in and bounced off 69,000. That is that prior trend support level. So it was resistance, now support. So watch out for BTC down here at that 69,000. I'll probably look for a bounce initially if we get all the way down there, but Bitcoin is getting to those lows.
Yeah, definitely gotta watch out for any sort of crazy moves. It is almost the weekend, and I think we were talking about what Bitcoin makes some crazy moves over the weekend sometimes.
Usually,
but yeah, definitely maybe poising for that with that all-time high well within range here. Again, you guys know the price action on Bitcoin and the percentages that it can move. Definitely, those all-time highs are well within range. If anything there. Got out of the Peloton long there. That selling comes right back in, kind of holding that trend there. So we did kind of bid up. We attempted to break a little bit there with that. So we got some volume coming in, but that selling steps right back in. So I'm like, all right, that's perfectly fine. Nothing too crazy. Again, not necessarily an A+ setup, but something to definitely potentially take a stab at if the trend does break, and that didn't really work out there. You can see that strong volume that just came in as well on this recent bar here, with that selling coming right back in, back through that 730s as of right now, trading on Peloton. What's up, Andrew?
Yo, this is just a setup that just hit one of my entries, was actually Walmart. So be watching this, guys. We talked about the defensive rotation. When market starts to sell off a little bit, you'll see some of these defensive names start to pick up. So for you scalpers out there, I actually just entered this one with today. So be watching this one back to the upside. If things get crazy into the close, 82.63 is not out of the picture.
I like some Walmart. Okay, so I know I said I'd prefer to buy VWAP on Intel than the breakout of the top. Well, Intel doesn't. The stocks don't care what you think or what you want. They're just going to do whatever it is that they are going to do regardless, and you just can basically react to it. So it's not getting to VWAP. It ends up breaking out the high. See, everyone's like yelling in the chat. Well, nobody's yelling in the chat, but you get the idea. So it breaks out this top at 47. I wait till it breaks 50 because round number. In at 52. I'm going to like this back to 40. And I guess it's harder to see. Yeah, well, fine. It's easy enough to see it at 40. See, you just said back to 23. To me, that's two separate trades. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's two separate trades. Like, if it holds here, I can add up here. But if it breaks underneath, and now these bars are like 35. Now it's breaking underneath. I'm getting out.
I like that.
No, but see, but again, you have to be
23 hold was what I was saying.
Yeah, but it's different. Like, I'm never holding a breakout trade all the way back into VWAP. If I've done it, then I've made a colossal error because that has nothing to do with how I trade. I think those are two separate trades. Either the breakout is working or the dip buy on trend is working. So there's a dip buy on trend, there's a breakout. And I don't want to lose everything I'd make on a dip buy trying to work a breakout trade into something that it's not. So I try to treat those as two separate things. Okay. So I'm willing to take it breaking out that 50, but I'm going to get out here. If it can reestablish the top end of the range, great. I can re-enter the trade. If it pulls back into VWAP, then I'm just going back to doing the thing that I was going to do anyways. I meant to talk about we did talk about VSTE, right? I went over that one. Yeah. It's trying to hold VWAP. It hasn't done it yet, but Intel was breaking that high, so I had to take that shot at it. Now I'm going to wait for a pullback into 23 or VWAP.
I didn't even see that you took a shot at it. Somebody in the chat mentioned it, and I pulled it up. And I was like, Intel high a day there. I pull it up, and then there's like reserves on the 23 halves, and I'm like, all right, well, if we're not gonna have continuation or momentum through the high. through the high a day there, and we're trading sideways. I like that for a reversion back into the mean there. But let's see if the reversion is going to work or if it's going to be a little mean and we get back right up to the highs there. I have no idea, but taking a look at how sideways and choppy the market is, I'm going to look for it to continue staying a little bit sideways and choppy, and that's kind of the idea there. But yeah, no. What is the next trade? You can see the scalps that I kind of took here on Amazon. It was funny. Wynn and I went for a bit of a walk earlier, and I was like, yeah, I was feeling so nice. I got like six scalp, 4 or 5 scalps in a row, back to back, and I was like, oh, that's nice. And then I get into that last one and give a decent chunk back. But taking a look back at it, I stepped away right here. I punched out of the short. I initially went long on the grab of this prior low here, so I was like, all right, that's I really like that action. Get long for reversion to VWAP, and I noticed that it starts to slow down, 98 30s, 98 50s, and then I start getting short a little bit there. Underneath, again, risking into that in 199 for a pullback into the low day there, but I punch out right there, go for that walk, and it's funny how that is the wick high of that little that moment there, and then it comes right in. Unfortunately, I did have some orders sitting there that I forgot about to cover, so it got me long, and I just punched out as soon as I noticed that. But trading a little bit sideways here underneath VWAP, we never got through that 200, man. And the market, you can see what the market's been doing, pulling right back in, so pretty much sideways there as of right now. So let us know in the chat, what have you guys been trading? I'm watching Peloton as well. Peloton's been selling off aggressively all day. So talk about the whole market ranging, and we got a ticker right here that is very directional, very trend bound. Oh boy, something's coming into Intel nasty. Here. That's someone's slapping that bid right there. You can see that candle come all the way down into 2320s. All right, so let's see if we can get that VWAP there. Okay, you know what? That's not even VWAP. That's anchored. We just came down into earnings anchored and bid up aggressively there. So I do maybe want to watch that. Earnings anchored sitting at 2210s, 2211s, and you can see it slammed right into that anchored and then bid right back up another 15, 20 pennies off of that. So that might be a little interesting. Maybe something sitting at that that anchor there. Again, Wynn and I talking more and more about this. There's definitely orders that are sitting at some of these anchors here on earnings day one. Names anchored to earnings or earnings reaction there. But yeah, no, Peloton looking at this one, starting to go a little bit sideways. We called this one out here on a bit of a trend break. Here, as the bid kind of starts to step up, you can see some increasing volume as well as on the flush, and it's holding 725's day low right now, trading at 741's. Let's see how that one goes there. Again, looking at the 30-minute chart, you can see here, got 17 minutes left, so still a long time for this 30-minute candle to print, but you can see how well this trend has been holding on the 30-minute chart here, straight to the downside. Let's see if we can get some more to the downside, or do we actually kind of break sideways and push up? It is 2:43, Neil, so it's almost time for power hour. So this thing may not have a lot of umph left. There's not too many 30-minute candles left in the day to print on this chart here on Peloton.
2 left.
Yes,
print.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact. No, oh, come on, Intel. So as Obi just pointed out, where Intel bounced and where it didn't bounce, right? So there's where it did bounce, there's where it didn't bounce. So, I mean, sometimes it's just like that. So part of the idea is to get out of the break and then try to get the dip buy. But ultimately, like, it didn't quite press into 23 and into VWAP, so that's me canceling the orders. Now, the reason why I'd cancel in a situation like that, like, the idea is to get the initial flush off of the failed break. Now, if it pulls back in, that's something different. Like, it's still into the same support area, but I wouldn't want to catch a falling knife at that level. On the failed break, I don't mind doing that because I think it can snap back up. It's just people stopping out on the failed breakout. So I get a tight stop, so that when other people are getting stopped out, I want to get picked back up. But once that doesn't happen, I have to look for a different entry point into Intel, which would be a consolidation off VWAP, some higher lows, rounded bottoms, something along those lines. I just have to be patient because I think I missed my opportunity for that dip buy. Hopefully somebody got it in there. Congratulations if you did. I obviously did not, so it is what it is. I wanted to get back over to that VSTE. I'm going to have Intel up. I'm still going to look for that entry. But what is this company name? I'll say it once, and then I'll probably never say it again. Vast Renewables Limited, which is over there on the NASDAQ, it's now holding above VWAP. So there is the rounded top, bottom, now holding above VWAP. So I'm going to look for an entry here with a stop underneath the volume-weighted average price, waiting for it to finally hold above. Let's go over to Andrew, and hopefully I get some VST.
Hey. Okay, I need to stop with this crazy intro. So as far as the trade that we just picked up, so I actually did grab shares instead of options. I pulled up the chain when I entered, but right before I entered when it triggered, and I was like, dude, these contracts are just not it. So I actually did grab a bunch of shares here. So we're doing a classic Trader TV play here. But again, this one's ripping to the upside. Again, if this continues into the close, they start to pick up defensives once again. I think Walmart will continue to do well. One more thing about the markets in particular. With how we're closing right now, we do have a bias, again, to close under 574. Do we get a pop-up above it? Do we get something like that? Okay. But right now, the expectation isn't necessarily to flush all the way to the low. But that's just what I'm seeing on my side. And then as far as a timing perspective, if you guys want to talk about timing trades, I always talk about this again. If you're looking at something in the lunch hour and you're a trader who does swing trade, this is to you swing traders, really focus. If I'm going to swing trade this play for a week or so, is now the right timing? For example, right now on BA, I only entered 1/3 of my position size. As soon as I entered, it drops against me right down here. But it was only 1/3 of my position size because it's not past 2 o'clock yet. Now that we're coming into the close, you'll see BA is starting to rip back to the upside. This is where I'm going to start to add to my full position size if it continues to work out. That is all about timing. It saves you the pain, and it saves you from taking an unnecessary loss that you emotionally get out of when you don't need to be. So that's it, guys.
Look there, Andrew, and good luck there with Walmart. Love some Walmart. They are fantastic. So
Great company.
I already forget the name of VST.
If you want an example of stocks only go up, Walmart's a good example.
Costco is a great example of that.
Great example.
Look, both fantastic
Visa,
companies.
MasterCard.
Visa. Well, have you seen the chart of Visa lately? Maybe you want to pull that one up again
Okay,
before you.
I know it's been doing
before you anoint it. No, it just had they just had a little bit of a dump on. Essentially, they were cutting costs and making some job cuts, and they did a bit of a dump. And of course, the next day, then reported and gained the entire thing back. I felt like it was it was a nasty job for anyone trading that in the afternoon before earnings on Visa. Anyways, VSTE, which I already forgot, was Vast Renewables Limited. Doesn't really matter. 5 million usual volume on this thing. It's done 54 million in volume, and the key thing is the float is 1.28 million. Now, I'm old enough to remember when you didn't have this many names that would have essentially a non-existent float, but it's a different market that we are in now than your father's market or mine. So you got a bunch of these. Now, it didn't give me the trade right off of VWAP. It essentially just set up a $6 break, bounce off VWAP, break of $6 on resistance, play 2-6 quarter. Now, because I'm not playing the VWAP entry, it's a 6 entry with the stop underneath the prior bar close, which is like 585. So it ends up about 20 cents risk. So in there at the quarters is 1-to-1. And when it gets into 630, you're taking a little bit better than that. Now I'm going to look for the break above 635. And clearly, as you can see, that's about the point that it died into VWAP and played into the $7 range. So if it breaks 635, we'll look 650, we'll look $7 to the upside with a stop 15 cents underneath. So it's a pretty tight risk because we're a little bit far away from VWAP. But at this point, can't turn red as we were able to scalp some out of it. AMD, we're still in. Short side, that's working. Intel, I'd love to be in. Wow, look at that. Oh, it's a good thing we got that exit point. This is what you want. That fill, that was money. Because they just lit grab right underneath our entry, but see where the stop is? And our stop, it's the second time I've actually gotten a fantastic fill. It happened on Amazon earlier. On a stock like this, stop ran at 86, I got filled at 85. So that was pretty tight risk, but it just lit grabbed and came right back up. So this could still be valid. I'd have expected this push gets us down in here for a dip, and then we'd try to resume. But if I'm taking it away from VWAP, I'm not holding it into VWAP. The plan of action to me was not to hold it 10% against me, it was to hold a fraction of a point. We'll make sure we stay green on it and look for another entry point on VSTE. Again, VWAP would have been ideal. I was about to pivot to Intel, then you saw live that came back underneath. Intel now holding some higher lows, so I got out with the intention of getting VWAP in. That hasn't happened. It lit grabbed as Obi mentioned to you guys, to that anchored VWAP, and now you're holding a higher low. That was very aggressive.
We just pulled it up on a
aggressive.
1 second chart, and that pull down happened in 6 seconds right into anchored and then bid right back up in the next like 10, 15 seconds or so. But yeah, no, you're talking about Visa. Dude, this is a prime example of stonks never go down, or stonks only go up. Like this is 5 points away from all-time highs on Visa. And again, you got to think about this. What kind of business are they in? They're in the business of making money off borrowed money.
How are you supposed to lose?
How do you lose? You don't.
Don't get me started on money.
It's a great business.
Money is debt. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Our entire financial system depends on lending other people money and then creating said money out of thin air so that you can lend it.
Yep.
So, you know.
I think
if you're in the business,
Visa and MasterCard are a great visual representation of that concept.
Oh, they really are. Oh, I could go on all day about that. So just one quick update here on AMD, and then I want to get back to that VSTE. So it just came in, wicked off VWAP here. I was already in the short on a trend reversal, and then there's a rejection of VWAP. There's a lower high in, new stop to 142, just above 142.80 on it. But now it's holding VWAP. So much like Nvidia, I feel like we got out of Nvidia in time. That started trending back up. But AMD's starting to hold on to VWAP here. So might tighten this one up. You're starting to see a little bit more strength than when we had it earlier. So I'm going to tighten this one up. Still looking for long in Intel, which is a bit of a priority. But AMD, I do not want to turn a winning trade into a losing trade there on AMD. So I did reload lower, meaning my average price is right about where my new stop is on AMD, just a little bit slightly above it. So we're looking for this entry on Intel, still going sideways. I want it to give me some determination of where it wants to go. And then I still had VSTE up, which I got out in that quick little scalp trade. It's now holding underneath $6. So it might retest VWAP here. That strength is starting to wane. The thing I don't like about this is the volume. What's going on there? Oh, I have this on. I was drawing trend lines. Oh, it's the volume. I want you guys to be able to see. The volume dwindling. So it picked up when we entered on that 6 break, but the second it fails, now you're back showing a little bit less volume. Not what I want to see for a low float runner that's supposed to be breaking out in the afternoon. I want to see that pick up. I want to see either give me support to 550, break away from this $6 level. Otherwise, we should, I don't know. It's above VWAP. I don't want to give up on it just yet. But to me, and come back to the chart for a second, when a trader like myself, who in this trade is going to have a tight stop, like when I get wicked out, the idea is if it's really strong, when you get like the tight stop, weaker hands out in a situation like that, you should just start going. Like it's supposed to lit grab people out there, not give people that took this kind of a trade like myself a chance to get back in when it runs 6. So it feels to me like this is looking a little bit weak. It should have just snapped back up usually if you're going to go. I'm not giving up on it, but it's certainly not looking as good as it did before. All right, here comes Intel. Couple of rounded bottom wicks. There you go. There's 1, there's 2. Now it's looking a little bit stronger. Why do I always go to the midpoint instead of just trying to get into it on the bid here? Anyways, I went to the midpoint, which is ridiculous. It's like an instinct. It's at 35 by 36. I try to get midpoints, 35 half. I end up just hitting 36. So Intel now rounding back into the upside, and we'll play it into the high of the day. So we took the breakout trade, and now ultimately I just didn't get in essentially where I got out. So we took the breakout trade, didn't work, waited for it to resume trend up, catch it after a couple of higher lows, take our entry after it shows us some strength into it, and we'll play into the high of the day. I'll probably hold half of it for a break of the high of the day, but we'll scalp along the way to said high of the day, which means you have to have orders out, because the last I checked, you can only get fills if you put orders out into the market.
Oh.
They taught me that in day 1 of training.
Really? So you're telling me that if I have the intention but I don't have any orders, there's no trade?
Well, yes. That is more or less exactly what I'm saying.
That's fair.
It's true. It's true.
It's very true. I think I was taught the same thing on my first day. But
if you weren't, then they were doing you a disservice. And whomever,
Yeah,
actually, and I know exactly who, first of all, you were taught that because I know exactly who was saying it.
Yes. No, Yeah, Intel's coming right back in. So again, I got to be a little bit more nimble here, and I have been as it kind of holds on the bid. I'm piecing some off, trying to get better at that more, I guess, dynamic decision making right there.
Like that.
Again, if it's holding for a little too long, maybe I want to take some off, maybe take some more off. And then if it's starting to hold higher a little bit, and it's starting to really piece in and out of the position and really get aggressive as it starts to work for you, right? That's what I'm trying to get it a little bit better at here. I'm trying to be more dynamic with the entries and the exits here. A little bit more with the exits than the entries. A little bit more precise with the entries, and then a little bit more dynamic with the trade, like the management and the exits there as well. But yeah, let's see if we can get back there. We did kind of push up into 2330s there. Covered a decent chunk on the way back there. Still holding a little piece there to see if that high of day really is failing to follow through as of right now. So we've got to keep eyes on this one here. Again, pulling up the Intel chart here. This is okay, nice. I actually have a 1 minute chart open on Intel here. Interestingly enough, I like the 3 minute. Again, right here. So we marked off pre-market lows there. We kind of grabbed that, held above, and now right here we did break out of this day high right here. You can see the pre-market action doesn't even get there, and we also talked about how beautiful of a reversion this was at an attempt through pre-market highs. Can't even get through some of this consolidation from the after hours there on Intel, and it pretty much lick grabs. You can see on the 3 minute, look at that wiki action there. It doesn't really want to get through. I'm sure if I pull up a 5 minute, it's going to look kind of similar there. A little bit of a lick grab on the 5 minute as well, along with a trend break happening here. That is not my screen as well.
What is
like
that?
That's not okay. So this Intel chart right here. So that's what I'm talking about. This one right here. So pulling back in and then pulls right back up and then does another lick grab of that prior day high. So can't really get past that, fails to follow through, and then slams right into the anchored where it does find a bit of a bid there. So I've got to respect that a little bit as we start to slow down here and go a little sideways. Again, market's pretty much sideways as well today. So if we are going to respect the chop, we must respect the chop and stay nimble there on names like Intel here. So just looking for it. It has been making technically, I guess, higher highs and higher lows off of the open there. But we'll see how this one ends off on the day today. Again, earnings day one here on Intel, kind of creeping up, holding VWAP as well. Intraday VWAP has been held quite well here. As also, you can see if I take off all the rest of the indicators right there, VWAP hold was pretty mint coming off the opening session there, and a little bit midday as well, going into the end of the day. Entering power hour in about 3 minutes, Neil. So see what Intel does on the day one close here. But yeah, I don't really have anything else too much on watch. Nothing too crazy going on as of right now. I guess ARM is at low a day. That's interesting there. I'm looking at some
low of day.
Yeah, ARM is literally trading at low of day there. That double bottom from yesterday, quite interesting on top of the 140. So I guess we can take a look at it together while I'm speaking on it. Right here, take a look at this ARM. Look at that strong flush, nice little hold. A lot of I guess. Tests or wicks or touches of this 140 area. Look at that, nice little consolidation end of day, and then going through into the closing imbalance as well, gets bid up for an open even higher, but we were trending all the way back down towards some of those lows from yesterday. Today, again, we've been kind of selling off aggressively since I guess pre-market yesterday. This one was on a bit of the scanner there, doing relative volume off of the open as well. Interesting bottom coming in on ARM, maybe potentially. But yeah, no, leave it in the chat. What are you guys looking at? What are you guys trading? What is the next trade is what I'm asking, and I don't really see anything on my radar right now, Neil.
I don't know if it's this VSTE, but I can tell you they just lick wrap. You were already talking about it on Intel, and it's funny because as Obi said, broke trend. I'm like, okay, I'm in it. And we got our couple of scalps as it broke out that 40. And then it lost the trend line, lit grabbed again, and is now headed higher. So probably the way to go on Intel for any long in here is to understand that it's going to do these lit grabs and look for an entry on the next one.
Yes.
Yeah. So instead of trying to get it on the way up, how about when it does this, and when it does that, and it does this, look for that lit grab, and then try to get in on the lit grab, which does mean I have to have, which I already do, I'll have to have a level 2 up to see if I can pick one of those up on tape. Not always an easy thing to do, but if it closes a bar underneath that channel, that's a different story. You know, because it's already done one reversion on the breakout. If it does another, it's probably headed into VWAP. I think VSTE might be able to stick a fork in. I mean, I have it up. It's holding VWAP. I don't know if we're going to get if you get a press into VWAP, I don't think you like it. At this point, it now just needs to hold on to 6, and that's about it. So I think this one is a bit of a waste of time at this particular point. I do have eyeballs on something here, as you are actually getting a move and a trend up. And believe it or not, DJT, this is SSR. It was down over 10%, and it's been down. I mean, look, DJT has been down for several days in a row. It's not the first time it's been down double digits, and it's not, well, it'll do moves like this a lot. But it was a great trend reversal trade heading into a 33 resistance zone. So 33, pretty obvious of a spot. Did I even pay for locates on this thing? Let me just double check. Ooh, Neil prepared. So I did pay for locates this morning on DJT, which means I am locked and loaded. If it makes a run at VWAP and press up, it's that 33 zone. Look at the rejection last time it got here. Very clean rejection of that level. So I'm still in AMD. I did take a little bit of profit, but I'm looking to add to more as that's underneath VWAP. But I had to show you Intel, which we got out of. So we're still holding on to AMD after the reload. Andrew, how's Walmart?
Well, Walmart, we can actually go check that right now. I haven't even looked. It's doing all right. But as far as what I was going to talk about, but I know Sean's, Neil's real curious about how much money I'm making today. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, as far as SPY right here, one of the common rules that I want to show you guys, and this is really a common trend, a technical analysis tool you guys can use whenever you see big gaps like this. So one of the key things I'm thinking about, which I think isn't really in play right now, but whenever you see a big gap up like this, one rule I like to always implement. You hear everyone mention, oh, well, typically you fill gaps, right? Oh, and it sounds smart, but it's not foresight. It's not, okay, well, you're going into a gap, but that's not always like it's just going to go. Once it hits the gap, it goes and fills the gap. They do fill, but over time. And so one of the best rules I've found with liquidity gaps, whenever you see a gap, if you take 30% of that gap from wherever it broke down. So let me just explain it this way. So in this case, we gapped up from the low here, right around 540 on SPY. This was last September, all the way up here to 544, okay? And if I zoom in real big so you can't miss this, this was a gap from open to close. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna measure that gap. And it was around 4.36, just for give or take. What I'm gonna do is, as you can see here, I'm going to take from the opening price, I'm gonna take 30% of this total gap, and that is where I can expect a liquidity zone into that gap. So it's not always that the gaps fill right away. It's actually 30% into a gap. You can expect some sort of liquidity zone. And this is a general rule with every single major gap in the markets. And this right here was another example. You can do this with any gap as long as it's a significant one. If it's like a few pennies, it doesn't work. But this is a little thing you guys can use.
I think that's a fantastic way to look at it. That's the thing. Like you don't only want to have ideas for, oh, I like this stock in X direction. You want to have an idea of where the move can go and what it is that you're looking to capture. That's the other side of trading. So along those lines, this is my segue. I'm going to get back to you in a quick little second. But I did take a fill in AMD. I just wanted to show you why. So it came off of VWAP. I was looking to add off of this lower high. You can cancel that order in there. Didn't catch it, so we only had the VWAP entry. Then we bounced off the exact same wick to get back underneath the prior bar, so took some out there. Now I want to look to hold into 42. I'm still looking to reload off of VWAP on trend with AMD. We got out of Nvidia to hold on to AMD and add to that one because it was a little bit weaker, so relative weakness in AMD.
Yeah, no, bless you.
I tried to hold on
Sorry.
to the Obi.
Yes.
And then it's like the dramatic pause on me, so I can.
Okay, that's perfect. All right. Bless you, Neil. No, I looked to the side. I saw you move first before you sneeze. I thought you were like dabbing, but then I was like, all right, no. Then I heard the sneeze. I was like, I thought you were really like.
You think I would dab?
I don't know. And that's a pretty dope trade.
Oh, come on, man. I'm like, no. First of all, A, that's like 15 million years ago. B, like that wasn't. No, I'm not. No. No, that's not my thing. Even my daughter doesn't dab. She's way too cool for dabbing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sorry about this name. I get allergies.
I just thought I saw, just maybe.
So actually, you know what? I'm going to call up Fabian for a second here.
Yes.
Because it's not Fabian's fault, but like we have all of this crazy lights and stuff and this big rig. You can see some of it behind us. Look, let's be real. None of that gets dusted. None of it gets dusted up there. So whenever anybody is working on all of this, it gets out of control. And like my allergies are like, trust me, like it's not fun. I've taken Reactin all day. It's just been an absolute wreck anytime anybody does that work. So
you know what you need to kind of strengthen that up? Something that may help in life, that will boost your immunity, brain function, nervous system support, and energy release essentials, fighting the fatigue.
No.
Vitamin V for Vegemite.
I'll actually take something which is made for allergies.
It has to be expired in 2021 or something.
Yeah, well.
Okay. I haven't sneezed all day, Neil. I understand that,
Factually correct.
Correlation is not always causation, but there's a little bit of confluence.
I mean.
Exactly. It's like confluenza, exactly. All right, so you guys in the chat, I asked you guys, what are you guys trading? Point out anything. Where's the next trade? What's the next setup? And I forget who it was, but somebody pointed out Coinbase for flat bottom break. So let's see. This is a beautiful, beautiful reversion. I was talking to Neil earlier. I was like, all right, where are some of the best reversions that happened today? Crypto, if you pull up a lot of crypto tickers here, again, IBIT, we can see it on there. Coinbase, we can see it on here. Look at that aggressive bid in the morning session, and that turn comes in right at 10:30 with that bid dissipating as well as the volume trickling down as well. And you can see a beautiful, beautiful reversion on the break of trend, making lower highs and lower lows with that aggressive selling, even coming in with expanding volume on the selling as well. So beautiful reversions happening on Coinbase. Flat bottom break, I don't know about that, but as you can see right here, look at that consolidation in the pre-market. That's a little unnatural. There's definitely something here at that, 180 level. You can see that nice little grind in the pre-market session right here, and then it kind of gets an aggressive bid off of the open, and look at where it kind of stalls and stops, coming right back in, 180. So there's definitely something on that right here. Flat bottom breakdown potentially, but you got to see some of these lows give on Coinbase for that to happen. Let's take a quick look at Bitcoin and see what that is up to here, just to make sure we are kind of, I guess with the Ponzi, right? You got to see if the Ponzi is doing what we're looking for, and we have been pulling back off of that 71.6 on Bitcoin as of this afternoon, and that's where that reversion kind of came in from, with that Bitcoin aggressive selling coming in on the break of trend here in and around 10:30. Look at how that selling kind of comes in, and that aggressive selling more going into that 12 o'clock mark there on Bitcoin there. Let's take a quick look at Mara and Riot as well. Some of the other, and we'll take a look at MSTR as well. Again, look at that 10:30 fade. Mara actually reverted more than 100% of the move. You can see it's way past its day low right there. So Mara was a great vehicle to take some of that reversion right there. Let's take a quick look at Riot and MSTR. Riot also taking out its day low, and MSTR as well taking out its day low. Seems like Coinbase is the only one that's kind of lagging behind. Again, that 180 level is showing itself in the pre-market, and with the rest of some of these crypto-related names already having broken through their day low, it is interesting, this 180 level hold on Coinbase that did show face in the pre-market session. So could be interesting. Flat bottom break, I don't know, man. It's holding quite strong as of right now. But if that buying is gone, then maybe the long is definitely wrong off of that 180 there. We saw a quick flash of the Fabian.
You guys saw Fabian hard work. Thank you. I saw lots of people in the chat with some advice for how we could do some better dusting in here. Ramin just said, and none of those ideas, and I thank you for them, will never get implemented, she just said. But as you were just mentioning, IBIT was so close. It was almost as if you were jinxing it, Obi, because right then and there, as you were talking about it, look at it's not a day-long trend, but the trend from the high, which is held all day, effectively since 10 o'clock, was about to get tested and broken. Now, as you can clearly see, it is not broken. So I was all geared up to look for a long entry on IBIT off the lows. Instead, as you just mentioned, we're heading right back into the bottom. So yeah, that's out the window. I'm definitely going to leave it in there. Yes, there is something up with Nvidia.
Ooh,
I was about to go, look, I'm in AMD, and AMD is getting close to VWAP, so there's that, but Nvidia is there as well. So we're in Nvidia. Remember, I wasn't short Nvidia off of VWAP. I was short here on a breakdown. So to me, get out when it, look, either it holds trend down or get out when it goes higher low, break even. Or like preserve, like make something, get out so you're positive on the trade. Clearly the breakdown didn't fall all over itself and now it's trending back into the upside. So it went from a stock that I thought was a short to one that's looking a little bit stronger. And Nvidia's got a similar look too. It's a line, this is more line of best fit. I don't necessarily love trading off of it, but it has confluence with VWAP. I like the IBIT because it's a more steep trend reversal, but Nvidia is breaking out on trend, which has me, well, I'm not going to move my stop. I'm actually going to still look at that 142.80 on AMD and see if we can hold underneath that. If that curls, I would look short. We can hold on to this trend above, close out above, hold VWAP. I think Nvidia looks like a trend reversal long. Not as, I don't want to say not as good as, because ultimately I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what would happen if IBIT were to break this trend, but I like the more extreme move down into what is support on the daily for IBIT at 69,000 or Bitcoin at 69,000, and then a trend reversal. It's just more powerful. It's got more room to VWAP. Like if it breaks out here, VWAP is a 1.5% away. That's like 1.5 points that you can get on a reversion here. Whereas Nvidia, don't get me wrong, Nvidia is strong. It holds above VWAP. You could probably get a trend reversal similar there, like 10s to 15s, and you're looking at like 80 to 90 cents off the highs. That's not bad. It's just half the move of what the reversion would give you on IBIT, and you don't have that 69,000 or big support level to also give you some confluence on the trade. So I'm not really taking Nvidia. I would much rather IBIT make this move, and then you get like one shot in here. Like take that one trade where you just get it in good and, risk about, you're probably risking at this point, if it were to break, I'd probably risk down to here. So you're talking 15 cents, and then you got 60 pennies to the upside to VWAP, of which if you're scalping along the way, your average out is probably in the 75 to 80 range. That works out to 2 to 1. And if it breaks VWAP and holds over, heck, you do even better than that. So I got to have them both up here, but certainly I'd rather IBIT make that move. It's looking like it is unlikely here. Andrew?
Yes, just a reminder for everyone, in the after-hours show or towards the end of the day, since this is my last day here, so sad, I am actually going to be giving out a big giveaway prize for all those traders that stay late. So in Sean's memory, of course, he normally leads these, he is not going to be here. But in his memory, I'm going to give a lot of money away. So be there, make sure you guys are there. That's all I got to say.
Has been teed up. You're going to want to stick around. Oh, the other thing, don't just stick around for, obviously stick around and get some free cash from Andrew, but also stick around because we'll be able to do some Q&A. We're going to have Chris Brecher on. He was going to be on Wednesday, and we're moving him to today. So we're able to still have Chris and get his insights for a bit. We'll do some trader talk. But there's no earnings aftermarket, so we can just get right down to brass tacks. We can review some trades. We can go over what to prepare for next week. We can go over any ideas or questions that you guys might have. And then, of course, we'll get that prize out in there somewhere toward the end of the show. So make sure you stick around. The traders are going to stay late tonight. That's for sure. So we'll have a lot of fun with it. Mohammed in the chat said, what is SMCI's fate? First, before I go to SMCI, we already showed going into VWAP, Nvidia, and then AMD back underneath that resistance. I did get that reload fill, still stopping if it breaks that high, and I have a 50 bid in case we grab it. So just wanted to make sure I updated you guys on that fill. SMCI is bleed zone. Bleeding, and it just made another press down. I want to show a 15-minute chart because I think it's a little more dramatic if I do. No, but that was on volume, that last push. So it's another day, another reckoning for SMCI. My take on this is, and someone was asking me the other day, yeah, it is that bad, Fabian. It really is. So someone had asked, is it a good idea to swing on this? And my thought was the risk, I think it was Mr. Westermeyer.
Swing short?
No, long.
Oh.
And the thing is, the risk here is tremendous. Like they're talking about delisting as a possible outcome here. So you've got to think about what your risk to reward is. I understand on the chart it looks like, but if it bottoms here, we're great. I don't know, no, because your downside risk is losing everything on SMCI. So it would have to break trend. Maybe you can find a scalp trade for some kind of a long if you wanted it, but this is a short till proven otherwise. Maybe it'll break a trend and you can do some kind of a SSR bounce play. Like I don't mind those. Like if you get like from VWAP into here and you do one of those, which it already tried and failed. Like look at that. Tried to break trend, instant failure. I guess if it can hold above back through 26, you try another one into VWAP, and that's an SSR bounce play. But you're getting in, you're getting out in a matter of minutes, which is the only way I'd want to play SMCI long, getting in and out within a matter of minutes. Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
Shout out to Firefly. Thank you very much there, Adara. And failing VWAP is Nvidia, so kind of glad we didn't get into that long. But IBIT is not going to bounce. It doesn't look like Bitcoin wants to make that bounce. Why? Because what you want to happen doesn't always happen. So this is, okay, I'm still keeping it up because I like this reversion play. But if we don't get it soon, it's now 316. If this next bounce can't take us to break out this trend, then at some point I have to give up on it. There has to be enough time for it to get there. And if it doesn't make the move until like 339 or something like that, then probably not going to take that trade. So there's still some time in here. VSTE, it didn't feel right. The way that lit grab happened and didn't immediately bounce back, strong stock, rinses people or gets people out like on tight stops and then starts going again. It doesn't do that and then go sideways, so we got away from it. I didn't pay for locate, so I couldn't short it if I wanted to. So now you're back underneath VWAP, but I think getting away from that made a lot of sense. Take profit and then just get out when it broke out for the tight stop. So unfortunately, VSTE, my plan was for it to hold this. It did not. Maybe it's worth it a little bit late in the day to look for a short, but if it were to break 5, I could see this flooding back in. I'm going to at least check what they cost. If it's essentially free, I'll pay for locates, but my guess is it's not.
Yeah, no, we're kind of doing some interesting stuff here on Intel. A bit of a sideways consolidation here going into, again, it's 317, Neil, so we have less than about 42, 43 minutes left until the closing bell. A little bit of a sideways chop here on Intel going into the close after kind of grabbing the day high there. So you're just watching this one as, again, the market is rejecting off of that 20,200 mark here on the NASDAQ. And a bit of a, again, we've been trending down after that strong bid in the morning here, looking kind of similar to some of those crypto charts, some of the Bitcoin charts as well. That turn coming in and around that was at that 10:30, 11:30-ish mark here on the markets. Peloton not really bouncing, man. I was looking for this push to come back in with, again, 45 minutes left. Roughly, I'm not really looking for too much. We talk about the 30-minute candle here, yeah, no real bounce. We did print the first green 30-minute candle here at 2:30, but there's no real follow through. This candle has about 10 minutes left to print on Peloton. So I know that some people in the chat were talking about how they've been trading Peloton today. Congratulations to you. Hopefully you were short off of the opening session there, as Peloton has been trading lower and lower and only about 10 pennies away from its day low as of right now, as the market kind of attempts to make a lower high here once more after printing the day high, like I said before, in and around 11:30 there. Nothing else too crazy. Again, people were talking about that Coinbase, so I did have it on watch. Coinbase not really doing too much, bouncing off of that 180, like we pointed out before. That 180 maybe a little interesting nonetheless. Nvidia as well, we just talked about this. It's back at VWAP, bit of a trend break there, but again, VWAP's right there, so I don't know how strong that trend really matters more than VWAP. As of right now, you can see that VWAP hold was doing really well all morning long until it didn't in and around 12:30, 12:45 there. We've been trading underneath for most of that time since. On Nvidia here, but like we said before, bit of an inside day nonetheless on a lot of these tickers as the market again trades sideways. I think somebody in the chat was asking me if I was this. I think they mentioned like this vampire Digimon yesterday when we dressed up. I was like, no, I was just a regular vampire. But I do apologize. I might have sucked all the volatility out of the market. We're not really that volatile today. Pretty much trading sideways in a range.
What is a vampire Digimon?
Oh, I just searched it up. I don't know. It's like a Digimon that's a vampire. I don't know. I watched like the first season of Digimon growing up. Never really went back to it after. So.
You presume, see, it's like you said that in the way that presumed that I even knew what a Digimon was, which is nice of you to think that. But I mean, anybody that's been watching the show long enough knows that I have no idea what that is, which is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ramin just told me that Fabian said that it's a digital monster. Now, I could obviously figure out that it's a digital monster, but there's a reference. Like, I don't know the game or the show.
Right here.
Oh, so
Myotis. On.
Can we go to the screen?
Right here. So that, I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't necessarily specifically this guy, but I don't know. Vampire.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I watch, I'll watch some cartoons in my day, but that one I'm not aware of. It is what it is.
You ever watch Pokemon?
Not really.
Oh, really? Oh.
No. It's not my
that was still, that was around, definitely around your time as well. No? Before.
You know what? That's my dog. That's what I'm talking about. First of all, it's not around my time. I grew. No, I'm not even going there. You don't want to know the Saturday morning cartoons that I watch, because if you knew the Saturday morning cartoons that I watch, you'd know exactly how old I am. So it's very cool of you to say that. So back underneath VWAP is AMD, as I quietly changed the subject before anyone starts asking about that. So we're back underneath VWAP. I didn't really get another fill here at the 70 level. So I got one. I tried to add to it when it rejected right underneath 80s. So no fill there. We just grabbed some in front of the 50 level. Gonna look for the quarters to see if we can get it. Sebastian, you're probably right. Saad, I did watch Dragon Ball Z, mostly because my brother told me that I had to. My brother's an animator, and his standard, he's a brilliant artist. He's absolutely brilliant, by the way. He does kid shows. And so if he says an animated series is really good, and he's like, yo, you want to watch that? Then I'll listen to him, because he's never once said this is good and it's been bad. Like, not once. He's like, yeah, watch Dragon Ball, it'll be fun. But that's a good one there. Sebastian, I don't know if you're my age. I have no idea. Richard Cabiza, is it Cabiza? That's a good one. I like this one. Neil's fishing trip was spoiled by Moses. That's pretty good. That's really good.
That's a good one.
I can't even hate on that. That's really freaking good. Yeah.
You guys are on fire in the chat.
I love it. You guys are awesome.
On fire. Oh boy.
See, now I forget what I was gonna say next. So I mentioned.
It's too funny.
Okay, so I already went over AMD. IBIT does not want to make the break. I'm staring down this IBIT trend reversal because I feel like win, lose, or draw, like this one, if you've held trend for essentially the entirety of the day, then a reversion here looks pretty good. And the other thing too with IBIT, it's not like you're bouncing off nothing. Let me go back over to my Bitcoin chart here. Let's just show you look what you've just done. Like you've just essentially broken 69, right? Like this is what the reversion we're looking for. You're breaking 69,000, then holding back above it and doing a late little bounce play. Like I love that. So it's kind of like a little bit of a grab underneath support and you're coming back up. So I think this is worth it to try and wait for this reversion to happen on IBIT. So give me that close above 40. Once it happens, I actually thought it was 40 before. Now would be somewhere in the 35 range. Once it does that, go for the long. We are running out of time for it to happen, but I think it's worth it. So I'll keep scalping AMD and getting 20, 30 cents or whatever we can out of it, and then look for the opportunity here in IBIT on that reversion. I do like this setup, so it's going to be worth it. You guys have more? What else you got going on? All right, Kyle W. Neil's favorite cartoon was Wonder Dog. Here I am to come.
No idea.
Save the day. You know what? I really liked. This is ridiculous. I loved Rocket Robin Hood. That should probably date me because you'll have no idea. Rocket Robin Hood was kind of the jam. Good. It was a good cartoon, man.
I remember it was. I think after school we would always run back to watch Dragon Ball Z. Right after school, that was definitely a vibe.
Legit.
And then I think it was Sunday morning or Saturday morning. I'm forgetting which one specifically, but Cartoon Network in the mornings on Sundays. And I heard that Fabian calling out to Courage the Cowardly Dog. That was a fun show for sure. I grew up on that, and people were talking about Scooby-Doo.
I know that one.
Samurai Jack, that was sick. But that didn't really come on until like Adult Swim later on. Because I love how because you know how you're not supposed to show like blood and gore, and they got around that by making all the villains robots, and it would be like oil splatter.
That was smart.
That was very smart. It was a great show.
Because in G.I. Joe, like nobody, I mean, it was crazy about like G.I. Joe, like. You grew up on that show. You watch it every single time, like a Cobra ship or helicopter plane. Every single time they got shot down, instant parachute open. Every single time, like not once. Like really, 100% success rate when you shoot down Cobra. That parachute open, like just boom, boom, boom. Why? Because you couldn't actually have anybody presumed to be not even show them die. You couldn't even have the idea that it even happened. Which is wild. And absolutely, yes, someone in the chat said, I'm a Voltron guy. I loved Voltron. That was a great show. Apple just lost VWAP. The market just made a lower high. Intel's still doing the same thing, right?
Intel's still kind of chopping.
But the NASDAQ here, I'm staring down, IBIT's getting close. If you look here, even the Qs here, they just got right into what would be another lower high on trend, actually underneath trend, and then rejected 2020. So I feel like if you are rejecting underneath, we could get that pullback. So I like AMD still, as long as that's going to hold. But IBIT wants to make this move, so I'm trying to be really patient about this. It just doesn't seem to have the strength to make that break. But a lot of times when you get a long trend reversal, like it'll break up here, and then it's fast. Like it could be a quick one, so I don't want to get away from this. Here, BLK Empress, Bravestar was fantastic. Eyes of the hawk, ears of the wolf, strength of the bear, speed like the cheetah. I did watch Bravestar when I was a kid. 100%.
Oh yeah. What about Thundercats? I think I remember Thundercats like showing it would show up, but I never really was interested in. I know He-Man was there as well. Again, another classic there. But some good. I guess, weekend prime time TV there that I kind of lived through. So got to get out of that one.
Get down.
All right, cool. Intel kind of broke that consolidation there as of right now, so I don't really want to get involved anymore. Not really doing what I'm looking for there. Just kind of getting chopped up in the range. Not really any sort of. Solid trade there. Nothing. It's holding this consolidation. We kind of grabbed that anchored earlier there. That's a real print. That's not a dark pool wick there. It actually went down to 2310s and then ripped right back up to 20s after grabbing the high as well, which was that was a nice quick little grab, but no real follow through, and now we're kind of churning, and we're churning above VWAP as well. So I want to keep that, in mind here as we just chop and churn. There goes Amazon with a bit of a sell. Look at that aggressive selling coming in on Amazon. So let's see what's going on here. Is anything else selling off that aggressively? Nothing too crazy, but oh boy, here it comes. 198. You can see the NASDAQ as well. Failure to follow through past 20,200 is what it's looking like right now. We couldn't really get past that level, I guess, in the last 15-minute candle, and we are dumping to the downside. So glad I got out of some of those longs. What's going on, Adara?
We're going to take a look here at some of these names in the S&P 500 making outsized moves to the upside and downside. The theme for today is going to be some things that, as we have this last half hour of Power Hour, last half hour of this market week, what are the potential stories that could be on watch next week? I started here with Lululemon, which is up 8% here, despite a lack of any catalyst that I could find. LU with just over a 5% short float, up 8%. Near day's high, still trying to break out here into that 322 area. So LU could be on watch if we see a continuation of this move, a story come out, or a potential flush. Next up, we have Boeing. BA, to be fair, has been on watch this entire year, but actually seeing some progression here. It's been a pretty big day for them with another potential deal to end that strike. The vote's going to be on Monday. If that is actually successful, people could be returning to work as soon as Wednesday, and that could be key because BA was actually attributed for some of that drop here, that much lower than expected non-farm payroll number due to the strike. We also had S&P actually affirming its rating for Boeing, though it did say Boeing's still going to be on credit watch for them. And last but not least, we have Supermicro, SMCI, SSR for the third day in a row here, I believe. This stock down 44% this week, apparently entirely wiping out its gains throughout this whole year. So Supermicro Computer to the downside. We'll have to see if this bounces next week and what news we get on their earnings, which have been confirmed to be reported after the close on Tuesday, guys.
I mean, they better report them, otherwise they're toast. So, I mean, here's the I promise you this. There is going to be a Netflix special one day about SMCI one way or another. And on top of that, we have young viewers for sure, you're going to be doing projects on it. Like whether you're going to be doing case studies on SMCI, or, you know what, my senior year accounting project, you had to basically do you had to pick some random company, any company you wanted, go through the books. We had a long project. Mine was Briex. I don't know if you remember Briex. Briex was like a famous, it wasn't anything along the lines of like Enron, but it was a famous scandal. And no, I did not see it coming. I was a high school student. But no, SMCI is an absolute mess. And so everyone be very careful when you're trading that. I think it's great for trading. I think you've got to be picking your spots, trying to get that one on the long side, or you're risking a heck of a lot. We're going to continue to trade it. Just a quick update here. Obviously, we show the market is flushing. I'm going to cancel my reload option because I won't get any more of AMD. We try to grab more on the way down here, but I'm looking now consolidation. I was going to get out in front of the bid. But now if it breaks this consolidation higher, then it's a nice, easy trail out, hold for the low. So hold for this higher low, I should say, 141.80, and then we'll trail out, and I've already put the trail in at the quarter mark. It is past 330, so worth a look here at the early look imbalance locator. Keep in mind, yesterday was, of course, last of the month, so it's the beginning of the month. You might see a few names in there with bigger imbalances than normal. Right now, just Occidental for 1 million shares to the buy side. That's about the only thing that stands out. BIL and Amex doesn't really matter. You see nothing else that's large. So right now, the only thing is an early look 1 million buy imbalance on Oxy, which is taking it on the chin today. Sometimes that can be interesting. Get a buy imbalance on a stock which has been bleeding the whole day. It might give you a little bit of a chance at a bounce play if this actually ends up being a buy when it comes out in about 16 or so minutes. DVDRDs, like who's swinging SMCI? I feel like if I say it's a lot of risk enough, people will just start doing it for reasons unknown. 11% down and still going on SMCI. But I just want AMD to get to the low of the day. That's enough for me.
Yeah, that's that report was crazy. Again, shout out to Wayne. He showed me the I guess the letter that the accounting firm sent to the SEC.
Yeah.
And we were just having a laugh about that. And again, whoever was fastest to that news, oh boy, do you have some of the best fills there in terms of price on that SMCI flush. Basically, they were just like, yeah, you guys are definitely right. They are a little fraudulent there on their books. So should be interesting. SMCI kind of a continuation to the downside. And you were pointing out Hood, Neil, and Hood has broken that day high at that 2.4 as the market kind of flushed into the lows there. So some distinctly different action on Robinhood. Again, earnings day 2 today. It's held its VWAP. It's held higher highs and higher lows, and now kind of breaking out of this this top that we had pointed out in the pre-market and during the midday in the morning session as well. A bit of a double top there intraday, breaking out through that 24 mark. But I guess a much better place to get in here was on the break back through of day 1 lows there, as again we're pushing back towards the day highs, kind of sideways for most of the day, but now breaking out going into the last half hour. Neil, we only have 25 minutes left, man. So it's been a pretty I would say pretty uneventful day in terms of anything too crazy. Now I'm sure I'm not really looking at the whole market here. I'm sure there have been trades where, again, significant moves, but the market's pretty much chop sideways as of right now. Nothing too crazy. Again, we talk about some of the directional tickers that were pointed out on the day today. We can kind of cover some of those as well as of right now. Again, we talk about Peloton. Last we talked about it, the low was 25s. Now the low is 22. So we pretty much traded sideways there. No, the trend has broken, but there's no reversion. There's just trends going sideways. So maybe just some trend deceleration before we make further legs to the downside. Who knows? But that aggressive selling all day long is definitely distinct here on Peloton. And the other name was Lulu here. Lulu pushing up towards its day highs there as well. Pretty much an all-day trend here on Lulu. Again, holding a bit of a resistance here. Yeah, sure, it's broken trend a little bit, but not really reverted as it kind of consolidates and goes sideways going into the close. Again, less than 25 minutes left now here on the day. So two of those names. Let us know in the chat if you guys see anything that is just as directional as some of those names. Again, of course, why I brought this up was SMCI. Of course, SMCI very directional to the downside. What's going on?
If you're looking for directional trades, what you're going to want to have available to you is a powerful platform which will allow you to scan for the best ideas out there in the market so that you can trade smarter, not harder. You want to upgrade to an elite trading experience, and eSignal is going to be for you. It's all about real-time data that is easy to use with all kinds of customization. You can look at any symbol you want. You can look at any indicator you want. You can backtest on any time frame that you want. And you're going to find that when you have that behind you, you're going to be able to start implementing trading strategies with more confidence. Why? Because if you have reliable data and you have reliable backtesting, then you know ahead of time that the ideas that you're processing are going to give you quality results before you put any trades on at all. We talked about this for the lesson of the day, that you want to put capital towards things of work. So you might as well find a platform that allows you to test your strategies out in a robust way and allows you to go forward and become a more professional trader. So great backtesting, great scanning so that you can locate the best things to trade in the first place, and it's everything you need all in one place. So check out the eSignal platform. They have a test drive, 30 days free. Scan the QR code below, or more importantly, hit the link in the description for that. Speaking of which, I knew it would happen fast, and it did.
Oh boy.
So I actually missed my entry by 5 cents on IBIT because this was it closing, prior bar close above the trend line, and that's me trying to hit 33 when it broke. No fill. And then I chased it up to like 38, I should say, at 5 cents into 38. But this is what happens when you get a trend break like this. Like, it can start to accelerate. Why? Because pretty much, am I the only person capable of drawing a trend line like this? Or noticing that Bitcoin was bouncing off of that 69,000 level? No, obviously not. I mean, anybody else can do it. So you want to be fast. The algos get it a little bit faster as well. Stop underneath prior bar open. as usual because it's a pretty standard trade for me. That ends up, I think it's like 28 actually. So yeah, now you know exactly where the stop is going to be. Let's see if this can actually go. It's 339, which means I might have to quickly tighten this up. I don't need my 33 bit anymore. I might have to tighten this one up. It's later in the day, and of course we can't hold this one over the weekend to go. So just double checking to see if there's any change in the imbalances. Absolutely not. Still just Oxy. But I'm now in on that trend break of IBIT, but there isn't as much time for it to resolve. And AMD is now consolidating, holding on a dime 142. So it's holding on to 142 pretty much on a dime. I was looking for a break of that level to play down into the next quarter. Not happening, so I'm just going to trail out. If it cannot hold this consolidation and break lower, I'm jumping out of this as the market's not really doing enough to warrant holding for the moon. So it's a couple of cents away, and we'll just try to ring the register on that one if it breaks the quarters. Still in it, is what it is. But oh, there we go. It just broke that consolidation, so we're out of AMD. You got to ring the register somewhere. Ultimately, a couple times in the afternoon off of VWAP, it's going to play down for us, which is what we wanted. And yeah, we're in that IBIT, and this is the kind of trade. You know what's hilarious about this? You know this trade usually I find is much better if you get it at like not in power hour. Like if you get it at like 230 to 240, like somewhere in that, like before power hour when like volume's starting to come back in. When you get it really late, there's not enough time for it to go. It's almost like you want it as more interest is coming in so people can pile into the trade instead of at 340. But I took it because we're waiting for it, and I think it's a great looking setup. I'm going to have these pretty much 10 times out of 10. Whether or not it's actually going to go for us, we'll see. We haven't even closed the second bar, and it's not really going anywhere for now. Chill vibes. You ready for them Bills this Sunday? Of course I'm ready for the Bills. I'm ready for the Bills every single weekend, despite the fact that I have a couple of Miami Dolphins on my fantasy squad. That's okay, because they're receivers. And that means when the Bills blow out Miami, there's going to be a lot of garbage time points for my receivers. So I just win both ways. When the Bills blow out Miami, I win. And when Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle score a bunch of points in garbage time, I'm going to win that way too. Because the Bills are going to the Super Bowl, and I say that every single year. That's how I roll. So AMD, we trailed out of, had to ring the register somewhere, broke that trend on IBIT, so we're into that long. I did want to double check on Tesla because I feel like we've been ignoring the old Cybertruck. It never came to 250, never happened. 250 was the level. Good bottom being made on Tesla. But when you look at this higher time frame, you close underneath 250. I don't care how much this thing has bounced. You are now underneath, I should say on the 15-minute, you can see this a little better. You are underneath that first support level from the earnings breakout, right? Like you're right into that channel, so you're underneath the breakdown. So you're still falling post that earnings high. So great that it caught a little bit of a bid, but the downward trend since we made that run at 270 is still very much intact on Tesla, and there hasn't been a reversal. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but one step is clear 250. Second step, hold, and then break out 255. Is that going to happen next week? I hope so, because I would love to have that long, but you never know, Obi.
Yeah. I mean, when did that reversion on IBIT start happening? Just like within the past 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, but I don't like it. It's not going right away.
Take a look at this. This is Riot. So I looked at a lot of the other tickers. No one else is doing this. Mara is not doing this. MSTR is not doing this. IBIT is not doing this. This thing technically it broke trend around 230, but then even more aggressively, if you're measuring off of the highs we made in the morning session, we broke that trend with expanding volume coming into power hour and coming into that last hour. So the hour open right here on Riot, the 3 o'clock hour open, you can see that aggressive buying come in and that continuation going into past the last half hour or into the last half hour here for a reversion to VWAP. So again, it's interesting. Look at this. Again, Neil just showed you guys IBIT. Mara not doing that. It has not reverted. Mara actually is trading even lower. So Mara's about to break day lows on that move. So interesting move there on Riot. MSTR as well. Look at that. Where's the reversion? Not here. IBIT. Where's the reversion?
Not here.
Not here. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, BTC, USD. Where is the reversion? Not there. So something interesting definitely happening there on Riot. Again, with that volume coming in the last half hour, technically still trading below VWAP, technically still making a downtrend if you're counting some of these lower highs there, and that VWAP hold as well. But that reversion coming in quite nice, well before that 3 o'clock mark here on Riot. So interesting stuff. What's going on, Andrew?
No, we were joking with media how we were going to make thumbnails with outrageous faces. Anyway, so what I'm looking at right now, guys, software. This was the ADBE, Adobe, and this was the market maker cycle, this structure we talked about earlier in the show if you were here for midday, but you guys can screenshot this. This is a structure that we've kind of pioneered and we've going forward. It's kind of an updated Wyckoff. But other than that, this one right here, with a strong close today, really, it is holding at the highs. I'm debating whether I swing this over the weekend into the final minutes. I don't think I will. I think it's safer in this market condition since we are at the low still in the overall markets, even though the seasonality is overwhelmingly positive next week, to wait for a gap up and then long any gap ups here. So if you guys are following along with this trade, any gap up above here, I will set that as a trigger to long 11-8 calls. So again, November 8th, that's next Friday. Another thing I want to review is just quickly the sector performance. So as far as rotations today, specifically today, off of the low, what have we seen really win? Well, we haven't seen really, a lot of these kind of defensive names were a little bit slumped. They had that real big bounce later in the day, and so that's kind of what we're playing with Boeing, et cetera, et cetera. But you'll see semiconductors and even biotech up here really holding the markets well. And that's going to be interesting because if we do bounce next week, this biotech, XBI, this one is probably going to have a nice ruler breakout and just rip above this 99.5 into that $100 level. So this is another name I'm watching. Again, gap fill or gap ups, anything above any gap up on the market is going to invalidate this resistance zone, turn it into support. You guys know the drill, long above that. But other than that, again, we talked about semiconductors. It's super, super important to know the leaders, keep playing the leaders, those being Nvidia. We talked about this last week, that I liked Nvidia more, as well as AVGO. These are really one of the only two green semiconductors today. So just keeping that in mind for next week.
You can absolutely say that again. I'm going to give you another. I mean, obviously, I like the look on Adobe, but there was something else that happened on Adobe which makes it look interesting as well. Because in the middle of the day, and this is, maybe I'll zoom it out a little bit when we come to the chart. So yesterday, 481 area resistance. You can clearly see it as day. Like, obviously, there's some selling in there. Then you throw up a 15-minute chart. Like, what do you see? 481 support, resistance. So obviously you want to look for support to turn into resistance. Okay, well, what happened in the middle of the day? There was a dip, and see that volume spike? There was a dip on a news report that took Adobe down right into VWAP and that 481 support. So the reaction to a slightly negative news piece was for it to reaffirm that support area, then hold it as the market's under VWAP, and then show relative strength. So not only does it look good for anyone on a higher time frame, but it also reaffirmed that there's some buyers latent in here at that 481 level of support, which can certainly help you. And now I'll throw over to IBIT. And what's hilarious about it is, like, I knew this was going to not work the second you showed me that, because Obi went to Riot, he went to Coinbase. Went to, MSTR, CleanSpark,
MSTR,
everything in
Bitcoin,
the crypto space. And the key was,
Bitcoin,
it was, you said, the volume.
Yeah.
The volume, so it's a day-long trend break. I mean, it's a gorgeous-looking setup. Now, no setup's going to work 10 times out of 10. Like, you're happy if it works 7 times out of 10 and you're disciplined. Then you'll be fine. Like, have a stop and get out. So come to the chart here. What do you not see when we broke trend? What you do not see is increasing volume. So yeah, we get increased volume on the entry break, but then right after that, immediately declining volume. There is no continuation. That definitely justifies having a tight stop on it. Obviously, there was room to go, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. Sometimes you make a mean revert trade and it's fantastic. Other times it just decides it's not going to do anything. Although
you should pull up the Riot chart and see how that looks, how the volume bar looks.
Yeah, let's go
distinctly different.
Yeah, let's go to Riot so that you guys can sort of see the difference. Like, when Riot breaks its trend line, I don't have to draw it for you, but it definitely has a massive volume spike. But then even look at the moment when BTC was making its turn, and this consolidation break just now happened on Riot, it's still increasing and holding its volume so that you get a move into VWAP. At least it's holding volume. But Riot, I'm not going to sit here and try to explain why Riot caught that kind of a bid, which was better than everything else. Could just be because it had pulled back 20% in the last couple of days, right? So Riot had reported and gotten dumped, so maybe it's because it was so much further down. That's just a guess, but who knows? I don't know for sure. We have 30 seconds till the imbalances come out, so I doubt that I'm taking anything else unless something happens crazy with these imbalances. Be sure, don't forget, we're going to have Andrew Rader with us on the aftermarket show, so you have questions for Andrew, options questions, anything else out there. How fast he drives his Mustang on the weekends, if you want to ask that too. Obviously really safely.
And I'm giving away $500 Canadian.
We now have a number.
Let's go.
To one lucky winner.
One. So make that be you. Make sure you tune into the aftermarket show. We're going to have a lot of fun. We've had a blast having Andrew on. We're going to have even more. Okay, so imbalances. Intel, $4 million to the sell side. TLT, $5 million to the buy side. Pfizer, $5 million, $3.5 million to buy. Nvidia, $2 million sell. Amazon, $1 million sell. Apple, $1 million sell. I guess we're overall going to be sells because that's pretty hefty to the sell side, with Intel being the largest. They're all sell imbalances from the big tech names that I can see in here, led mostly by that Intel 4 million, Nvidia 2 million, Amazon and Apple 1 million each. When that happened, Intel's a cheap stock, so 4 million shares on Intel is not more than 1 million shares on any of those three names that I mentioned. Clearly, those are bigger net or notional imbalances than Intel's, but that's still a pretty hefty number. It's done 150 million in volume. Very slight spike to the downside on that. Nvidia probably barely even batted. No, Nvidia did move. That was a decent move on Nvidia. Not one you want to chase because it's only a couple million shares. If that's 5 million shares, maybe you get some continuation, but a couple of million shares on Nvidia is not a lot. It's done 171, and again, it is up 2% and the strongest, relatively speaking, of these chip names.
Yeah, I'm not really saying anything too crazy here. Yesterday, I think Pfizer was definitely interesting here on the NYSE. You can see it's coming out as a 3.5 buy, but I'm looking at it. It's not really doing anything too crazy as of right now. Still continues to sell off into the close. So more of the same of what it did yesterday going into the close. You can see that aggressive selling coming in end of the day, and it seems like more of the same as of right now here on Pfizer. That's selling. Let's see what time did it kind of begin there. Your aggressive selling bar right at 321, so a little bit before those imbalances come out. But yeah, no, Neil, I'm looking at Intel as well because we were just involved with Intel. Intel with almost a 4 million sell imbalance here coming in, getting flushed down to that 23, Neil. Oh boy. So that initial idea, I got to hold on to that one until it actually breaks that high. My stop was up here in the 60s, but I was like, I'm going to be a little bit more nimble and try to get in and around this one. I did add a little bit there for the continuation, but the add was a little too aggressive, and I stopped out for pretty much break even as it comes all the way back down to the 23. As of right now, we talk about that anchored VWAP being in and around this area. It's coming in right into that anchored VWAP coming into the close off of a 4 million sell imbalance. So interesting action nonetheless. A little bit of market tailwind as well as the market's flush to the downside here, hovering just above that 20,100 mark, trading at 20,130s as of right now. Chill Vibes asking, can you check Carvana? Quick opinion. Well, all right, we can take a look at the chart. I don't know if my opinion is of any value, but we can take a look at the chart and see how this Carvana is doing as of right now. So, oh boy, I just saw the market kind of do another leg flush there right before I did that full screen. All right, anyways, Carvana. Let's see what our friend Vanna has been up to. We know that they had earnings just prior day right there, and coming into today, right here, you can see the low of day yesterday has been broken, but much later into the session here. But it seems like VWAP has held heavy since the open. You can see that aggressive selling, that back-to-back. Look at those back-to-back 3-minute candles, back-to-back selling with sustained volume until it gets. What is this right here? I think it gets about 235, 236s. for a bit of a bounce and attempt to hold VWAP, but can't really hold VWAP. Earnings day 2 breaks back down below day one lows and trading even lower, printing day lows as well going into the close here on a Friday, earnings day 2 on Carvana. So again, just reading out what the chart has been doing over the past couple of days. Nothing too crazy, still well within this this range that the earnings reaction gave us here. So we didn't really break out. False break was nice yesterday, oh boy, but it came in much later in the day. So I don't know what those are really like, false breaks of reaction highs coming in, going into the mid to late day session. But seems like that one really worked out in the end there yesterday on day 1. We're getting that continuation of that selling coming in on day 2 as well on Carvana.
I, for one, am shocked that Carvana would give back anything after the earnings. I think it's mind-boggling to me that a stock like I'm not going to finish that thought. No, it doesn't. It shouldn't necessarily surprise anybody, because ultimately, when the chart looks like this, and it's been detached from fundamentals for quite some time, that when you get that exuberance, if you're not going to continue the squeeze, if we don't get continuation, you saw it. There were good long opportunities yesterday. A couple of scalp trades you could have had in there, and you could have held on to some. But when you did not hold the high, and when you did not hold the prior close at 250. When you did not hold prior support, when you lost the last level of support on the day after earnings, it's every single point at which you need to catch a bid, it lost the bid, and now the gap fill is ensuing on Carvana. 355 just hit, just very quickly before I get up to the desk to get ready for the market recap show, where Andrew Rader's going to give away $500 to a lucky viewer. And we're going to have Chris Bretcher, and we're going to have Adara, and we're going to have a blast, and we're going to do your Q&A. Nvidia and the other imbalances all flipped. So Nvidia caught a little bit of a bid there. No, they're all gone. Yeah. So all of those sell imbalances, they all flipped or are gone. Pfizer, 3.6 million to buy, but that was the bounce you just saw. There's the reason we talk about that at 355. Oftentimes you'll see them flip. Intel managed to stay a sell of 800,000, although it was like 3.5 million before. So it looks to me like Pfizer would be the significant one. Not that I'm going to take any trades. Well, I guess that makes sense. Pfizer with a buy imbalance, as it's absolutely tanking, down 1%. I guess that's not really tanking, but at a support level on the daily at the 200 period and downtrend. So someone is either covering some shorts big, or maybe taking a shot to buy a little bit of a dip in Pfizer. You saw 3.6 million shares, but there's only 3 minutes to go. I'm going to, as Sharif would say, weasel my way over to the desk. Why, you have a problem? You don't like that?
No.
I can't weasel my way over the desk?
What does that even mean?
I'm going to limp my way over to the desk because I 100%.
You're going to walk.
I took things a little bit too far. When it came to trick or treating with my daughter last night, we were out way too long, and I definitely did too much walking, and my foot is it's not terrible, but I definitely overdid it a bit. So I'm going to limp on over the desk, and we're going to have a fun aftermarket show where Raider is going to give away some straight cash, homie.
Let's go.
So I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
All right, great show, Neil. Thank you. Again, thank you to Neil for again dropping that Neilage all day for us here. Again, some solid trades there. We attempted to push that 200 on Amazon here much earlier on in the day. Let me just pull it up here, blow up this chart a little bit, scroll past those wicks so we can get a little bit of better perspective here. This is a 3-minute chart on my screen. So you can see I tried that initial push of that 200. It doesn't really come in. Sure, I gave it a pretty wide stop there as it comes right back in again with an order to get even bigger off of the actual break, which did fill here. But then once that comes in, a nice little hold of that anchored VWAP. That 197 comes in beautifully right there off of that opening flush there, and then that bid attempts to catch. We do kind of have a wide range as we attempt to push into that 200, but oh boy, Bezos is still sitting up there apparently, or whatever it is. There is a seller at 200, an unusual seller, level hold, whatever you want to call it, and every time it's gone up there, I guess, Neil, definitely right on that one. The trade has been short until it's not, past that 200, until that seller lifts. And you can see all day long, it just keeps on giving you the short off of the 200 with a pretty decent risk. Again, that initial pop gave you 50s off of the push there, and then slams right back in. So that back through, if you're getting short on this kind of price action here, and even here with that lower high wick for that push to the downside, oh boy, that was definitely a solid trade there. But the bids showing up at that 197 area was interesting once again, coming into the mid to later half of the day here on Amazon. So that was kind of the story on Amazon. Didn't really get that 200 break just yet. So maybe next week is what we're poised for on that Amazon break. With only about 30 seconds left until this bell rings, I want to thank you guys for spending your time here with us. Here is Brankles. What's going on, Brankles? He's already got the drinks cracking. We got poker night here on the floor tonight. So okay, with the 15 seconds, there we go. He's ranging. He's in a range just like the market was today. With only 10 seconds left to go, Brankles, the volatility is gone. He is in a range and he's just sipping on that. What are you drinking there? 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara and Andrew, for the bell there. Now, thank you guys for spending time with us once again. Stick around for that market recap because Andrew's got a free cash giveaway for you guys there. You guys have time to ask him questions and everything. Thank you again for being here for a good chunk of the week, Andrew, and powering us with all that options knowledge there all week. So shout out to Andrew for that one. Raider Trader is his name, and definitely rating these markets he is. I like that. If they're ready for us. Are you guys ready? So I will send it off to you guys. I will see you guys very, very soon. Have a good one. Have a good weekend. Take care.
Right at the last second there, welcome everybody. Ramin's like, Neil, look up. Oh, it's fine. We got the dream team here today. Just a reminder to everybody, there's no earnings bonanza on a Friday, but there is the Andrew Raider.
Someone's earning something. So $500 giveaway in the after hour show. So you guys, we'll give you more details. So we'll just kind of like edge you guys along until you reach the end of the cliff, and then.
Why you gotta? It doesn't have to be a cliff. This is more like, it's not a cliff. It's like the prize at the end. It's like the end of the rainbow. It's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Pot of the gold at the end of the rainbow. That's right. Yep.
There you go. So we'll go over some of what happened with the market. We're still going to have Chris Retcher on. We'll get him on in 10, 15 minutes or so. Get a little trader talk like we always do. But hey, let's try to recap what happened here, not just on the day, but this week. It was a wild earnings week here.
Yes,
I mean, obviously, anytime you get five of the biggest companies in the world all reporting in the same week, there's going to be a lot to cover. But the truth of the matter is, despite a lot of money being made by these companies, you didn't necessarily have the greatest reaction to those earnings. Yeah. Now, some of it might have to do with, you got the Qs at highs, you got the SPY that were coming off highs, I shouldn't say at highs.
Yep.
So for names like Apple, for names like, okay, Amazon was up, but for names like Apple, for names like Microsoft. That said, it's not all doom and gloom. Why is it not all doom and gloom, Andrew?
As far as moving forward, we do have a positive seasonal expectation. So into October, throughout the end of the year, you do expect positive seasonals. Now, this means different things in different markets. We don't expect just, the entire market rallies into November and December. It could mean that we have to be more intelligent traders and find where those rotations are actually going and where that positive seasonal actually affects the most. So far, if you're looking at it, it seems a lot of the names like, biotech, software, these type of names are really starting to benefit off the low into this October. And even in my own trading plan, I've been somewhat avoiding SPY as in general, because since really the end of September, we haven't really moved all that much. It's been, we are already back at the September, basically the close of September's kind of price level here. So we've been in this range for so long, and it's very difficult to trade. It's frustrating, but where I found success in directional moves is playing those names like softwares into next week, which I'm going to be excited about because they do have earnings, a lot of those names. So that's what I'm going to be looking at for next week long.
Yeah, we got a bunch reporting next week here. And it'll be a lot of fun. And we'll get to, actually, I was going to ask Dara which one she's the most excited about, but I actually have a different.
Yes.
And that one has to do with your girl, as you like to affectionately refer to her, Eli Lilly. Because if we're talking about earnings reactions, a certain someone to the right of me happens to like XBI and biotech.
Yeah.
Lilly did not necessarily have a great day today, but when you look back at Eli Lilly, and I'm zooming out of the chart because I own it and it looks good. It's always fun looking at a chart of stock that you own and it's up like this. I also own Rivian, so there's that too. But when you look at the trend like this, the deep dips on this have been absolutely fantastic. So did you get to trade your girl Lilly at all?
I did on earnings, and I will put up my chart actually so you can see her. I took this photo right after I left the trade, so it doesn't give you all the price action, but basically, I loved that this hold here, this VWAP hold is 823. Now, if you go back to earnings day one in their last report, August 6th or 7th, that was the low of the day that day. So I love this level. I love that it was in confluence with VWAP. Shout out to Obi. I ended up taking it here for $2, got in 828, got out 830. The initial plan, I thought there'd be a little bit quicker movement. I was going to add at 830, then get everything out at 832. We got to like mid 831s, and then things didn't quite work out, so I had to get up. Took my $2 scalp, but that was Lilly. I was watching today for an 823 breakdown because we've been holding that level really well. We didn't quite get it, so I didn't quite trade it, but also very happy to announce that October was my first green month. So yeah, good times all around. Just thank you for bringing the opportunity to speak on my girl Lilly.
That's huge. Why didn't you? I didn't know that. That's
I really have a lot of opportunities to mention it, I guess.
You don't have a lot of opportunities. How about every 5 minutes for the entirety of the day?
I like to focus on the news. You know what I mean? I like to keep it balanced. But
and the humility as well. That's okay. First of all,
she waited till the end of the day when there's the least amount of people. I mean, this is crazy.
Look, and Andrew, I know you know this. For anyone if you've been in the trading game in any respect, I don't care how long your journey has been, trust me, when you have that first hump, like here, sometimes they call it like when you graduate on a prop floor, when you go from sort of trading, you trade in the simulator, but you actually have to earn a certain amount of money before you can actually earn money on your commission. So even though you're trading live, you're not even getting paid out if you make money until you graduate. So graduation is a big deal. Your first positive month is a big deal.
Yep.
A lot of times you might give yourself a milestone in a month or something like that. Those are all really big. So I want to make sure you enjoy this one, Nadera.
I am really proud. I'm excited to keep growing from it. Thank you so much for the support and for everybody in the chat. I love this community and I love being here every day.
That's what we're all here for, everybody. We're just trying to get a little bit better. I'm going to segue in a second. I want to segue this to XBI because that's where I was going with this, Andrew.
Okay.
But I wanted to mention, look, Eli Lilly is an example as well of something that we have to look for with all of these names that have had the earnings moves this week, right? So giving it some time to calm down. Like Lilly, you had the dip. You haven't really confirmed support level yet. So yeah, there was a bounce, so you can look at something like 770, like I can pull up a daily chart and I can show you that low, look at the wick bottom, assume that support. I don't know. There's been no consolidation level on Eli Lilly. You want to look at something like a Microsoft. Microsoft, again, earnings, pull back. You haven't really confirmed a really good support level. There hasn't been enough time for that yet. So I think you want to be patient. However, I think with XBI, when you're looking at the ETFs, and I'm going to pull up 15-minute on XBI, which I have a button for like flat top, for flat bottom breaks.
Yep.
I don't really have a button for, which is weird that we don't have a button for breakouts.
Right.
Like how does a trading show, Fabian, not have a button for breakouts?
Fabian.
I'm putting him I'm throwing him under the bus. No, but this is absolutely setting up for a local breakout here, probably 99.5 into 100, and then 100 into oblivion. So obviously it's the end of the week. I know you're an options trader. So how would you, because as a day trader, this is easy. Like I can come in on Monday and just punch long if it breaks 100. But how are you approaching XBI specifically next week?
So to really play it safe, what I'm going to position in, I didn't actually swing this one into the close, even with such a strong close on the stock. But what I'm really looking forward to is a gap up. Gap ups are really important events in the market. It doesn't matter if you go into a resistance level intraday, that is not going to change the sentiment like a gap up over or into that resistance level is. It often creates a lot more pressure. It creates a lot more environment for buying for them to flip sides and change sentiment. So what I'm actually going to be doing is looking for those gap ups. Again, biotech, XBI, although it doesn't have the best holdings as far as a company holding of an ETF, I mean, you have GILD, that's been the rock star there. But as a whole, it's not an amazing sector to play in general long term. But we haven't broken the 2021 highs on XBI. And given that we have a context of a Fed cutting rates, who are the companies that benefit a lot from these rate environments later on in the cycles? It's going to be these biotechs who are heavily leveraged, who are heavily reliant on financing and cheap money to get the job done in their research and et cetera. So, yep, I'm still bullish on biotechs for sure.
And as you say that, we have a super chat in here.
Okay.
And it is from Big Kyle Burdett. Thank you for the super chat. And we're all throwing the ones in here, by the way. I'm going to throw that in there. Make sure you throw the ones in, and you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So show Andrew some love. Yep. It's all about Raider this week. Get the report, watch the videos. Raider next year for Halloween. We can master and what is it? We can be master and blaster from Mad Max. So I feel like, okay, Kyle, you realize we have a tradition on this. We have a tradition on this show. Like if you say you're going to do something, like everybody, it's like put up or shut up. Like Obi with the Vegemite.
Yep.
I painted my face for.
Camera. I will do that for the next goal.
You'll do Ice Spice?
No, I'll do Spice.
Oh, Spice.
I will eat Spice. Although fun fact, Ice Spice and I have the same birthday to the year, which is crazy. But I will eat Spice if people need on camera. And that is a huge thing for me because that is not something I do. So that's what, you know what I mean? You got to get these goals going here for the super chats. You're right. We're people of our words.
No Packy chip for you. That was the silliest thing that we ever did live.
I can do hot Cheeto.
We took it a little bit too far and you pay the price for it. But Andrew, master and blaster, if Kyle, look, next year, if Kyle actually does this, I feel like you got to go out and get this costume.
I mean, let me look this up. Hold on.
Well, yeah, because the original Mad Max.
Okay.
That's a little bit older. We can't share your screen. I'm sitting there looking at you.
Who's gonna sit on my back?
Let me see if I can find it very quickly here because I just realized we can't share.
I mean, is Sean gonna be the guy and then I'm gonna be the little guy on his shoulders? Like, is that what we're doing?
Oh, here's one. Look at this. I just found a pin on it, whatever.
Oh, Kyle Burdett saying
sit
that
on the
you
back.
can sit on his shoulders.
You can sit on his shoulders.
Okay.
Well, Kyle, you are big Kyle Burdett. I don't know if we want to work it that way, but why not?
Okay. This is a strange turn of events on this.
It's just gotten. We try to have fun around here, Andrew. That's what it's all about every single time. But it sounds like a bit of a challenge. Challenge maybe accepted. The ones are in the chat regardless. So, like, again, we always like to have a little bit of fun here. And a reminder to everybody, because I know we're 10 minutes in here, make sure you stick around for the end, next 20 minutes, because the Raider himself, Andrew Raider, is going to be giving away 500 Canadian to one lucky guest.
I am giving $500 away to one of you all. So we'll give the context after the guest. So once the guest on, who's coming on?
Well, we're supposed to have Chris on, and so I want to make sure I haven't seen him pop in. I haven't seen him pop in, so I don't know if we're for sure going to have him, but he did confirm with me on Wednesday that we're going to be able to have him on Friday, but we'll see if we do. If we don't, well, I just thought of something. Okay, you're giving away 500.
All right.
Now, maybe 500 is not the right number, but it doesn't matter because now you, no, I'm talking for this challenge.
Oh, okay.
If you had 500 or 10,000 or whatever the number might have to be,
all right,
and you are forced to buy one stock Monday morning at the open, but you have to hold it for a year.
A whole year?
For a whole year. Oh, Obi, stop. Obi
the troll.
Obi just said Nicola, and don't give him a mic. He wants
the most.
He wants the most shares, so he would buy Nicola, which is ridiculous. There's a microphone.
Obi, what about that?
Grab the microphone, Obi. There.
I thought you said grab the Vegemite. Sorry, I did grab the Vegemite, but no, I'm saying I want all the shares. I want a lot of shares. So I think that's probably the best bang for my buck. It might go to zero, but I'll get the most shares. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, that is 100%. Understand here, we're having a fun question, which I was actually going to answer semi-seriously. I still am going to. But nobody here is endorsing owning Nicola shares. at all.
Including OB.
Clearly, we're just having a little bit of fun here. I know who my pick is, but if you guys want to have a second to think about it.
$1,000?
Okay, look, I said 500 obviously because Andrew's giving it away. But remember, you can buy fractional shares. Like there's a lot you could do with it. So let's just say the amount doesn't matter. It can be 10,000 you need. But if you had to invest it on Monday and hold it for a year, you can't trade out of this, and you can't hold it forever. You're going to get a 1-year shot at this.
I think, honestly, if it was a year, that actually changes my answer because shorter term, I'd be something else, but long term, I think I would actually do IWM. I think small caps are one of the things that have been beaten down over the last several years, and I think that this is the time, if we are talking about investments, this month, even into September and August, I was talking a lot about crypto as well. Bitcoin making that high. I think crypto and IWM. So IWM, I'd pick up a share of that. So
I'm not gonna. So we were talking about biotechs and and so mine is actually Viking, and the reason reason why
I was just gonna say Viking.
Okay, so the reason why it's VKTX, A, they got a 13% short flow. B, they just had a positive news with their trial for an oral. But the other side of it is that they don't actually have enough cash to go into production here.
Right.
And so there's always been long-standing rumors that either they can continue to raise or somebody big comes in to buy them so they can go into production. And because Pfizer has just failed, well, I shouldn't say failed, they haven't had any success where Viking has, there's some logical reasons why Viking, I think, is going to make this play.
I think that's a smart thesis,
Now, candidly, okay, so caveat, I did buy Viking shares this week. I have a sticky note on it, and I said I was going to. But that's the reason behind it. That's why I said like 1 year, because if they're going to make a deal, it's probably going to happen within the next year. You get that premium, you'd sell it. Obviously, if a deal happened before, you would just tender the shares. But my pick was going to be Viking. So IWM, I like that as well.
And I think that's an easy pick. I mean, you feel almost comfortable saying it. But, you say something like Apple, you're like, it's just, like it really does have that aftertaste that you don't like. So that's something definitely, biotech, IWM.
And it's funny because I honestly, my first reaction was IWM, then you said IWM, and I was like, and then I was thinking, what would be a what's our stocks? I see a lot of stocks every day. What are stocks that are in a nice trend that I would be like, makes sense? And then I thought Viking, and the second after I thought Viking, you said Viking, and I was like, because I follow the Glips. I follow the Glips. I like my Lily. I like my Novo. I've day traded Viking. So I was going to say Viking. Then you said Viking. I don't know. But another answer I would give, I would pull Michael Nosby because I have a Monday I have to buy it, right? So I'd pull Michael Noss. I'd go through 100 charts. Then I'd give you an answer. But honestly, I also like Viking for some of the same reasons you said. They're doing a really unique job in a kind of space that's becoming increasingly crowded, and they honestly managed to hold up really well. Like they don't really do the pump and dump that you see in some of these names. Also, we have 2 super chats. The first one here is from Rohit Sharma, $2 super chat asking you if we're still good with C. Schwab and Boeing. Then there's a second, we'll get to that in a second. I just want to read them out. Then we have one from Hey Davis asking you if we can hire Andrew Rader to be on the show whole time, please, maybe as a Christmas present. Thank you guys very much, Rohit Sharma and Hey Davis, for those super chats. And I will leave it to these gentlemen.
So before we get to Boeing, so I'll let you get prepared to answer that question for Schwab and Boeing. I will just say keep applying the pressure, everybody. I think it's absolutely fantastic. We can't say enough of, obviously you can tell like we're impressed with Andrew. We love Andrew, and he's been a great friend of the show here. So we're going to continue to have a great relationship. There's no questions asked. Keep piling the pressure on, because the truth of the matter is, at Trader TV Live, all we're ever trying to do is get better every single day. And we don't necessarily care what form that takes.
Right, exactly.
And that's one of the reasons why the midday we've done lots of experimenting. And why we actually started out doing like half a day, and then we're like, everyone wanted us to do the full day. So we never know where we're going. I think obviously Andrew, I think you've done a fantastic job, and no questions asked. You brought a lot to this show, and I want to thank you for that. So keep the pressure on. Brendan has already left, so he doesn't get to hear all of this, but that's fine. He'll have to watch it and listen to it. You've been a fantastic guest, and now we can talk some Boeing, because I know that is starting to go.
So as far as the Charles Schwab, that was a shorter term play that I took last week. I actually got out of that one at a small loss. But that was, again, we are macro big banks or macro long banks. We believe into the end of the, at least I do, into the end of the year, I think banks will get a nice bid. But the seasonal weakness, it's lingering around, it's whatever. But as far as Boeing, I actually did position into that one for 11.08 calls. I'm still in this one. I took a stab at it last week and actually this week as well. But that was a small loss on that one. Again, you guys know my winners today was TLO, Enphase, those kind of names. But this one here, it was strong at close. It kind of held the highs there. It didn't really sell off below the gap up. So I really feel comfortable holding this one. If there's some news over the weekend, something like that, that might be a catalyst to get out. But I am still long this one. I think Boeing, in the next, it's so beaten down. It's all these strikes, all this negative news. It's only a matter of time before one kind of move, one kind of gap up gets this thing going and has the shorts screaming to buy back their shares. So that's kind of where I'm at with Boeing. But again, nothing long term. Everything is short term here. In this market especially, we are in the most volatile month of the year. If you really try to take out a longer directional trade, you're going to get burnt. And so that's really where I'm at with this. Wait for a gap up if you want to trade it intraday, things like that. It really pays dividends being more patient in this market.
And remember, I mean, as far as Boeing goes, like they have a tentative deal. Like this is, they just have, look, it seems very promising. And I know, obviously, they've had a couple of opportunities here to swing at it and get a deal done. No, but by all accounts, it does seem like they might get this one done. And then, next week would give you that bit of a gap up. And, one of the other things that I always like to think about, and you've talked about this when it comes to rotation. Now, on the bigger level, you always have money rotating from one place to another.
Right.
Now, I'd like to think on a smaller level, maybe at smaller firms, when you are taking profit out of some of the big tech names, in a general sense, it's like what is making a bottom? What is a stock that we do feel comfortable holding? Boeing's not going, it's not dying.
No.
There's only two options here. You have an oligopoly here in the space, right? And if they get this out of the way, finally you'll have some positive wins. You're after earnings. You'd be breaking out post earnings. There's a lot going well with this. I can promise you this. If this gets above the 50-period moving average, there are going to be day trade longs on hopefully a daily basis. Who knows how it will continue. But I'm looking at that 50-period. The second you break this consolidation higher, suddenly I'm just looking for long trades on Boeing, which is a change for the day trader, which generally you've been shorting pops, and that's worked. I think that can change as long as they get this deal done.
Yeah, and one thing for sure, this is kind of where you kind of look at other hints in the market. You look at airlines. Airlines have been one of the biggest leaders recently. UAL is one of the tickers I look at. And you ask yourself, if the market is pumping airlines, do they believe that Boeing would shut down? No. They're actually believing that there will be some continuation and strength in airlines for the near future. Remember that markets are always investing for the future. What they're investing now could be 3 to 4 months ahead of time what they're pricing in. So right now they're saying, hey, we love airlines. We love their model. We think they're beaten down. If they were thinking, oh, airlines aren't going to be able to get any more airplanes, they wouldn't be buying it up like that they are now. So that's just something to consider. And I think it's another thesis to support why Boeing is kind of more confident than a lot of people are painting it as to be.
Yeah, you can't have the Jets go, the Jets ETF is, let me just look, the August bottom was 16.5, so call it $7 to the upside, maybe a little bit less than that, so 40% move in Jets, and you're forming a bottom in Boeing. I mean, we can all do that simple math in our heads if Boeing was to start to catch up from here.
Right, yeah.
Now you're talking about Boeing probably in the 225 range or something like that, and even then it would still be a fraction of the move. But you know what? We got another super chat here, and I'm loving this one. There's a few more through. We have a few, but there's one in particular, Adara, from Adrian here. So thank you very much, Adrian. Congratulations to Adara. You are awesome. P.S. Nice earrings. So they're loving the earrings. We're loving the fact that you just had your first positive month.
Thank you.
I am blown away, and I can't believe you didn't tell anybody. You should have been shouting it from the rafters as far as I'm concerned. So once again,
thank you so
give
much.
you the bang.
Thank you.
You know how hard it is to trade from that desk?
It is hard, yeah. Yeah, I guess you got. I mean, what I like to do too. I'm very much like an order book trader. So what I'll do is I'll have the order book set up on all my screens. So in between looking at news, I'm like, what's the order book doing? Are we looking bullish? Are we looking bearish? I've also just like I already love trading spread. I have basically had my entire strategy set up. So now I'm basically only trading spready stocks. So I know what I'm looking for in those. If I see what I'm looking for, I'll take a trade. And if I don't, I won't. Like I loved Lulu and Meta today. I had ideas on both. They didn't set up for me, so I didn't take them. And it's just a really different way to trade.
Okay, I have to mention this comment. This made me laugh over here. PHUA said, "You nailed it, Andrew. Airline industry cannot use boats." Dude, it's true. That comment has me weak. That was funny, man. Thanks for typing that. That was funny.
Factually correct.
They can't use boats, bro.
The chat is undefeated today. I have to give it up. The chat's been undefeated. We're having a fun one. I think I had. What was I going to say? To the point of trading on the desk. The only tidbit I want to add is, back when we were a smaller team, and thank goodness we were a little bit of a bigger team. When Brendan was full-time on the desk, I would fill in for Brendan on the desk, doing the news desk and all that stuff, and like watch this all and then I would also be trying to trade from here while doing the news. And it was like the second or third time I did it. I remember I ended up with like my single worst trading day since we had done the show.
Oh my gosh.
And like after that moment, I was like, I can't do what he does and actually try and trade.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, nope, I can't do it. So the fact that you actually had a positive month doing that, I think is all the more impressive.
Thank you.
And I also want to get back to a great shot, Fabian.
That was a cool shot.
Go back to that for a second.
We have some more super chats here too.
We do. I was going to get to those, but then we had this fantastic shot that Fabian had in there. Oh, that light is just glaring. I can't
There's
even.
a million. You'll never know.
Where? No. No, the one, the great shot, Fabian. There it is. Where is that?
Where?
No.
In between the seats. There you go. You're looking right at it.
There it is. No. There it is. No. What? Okay. I have no idea.
Is this what it feels like to be stalked? Like,
it's just what?
Yes. Well, you're here. Yes.
No, we're just having fun. And we had another super chat from Hey Davis. And more pressure being applied by Mr. Hey Davis. Thank you very much, sir. Please, Andrew, we need you. We have a great team.
I will say this, guys, whether I get paid by them or not, whether I'm working with them every day or not, we're friends. I'm going to be here. We're going to talk stocks. We're going to talk markets. And I will say there might be some secrets brewing under the table. You never know, okay? We can't announce anything until things get crazy. But there are some projects in the work, pretty cool stuff. Partnering with, of course, coming out here and them being nice enough to even let me on here. That's not something they do every time, especially a 20-year-old. 20-year-olds don't get the first pass seat here. So whether I've earned it or not, they're extremely generous in doing this, and there will be more of me certainly in any form of whether it's a Trader Talk or a FaceTime Zoom for in the bathroom or something, something stupid like that.
Maybe not that.
Okay, maybe.
But hold on, don't even start with the 20 thing. Age is just a number. And you know what? You reminded me of something. We didn't get a chance to say this. You remind me of somebody, and so back in the day, like I'm gonna date myself, but when Sean and I opened our own trading floor, head office, this floor was still here. The head office floor was still here in Toronto, and we didn't have a chance. There was a certain trader straight out of high school, and I'm not gonna name his name. It's not my place to do so, but he's straight out of high school, and I remember when he was like 19. When he turned 19. Within the first year of trading, he went from a graduated trader straight out of high school to the #1 trader at the head office floor. And my only experience meeting him, it's like we don't get to talk every single day. My experience meeting him would be meeting up with the other traders at the bar and meeting up with the other floor. So I would just get little tidbits of meeting him. And they used to call him the Boy Wonder. And the first thing that stood out is the second you talked to him, you weren't talking to some 19-year-old kid or then a 20-year-old kid.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with that. You were just talking to somebody who had immersed themselves in the market and had a passion for what he did and took learning seriously. Yeah. And that's
so
all.
valuable.
That's what I got. That's what I get out of you. And whether you're 45 years old or 75 years old or 20 years old or 12 years old or whatever.
Exactly.
If you have a passion for it and you just want to learn, then this is the game for you.
Absolutely, yeah. That's it. And I've dedicated a lot of my early years, if you guys kind of know the lore, my backstory, I'm not going to explain it all here, but I kind of sacrificed a lot of what I did in my early age. I've never drank alcohol. I've never smoked. I've never gone to a party. I never did any of that because I was so dedicated to things like this with my mentors and them being, nice enough like these guys to offer me a shot with them under their wings.
That's awesome.
Earned, my friend, earned. That's what, as far as I'm concerned, it's definitely been earned. And I love that. I love the dedication, man. That level of discipline is
But
important.
lots of Pokemon cards, so that might be my
Different
only
vices.
My daughter loves Pokemon cards.
addiction. We got to trade then.
Yeah.
Whip out the binder. Come on, like.
Well, I mean,
okay.
it's at home. Like I don't carry it with. No, she does
Maybe
love
next
Pokemon.
time. I'll maybe fly out my Pokemon card collection next time. Take some at home. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, my daughter absolutely loved Halloween yesterday. She loved the Darius costume because she's into Bratz. She thought the pirate was super cool. I mean, she's a nerd. No matter what I wore, she'd think it's funny.
That was a really good costume, the pirate
That
too.
pirate
the level of
costume
detail.
was absolutely out of control.
I went to it was first time shopping for Halloween costumes, so. Like I've done Halloween costumes, but they were always like hand-me-downs or like, you know what I mean? Yeah, so.
Nice.
Or like the ghost of like a bed sheet over you, like it wasn't,
Everybody's done that.
Homemade costumes
Everybody's
are dope
done
and they're underrated.
I got an old school. I got to find the picture, but like I don't know what my dad did with it. But I did like a homemade Inspector Gadget when I think it was in kindergarten, so maybe 5 or 6 years old. Fabian did it as well, and then full circle. My older brother, when they did the remake of Inspector Gadget, was one of the animators on Inspector Gadget. So it became all full circle. That is I'm so jealous of him that he got.
That's so cool.
My brother got to help make a show reboot that we grew up on. And it's hard enough being an artist. I'll tell you right now. Like we're in a fun business.
Yeah.
But like artists, that's a different ball game, man. Especially animators who do not get paid well enough. I'll tell you this right now. The major studios do not pay the animators for movies what they should. It's the same thing with TV, but they do it because they have a passion for it. They love the art.
100%.
Now I want to bring it back to the market because I had some other thoughts that I wanted to get in here. And there's one in particular. We alluded to it that I completely got off track. We have all these great super chats.
We had one more super chat.
We did?
Yeah, sorry, really quickly.
Let's do the super chat first. What time is it? How is it 4:30? Oh my goodness.
Time flies.
So let's get to this super. I didn't realize it was already 4:30, everybody.
Yeah.
So let's get to this super chat because everyone has been waiting for the promise here. So
all right.
Yeah, I just really want to quickly thank Adrian. Thank you so much for the €5 super chat. Saying congratulations, Adara. Thank you so much. I love this community, and I'm so happy to be able to share that with everybody here. And I mean, everyone that you see, everyone you don't see on the floor, everybody in this chat, this community is awesome, and I'm really grateful. And now we're going to talk here about this thing.
Super chat. Well, it's not going to be a super chat. It's going to be me. Now, here's the giveaway rules, okay? Everyone in chat, for me to send you money, you have to have PayPal, okay? If you do not have PayPal, I'm sorry, but the only one that links to my bank back home without them calling me saying there's a scam going on is PayPal, okay, since I'm out of country. So you have to have PayPal. I'm sorry if you don't, but you have to have PayPal. Don't waste my time, please. Don't say me, and then you don't have PayPal. Guess what? It's not going to happen. I'm not going to give you $500. So here are the rules to chat. Number 1, you have to be subscribed to you have to be subscribed to Trader TV.
That too.
Maybe me, but Trader TV most importantly, okay? You have to provide proof that you're subscribed to them. Not necessarily paying for a membership, but just subscribe to them, and you also have to have PayPal. Now, the second one, we are going to do a 10-second countdown, okay? And I want everyone in chat to spam Neil is handsome, or just Neil is awesome, okay? One of those two. That's what we did last time. But we're going to keep doing it because obviously this show is about,
Thank you, sir.
The amazing Mr. Neil. So we're going to do, over the next 10 seconds, okay, I want you guys to spam the chat, okay? And I'm going to count real slow because I know there's delay. So we're going to go, I'm going to pick a random person. Neil's going to have the chat up. I'm going to just randomly point, and he's going to kind of look at the name I point at, all right? So here we go. 10, you guys got to keep spamming, okay? 9, all right? Here we go. Neil is awesome. Let's go. 8.
It's out of control.
Okay, we're down to 8. We're going to 7. Oh no, we're going to 6. We're going to 5. If you're not spamming,
keep going,
do you want money?
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
We're going to 3. We're going to 2. And the last second, I'm making my finger go to the screen. Woo! Boom!
There it is. So it was right here. It is Moon AI.
Moon
AI.
All right, my friend, I want you to DM me on Twitter, show proof that you are the owner of that account, screenshot it, something like that on your homepage of YouTube, And then make sure you have PayPal. DM me on Twitter at RaiderTrader101. It is down there. I have a blue check mark. Please do not DM the bots asking for $500 because believe me, they'll give it to you. Okay?
Probably not.
They'll give you more. I'm kidding, guys. Please don't get scammed. But anyway, it's been a blast being on Trader TV this week, guys. I know it's extra late, but it's been an absolute blessing. These guys have treated me, and gals, they've treated me like absolute family. I plan to do something like this in the future if they allow it. And of course, you guys will see me virtually on the show once in a while. So we'll be checking in with that and whatnot.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Adara.
I gotta tell you, the pleasure is it's been all ours. There's no questions asked. And it's not like family. We're part of the Trader TV family, and we hope for bigger and better. And let's just keep on making sure that we grow this and help as many people as we can, because it's all about learning in this game. We're all just trying to get better. And there was another super chat. I wanted to make sure we got to this because Ian Rispetto just came in here and said this one. Neil is Denzel Washington's cousin, which is not factually true, but I will take every single compliment that you want to give me, and I will try not to have it inflate my head.
We are still.
That's a big compliment.
There's still, by the way.
We are still getting. Neil is awesome.
I know.
Is it the backlog is coming in?
The backlog is coming in.
Oh my God.
And there's a poll complete, and it is 91%. First of all, who are the 8% of the people who said no to more Raider Trader? I got words for a few. Fat fingers. Yeah, you clicked the wrong thing. It does happen. 8% of people make fat finger mistakes when they're typing. I've been
the market, I guess. I don't know.
I guess it happens, but overwhelming support here. I hate to do it. I know we're running on time here, but it's been an absolutely fantastic week. And the truth of the matter is, this community is only as great as it is because we all respect each other, we all love each other, we all want to learn from each other, we all want to get better in our trading, and there is no better example of that than two people sitting next to me, one of whom was gracious enough to come here and spread his knowledge for half the week here, and we hope to see more of that. We are going to see more of that. And then the other example, which was Adara, having her first positive month as a trader.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Immediately, that means this is the greatest week we've ever had. That's about as good as it gets. So on that note, because I'm going to leave it on a high note, shout out to everybody on the team. Shout out to Fabian, who's here, to Ramin, who isn't here. She's already taken off. To Adrian, who was always working too hard. To Brennan, who took off. Sean, who was off today. Obi filling in. From Sataya to Joe. Say Wayne's around here. My main man, Sean Cantina, with that day off. Grankles was walking around. And look, to everybody, Sharif as well, big shout out and thanks to the entire team. We try to do this for you, and we hope to have weeks like this every single week. But you know what? We get to do it all again next week. Monday morning, bright and early. Check us out, Trader TV Live. One more super chat.
Neil is Morpheus.
Morpheus. I'll take that one. I'm a nerd, baby. I'll do more. Ooh, that's a Halloween idea.
I was just thinking that'd be so good.
I'm going to file that one away for next year, but for now, we'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that would have been sick if we could have done like a Matrix.
Shot.